Hey everybody, it's Steve Lookner. Just sorry to get on the air a couple minutes late, but there's reporting suggesting that Iran launched some missiles at U.S. targets in Qatar. So again, I just rushed on the air, and I'm trying to catch up on this myself. But that is some reporting I have seen. You're looking at Doha, Qatar on the screen right now. And let me just kind of catch up here and see what happened. I am getting to this myself. So let's see here. I'm checking for information. Air defense system. I'm hearing from Reuters that Phil Stewart, air defense system activated at UN's Ain al-Assad Air Base in Iraq. So possibly Iranian missile attacks going on against U.S. bases in the Middle East. Again, I'm just getting this information in now. Give me a second because I had to rush on the air and get everything set up. Middle East. Again, I'm just getting this information in now. So again, I just saw that reportedly there was, I believe, maybe explosions heard in the air in Qatar. So, and I just saw right now that a report claiming that, what was it? Air defense system activated at U.S.'s Ain al-Assad air base in Iraq, sources say. That's according to Reuters. Amit Siegel, Israeli reporter, said Iran launched 10 missiles at U.S. targets in Qatar. But that's unconfirmed. So doing the best I can to get you this information. And yes, CNN is reporting missiles have been fired. Toward U.S. bases in Qatar and Iraq. What am I seeing here? Again, CNN is reporting that missiles have been fired towards U.S. bases in Iran and Iraq. There's supposed video floating around of interceptions over Qatar. Yes, so CNN is saying that, again, Iranian fires missiles toward U.S. bases in Qatar and Iraq. So let me just update the headline here. Again, sorry, it's all... at U.S. bases in Qatar and Iraq. No, that's not working. Trying to get you this information as fast as I can. That's the latest report I saw. There's some video floating around supposedly showing interceptions. Oh, ADSB Exchange says Qatar has closed its airspace to commercial traffic. Well, I think there already might have been missiles there. But ADSB Exchange says Qatar has closed its airspace to commercial traffic. Caitlin Collins says Joint Chiefs Chair Kane and Secretary Hegseth are in the Situation Room right now monitoring potential Iranian retaliation. All right, so we're bringing you live coverage here. Iran says it launched an attack on U.S. forces on Al-Udeid Air Base in Qatar, according to Associated Press. I'm hearing unconfirmed reports that maybe Iran is launching missiles at other U.S. bases. But CNN says missiles have been fired towards U.S. bases in Qatar and Iraq. All right, hold on a moment here. Yes, CNN says missiles fired towards U.S. bases in Qatar and Iraq. let me do this. Iran fires missiles at U.S. bases in Qatar and Iraq. Okay. Okay, give me a moment here, bringing you live breaking news coverage. Multiple reports say President Trump is in the Situation Room. Okay, Iranian state media, what are they saying right now? Iranian state media is saying, I'm looking at Iranian state media, that this is Iran is responding. All right, Revolutionary Guard says that they have attacked a missile base in Qatar. Again, a Revolutionary Guard says there's a retaliatory missile attack on U.S. base in Al Udeid, Qatar. Iran has targeted the Al Udeid base in Qatar with what they say with a devastating and powerful missile attack in Operation Besharat Fatah. They say this is the headquarters of the Air Force and largest strategic asset of the U.S. terrorist army in the West Asia region. So again, the Revolutionary Guard says they launched missiles at the Al Udeid base in U.S. base, Al Udeid U.S. base in Qatar. So they said that. Okay? I'm seeing that on Iranian state media. I have, in terms of video feeds, this is Qatar. I don't have another one there. There's supposed to be an Israeli army spokesperson saying something or other. I don't know soon. I don't know if it's going to be in English or not. But this is the only video feed I have of Qatar or Iraq right now. Okay, Anne-Marie Hordern of Bloomberg says Al Udeid is the regional headquarters for U.S. Central Command, which oversees the American military in the Middle East. There are about 9,000 U.S. service members in Qatar. So, again, Iran said that they did launch an attack, a missile attack on a U.S. base in Qatar, and let me just see if I have anything from them about Iraq. I might have just missed it. Let's see here. Hold on. Again, I do have a statement here where the Revolutionary Guard in Iran says they attacked the U.S. base in Qatar. They also, state media in Iran just posted a list of the most important U.S. military bases in the Persian Gulf, and they list ones in Qatar, Bahrain, Kuwait, the UAE, and Iraq. But they just posted a list. They didn't say they attacked all those things yet. Toss, again, oh, I might be able to get you I don't know if I have anything on this. This camera may have shown stuff before I came on the air. I'll try to find it for you. I am not sure if this camera showed anything. I'll have to look. Breaking news. Bahrain. Maybe something in Bahrain. Maybe something in Bahrain too. Bahrain Interior Ministry. Bahrain Interior Ministry just posted, and they said the siren has been sounded. Residents and citizens are urged to remain calm and head to the nearest safe place. The siren sounding in Bahrain. Residents are urged and citizens are urged to remain calm and head to the nearest safe place. Okay? Reuters initially posted that, and I just double-checked it. I'm hearing a claim that there were hits. Amit Siegel, who is he's an Israeli reporter, and he is saying there were reportedly 3 missile hits at Al Udeid Base in Qatar. He is with N12 News. He says reportedly there were 3 missile hits at the U.S. base in Qatar. Qatar released a statement, I believe. N12 News says Qatar says that there were no casualties at Al Udeid Base in Qatar, condemns Iran's attack, and reserves the right to respond to it. That is from Qatar. Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Qatar. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Qatar has suspended air traffic in the country. Air traffic has been suspended in Qatar. They just announced that. Hang on. I haven't seen the statement from Qatar myself. CNN is reporting that Iran fired 10 missiles at Qatar and 1 at Iraq. CNN is now reporting that Iran fired 10 missiles at Qatar and reportedly at a U.S. base there, and 1 missile at Iraq. That's the latest CNN report, I can tell you. NBC News says Iranian state TV says that, yeah, I saw that already. Iranian state media says, definitely says that Iran has launched missiles at the base in Qatar, the Al Udeid base. There were booms heard in the sky, possible missile interceptions in Doha. It's the Al Udeid base is the one that was reportedly attacked. Al Udeid Air Base, which is southwest of Doha, Qatar. Kristen Holmes with CNN says U.S. personnel at the embassies in Qatar and Bahrain are in duck and cover. as Iran launches retaliatory missiles towards Qatar and Iraq. Oh, Qatari government. I have a post from the Qatari government here. Here it is. I have a post from the Qatari government, from the advisor to the Prime Minister, Dr. Mahed Mohammed Al-Ansari. He says, we express the state of Qatar's strong condemnation of the attack on Al Udeid Air Base by the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps and consider it a flagrant violation of the state of Qatar's sovereignty and airspace, as well as of international law and the UN Charter. We affirm that the state of Qatar reserves the right to respond directly in a manner proportional to the nature and scale of this blatant aggression and in accordance with international law. We are reassured that Qatari air defenses thwarted the attack and successfully intercepted the Iranian missiles. That's what they say. I don't know if that's true. The Ministry of Defense will issue a statement clarifying the circumstances of the attack later. They say the continuation of such escalating military actions will undermine the security and stability in the region and drag it into situations that will have disastrous repercussions for international peace and security. They say the base had been evacuated earlier. Qatar says the base had been evacuated earlier in accordance with approved security and precautionary measures. Okay? All necessary measures were taken to ensure the safety of the base's personnel, including members of the Qatari Armed Forces, friendly forces, and others. No injuries or human losses occurred as a result of the attack. Oopsie. Okay. That's what Qatar says. Where are we here? Where did I go? Where did I go? That was right where? I'm trying to find what I just had open. I can find it here. Here it is, right here. So again, let me just make sure I don't have any updates here. Qatar is claiming there were no injuries and that the base had been evacuated and that no missiles hit. Oh, okay. Reuters reports that, Reuters' Phil Stewart reports that Iran's top security body says that armed forces used the same number of bombs that the U.S. had used in attacking Iran's nuclear facilities. Interesting. Did they use 14 bombs? Like as the same as in 14 bunker busters? Hang on a moment. Let me see if I can find this on Iranian state media. Now, if they fired 14 missiles at 2 U.S. bases and that's it, and the bases had been evacuated, it turns out, one could end up seeing this as Iran trying to de-escalate. I know that sounds crazy. I know that sounds crazy. But given that Iran was expected to respond somehow, you know, if they have a limited number of missiles fired at targets that maybe have been informed in advance, which we don't know. Remember, a lot of people consider Iran's missile response to the assassination of Soleimani de-escalatory, even though they fired a number of missiles at U.S. bases. I think it was it 2018 or 2020 or 2018 was it 2020, whatever it was. But the idea is that you know, they're expected to do something, but if they do something that is designed to not kill a lot of Americans, and maybe they warn the places in advance, that could be end up being seen as de-escalatory. As strange as that might sound. I don't know that this will, but I'm just letting you know. Oh, hey guys. Okay. The Iranian government, the Supreme National Security Council of Iran, claims it destroyed the U.S. Air Base in Qatar, which did not happen. And they say the number of missiles used in this operation was the same as the number of bombs used by the United States in its attack on Iran's nuclear facilities. And the base was far from urban facilities and residential areas in Qatar. This action does not pose any danger to our friendly and brotherly country, Qatar, and its noble people. All right, I'm going to read you this statement again from the Iranian Supreme National Security Council. It says, Iran claims it destroyed the U.S. base in Qatar, says it used same number of missiles as were used by U.S. to attack Iran's nuclear facilities, says action didn't pose threat to Qatar, to its brotherly country, Qatar. And its people. Okay. Now, some of our viewers, I think, mentioned this in the chat. Kyle Glenn, who I follow, says Al Udeid was very publicly emptied over the last week or so. Oh, was that the base where they moved the aircraft out of? Hold on, breaking news, breaking news. The New York Times is reporting, Faytux News found this, the New York Times is reporting now, listen to this, Iran coordinated the attacks on the American Air Base in Qatar with Qatari officials and gave advanced notice. Breaking news. The New York Times says that Iran coordinated the attacks on the American Air Base in Qatar with Qatari officials and gave advance notice that the attacks were coming to minimize casualties. Three Iranian officials told the New York Times, the officials said Iran symbolically needed to strike back at the U.S., but at the same time carry it out in a way that allowed all sides an exit ramp. They just, hey, listen, remember what I said about 2020? Remember what I said about the response to Soleimani getting killed in 2020, where they fired missiles at U.S. bases, but it was seen as de-escalatory? The Iranian officials told the New York Times that the missiles fired today at the U.S. base in Qatar was a similar strategy to 2020, when Iran gave Iraq a heads up before firing ballistic missiles at an American base following the Soleimani assassination. So this seems like it is intended to be a de-escalatory move. I'm going to repeat this. The New York Times says 3 Iranian officials told them Iran told Qatar that these attacks were coming in advance. They did that to minimize casualties. The officials told the New York Times that Iran symbolically needed to retaliate, but They did it in a way that allowed an exit ramp, and they described this as similar to the strategy in 2020 when Iran gave Iraq a heads up about their attack on American bases in Iraq. So it's looking to me like this is Iran doing something to do something, but trying to do it in a de-escalatory way, as crazy as that sounds. No confirmation of the missile or missiles fired at Iraq. CNN reported that one missile was fired at the U.S. base in Iraq, but we don't know that that happened. We do know that missiles were fired at the U.S. base in Qatar. Oh, Qatari Ministry of Defense. Hold on. OSIN Technical mentioned the Qatar Ministry of Defense posted. The Ministry of Defense of Qatar posted that, hey, look. Again, shout out to OSIN Technical for spotting this. Ministry of Defense of Qatar says the Ministry of Defense announced the Qatari Air Defenses successfully intercepted a missile attack targeting Al Udeid Air Base. Thanks to God, the vigilance of the armed forces, and the precautionary measures taken, the incident did not result in any deaths or injuries. The government of Qatar says no deaths or injuries. The ministry reiterated that the airspace and territory of the state of Qatar are safe and that the Qatar armed forces are always ready to deal with any threat. The Ministry of Defense advises citizens and residents to seek guidance in the latest developments from official sources. So, will the U.S. even retaliate for this? Or will they just let it slide and that's it? And that's it. I don't know. Let me again read you this statement posted by the Iranian government and Iranian state media, the Secretariat of the Supreme National Security Council of Iran. Hey, let me show you this statement. Let me show it to you. Here is the statement from the Iranian government. I'm going to show it to you right now. There it is. In response to the U.S.'s aggressive and brazen action against Iran's nuclear sites and facilities, the powerful armed forces of the Islamic Republic of Iran destroyed the U.S. air base at Al Udeid, Qatar. That has not happened. The air base has not been destroyed. Qatar, I am confident of that. Qatar actually says that, they say that all the missiles were intercepted. I don't know if that happened. And they said there's no injuries or deaths at the base. But I have not seen anything to suggest the base was destroyed, except for this post, and I don't really trust it. So the number of missiles used in this successful operation was the same as the number of bombs used by the United States in its attack on Iran's nuclear facilities. I don't know if that's true, but if they're talking about bunker busters, the U.S. used 14. And the base targeted in the attack by the Iranian forces was far from urban facilities and residential areas in Qatar. This action does not pose any danger to our friendly and brotherly country, Qatar, who, according to the New York Times, they told in advance about it, and its noble people. And the Islamic Republic of Iran remains committed to maintaining and continuing warm and historic relations with Qatar. No confirmation yet of the report that, that a missile was fired at a U.S. base in Iraq. So I'm going to change my headline right now to Iran launches missiles at U.S. base in Qatar. No injuries reported. How's that? How's that? President Trump is reportedly monitoring things in the Situation Room. The Bahrain Ministry of Interior of Bahrain, the Bahrain Ministry of the Interior just posted something. Bahrain Ministry of Interior just posted, seek shelter in the nearest building or take cover in a safe enclosed area until the danger has passed. I have not heard of missiles fired at Bahrain, but the Bahrain Ministry of the Interior is telling people to seek shelter in the nearest building or take cover in a safe enclosed area until the danger has passed. That is another Gulf country near Iran. The Ministry of Interior of Bahrain says, if you hear an explosion or a siren while driving, please follow these instructions. Oh, it's a little confusing. What is the order of these? No, that's by itself. It's not a chain. Continue driving and make way for emergency vehicles, blah, 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 blah. We urge all residents and citizens to exercise caution and review the following immediate precautions to be taken in the event of a loud explosion or sounding of warning sirens. All right, it's a little confused. Hang on. So they didn't post it as a chain, but that is something where they're. Let me delete this from Bahrain Ministry of Interior and give you the whole thread. They're saying at the Bahrain Ministry of the Interior, they're saying if certain things happen, do these things. I deleted earlier post because it's part of this chain. But they're basically giving warnings in the Bahrain Ministry of the Interior in case of a loud explosion or the sounding of warning sirens. Uh-oh, I have a typo. Thanks for letting me know. Thanks for letting me know about the typo on the screen. So Bahrain is warning its citizens to take cover if they hear an explosion, if they hear sirens. Okay. There, I fixed it. So, to summarize, we know that Iran launched missiles at the Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar, which is a U.S. base. We know that the Qatar government says that they intercepted all the missiles. I don't know if that's true. They said there's no deaths or injuries. The New York Times reports that Iran told Qatar about this in advance and did this because they symbolically needed to strike back at the U.S., but they did it in a way that there was an exit ramp. And Iranian officials told the New York Times they compared it to how Iran responded to Soleimani's death in 2020 when they launched missiles at an American base in Iraq but gave Iraq a heads up. The UAE, sorry, let me go back here for a second. Oh, interestingly, I just saw a report that The oil price has just dropped a bunch in the last few minutes. The price of oil is down 4% today. Really in the last, I'm looking at it last hour, last half an hour, which suggests to me that the oil market is reading this as a de-escalation. That's why the price would be going down. Thinking, oh, all right, well, if this is all they do, and that's it, then maybe this lessens tensions. Yes, it's going down. Because the idea would be is that, well, they were going to do something. What are they going to do? If all they do is fire 10 missiles or so at a base in Qatar, U.S. base, and they tell Qatar in advance, and I believe that the base had been evacuated in some sense recently. Hey guys, and also, that could be seen as de-escalatory. Shashank Joshi, who is the defense editor at The Economist, his take on this is about as symbolic as it could get. I would be surprised if Trump responded to this in any serious way. Again, that is Shashank Joshi, a defense editor at The Economist, says this is about as symbolic as it could get. He says, I'd be surprised if Trump responded to this in any serious way. So again, this has all the signs of a de-escalatory attack. I know that might sound strange to you, but it has all of the signs of a de-escalatory attack. Hold on. Breaking news, Barack Ravid. Breaking news from Barack Ravid. Guys, Barack Ravid says, a source familiar with the details tells me Iran coordinated its attack with Qatar and the U.S. was aware in advance. Again, well-respected reporter, well-sourced reporter Barack Ravid says, a source familiar with the details tells me Iran coordinated its attack with Qatar and the U.S. was aware in advance. That's the second outlet now reporting that Iran told Qatar in advance. And it makes sense that the U.S. knew. I have a hard time believing that Iran would tell Qatar this and Qatar wouldn't just tell the U.S. this. That would seem kind of confusing to me. I mean, I guess you could imagine a case, but it kind of seems like to make sense that the U.S. would know in advance if Iran told Qatar in advance. Give me one moment here. So again, all signs, and I would say this is right in line with a lot of predictions about how this would go. The idea was Many experts say Iran was in a tough place because they had to do something. They couldn't do nothing. Domestically, that was not going to fly to do nothing. But they were in a really bad place because there was risk that if they did something too escalatory against the U.S., that the U.S. military would attack them. They're in a very vulnerable state. It could threaten the regime if they got into some sort of escalated conflict, a military conflict with the U.S. So the thought was maybe they just do they do something. We've talked about it on the air. Do something to do something, but don't do it in a way that has a high risk of escalating. And this is, again, from what we're hearing, a smaller, well, the number of missiles, CNN reported 10. Iran said it was the same number of missiles that the U.S. fired at Iran's nuclear facilities, which would be 14. Same number of missiles as the number of bombs U.S. used on Iran nuclear facilities, which would be 14 bunker busters, I guess. And again, we're hearing from multiple outlets that they told Qatar about it in advance. And Barack Ravid says the U.S. knew in advance. Oh, breaking news. Ariel Oserin, who is with I-24 News English, says Iraq has not witnessed any Iranian missile attack on Ain al-Assad base there. Sirens sounded at the base in anticipation of a possible Iranian attack, but no. Again, he's reporting that Iraq has not seen any missiles at the U.S. Air Base in Iraq, al-Assad. I've seen nothing confirming any kind of missiles fired at a U.S. base in Iraq. Okay, Tyler Rogaway. Remember I said to you guys early on, I said this kind of seems like when in 2020, Iran fired missiles at a U.S. base or U.S. bases in Iraq in response to Soleimani dying, but they told in advance and it was seen as de-escalatory. Well, here's another, this person is an expert, by the way, on military stuff, suggesting that kind of thing as well. Tyler Rogaway, who is the founder of the very good The War Zone military news site, says if this ballistic missile barrage on Al Udeid is it, we don't know if that is the case. This was checking a box for the regime. It also signals just how weakened Iran is at this point. We have to wait and see, but this has heavy shades of the 2020 reprisal missile strike in Iraq, but although even less potent. The move signals Trump, do not respond because you have your off-ramp, he says. That's what he says. The move signals to Trump, do not respond because you have your off-ramp. He says, a huge part of this is likely Iran's C2. Is that command and control? I believe C2 is command and control. A huge part of this, says Tyler Rogaway, is likely the state of Iran's C2, command and control, which is in tatters. Even if they have the hardware, coordinating a major operation is likely very tough, if not impossible at this point. Also, the delay in the reprisal strike highlights this reality. Note, Israel was going after command and control sites today. Hold on a moment here. Give me a moment. Give me a moment. Sky News Arabia is also claiming the U.S. military knew of this in advance. Um, hang on a moment here. Again, Barak Ravid reports that Iran coordinated its attack on Al Udeid Air Base with Qatar, and the Trump administration was aware of it in advance. I am checking for updates here. Hold on a moment. No confirmation of any missiles fired at any other targets than the Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar. I am checking a bunch of different sources trying to get you the latest information here. Oil prices right now are down. They are down almost 5% today since this news came out. They are down 5%. Again, this is being seen by, it looks like the oil market is seeing this as a de-escalation. Faytux News says the Israeli Air Force is currently attacking Tehran, according to IDF military radio. Let's see here. I've seen a couple of claims that there are Israeli strikes going on in Tehran right now. There were a bunch earlier today. Let's see here. Yes, the Telegram channel, Political and Security, Mariah Asraf and Doron Kadosh, reporters in Israel, are reporting that the Israeli Air Force is currently attacking Tehran shortly after the Iranian attack on the American base in Qatar. Thanks to Faytux for spotting that, Faytux News. So if you're just joining us, the Iran fired a number of missiles at the U.S. Al Udeid base in Qatar, near Doha. The number of missiles, CNN had said 10. The Iranian government claimed it was the same number as the number of bombs the U.S. used on the nuclear facilities in Iran, which would be 14. That's, if I had to guess, maybe that kind of number. There were definitely explosions heard in the skies of Qatar. The Qatari government says nobody was injured. The Qatari government says all the missiles were intercepted. And multiple outlets, including the New York Times and, the New York Times and also well-respected reporter Barak Ravid, report that Iran told Qatar in advance that this was coming. Barak Ravid reports that the Trump administration was aware in advance this was coming. So right now it does seem like a de-escalatory way for Iran to respond and say they did something, but not in a way that posed a serious threat. and maybe something that the Trump administration can just say, that's it, and we move on. I don't know that the Trump administration is going to do that, but you know, if you think they needed to do something, from what I am hearing, specialists say this is not on the range of options. This is very low on the scale in terms of being threatening and escalatory. Oh, Dan Lamothe, who is with, I believe aircraft had been evacuated at Al Udeid Base days ago. Yes. I'm seeing, for example, a report from Newsweek 4 days ago saying U.S. aircraft have vacated Al Udeid Air Base. They said satellite images seem to show this. And Dan Lamothe, who is from the Washington Post, posted a person, Geopolitic Josh, who posted 4 days ago. 5 days ago, this person, Geopolitic Josh, had posted satellite photographs that appeared to show that the aircraft at this airbase had been, all non-sheltered aircraft had been evacuated. Oh, update from military.com reporter Konstantin Toropin. Konstantin Toropin reports a defense official confirms Al Udeid Base was attacked by short and medium ranged missiles. No reports of casualties. The attack ended around 30 minutes ago. No confirmation of any other bases being attacked. I have a statement also, it probably maybe is the same statement, from the same official, but Liz Frieden of Fox News quotes a U.S. defense official as saying, Al Udeid Air Base, that's the one in Qatar, was attacked by short-range and medium-range ballistic missiles originating from Iran today. At this time, there are no reports of U.S. casualties. We are monitoring this situation closely. Oh, hold on a moment here. AZ Intel mentioned there was an update by the New York Times. Or where is it? Or is that the one from before? Is that the report from before? Hold on. I gotta look here. Oh, no, that's the report from before. Again, earlier, a short while ago, the New York Times reported that Iran gave advance notice to Qatar that these attacks were coming, and 3 Iranian officials told the New York Times, said the New York Times, that Iran symbolically needed a way to strike back, but wanted to carry it out in a way that offered all sides an exit ramp. and compared it as similar to the 2020 response to Soleimani's killing. And here is, yes, back in early 2020, Iran launched ballistic missiles at two air bases where American personnel were. I believe the report they gave, I believe both in Iraq, and they gave Iraq a heads up about it, reportedly. Reuters is also reporting no casualties, no injuries or deaths from Iran's missiles launched at a U.S. air base in Qatar. John Hudson, who is with the Washington Post and covers diplomacy and national security for them, he points out, as we told you earlier, that the Iranian government statement about this claimed that they had destroyed the American base in Qatar. As I told you, there is no evidence of that. John Hudson says the fact that they said this in their statement, that they destroyed the base, even though there's really no evidence for it, he said this is a big clue that the Iranian strike is aimed at domestic consumption. Again, he says this is a big clue that the Iranian strike is aimed at domestic consumption. I'm going to turn off that sound on the Qatar feed. I don't think we need that right now. Reuters also reporting now. Hold on, what's happening now? Oh, they're just pointing the camera up. Guys, Reuters is now reporting that Iran informed the U.S. about the expected attack. That's according to Roy Case, who's a reporter. Let me see if I can find this report myself from Reuters. I got to turn that down. There's a baby crying. I'm going to turn down the baby crying. I would like to see the original report from Reuters about that. Timur Azari, who is with Reuters, says no Iranian attack recorded at any base in U.S. region other than Qatar. CNN had initially reported that one missile had been fired at a U.S. base in Iraq, but right now we haven't heard any of that, and a U.S. military official tells Reuters no Iranian attack recorded at any U.S. base in region other than Qatar. I do not have video of the interceptions myself at this point. If I get some, I will let you know. I have not seen a statement from President Trump yet on this. I'm sure we will see one soon. To repeat, multiple outlets reporting that the U.S. knew that Iran told Qatar about this in advance. This base had reportedly been evacuated of aircraft in the last week or so, unsheltered aircraft. And Barak Ravid reports that that the U.S. was aware of it in advance. Everything about this so far is pointing to Iran doing something just to do something, but doing it in a way that would be seen as de-escalatory. Everything is pointing to that right now. Reporters Israeli reporters at News the Security Cabinet. I got to remember their names. It's Doron. No, it's it's the Telegram channel. Well, actually, hold on a second. I don't know if it's the same channel. That might be a different channel. So I want to hold on a second here. Isn't that their channel? I'm going to hold on reporting that. Let's see here. Nothing from President Trump that I have heard yet. Have not heard anything from President Trump yet. The Al Udeid Air Base, by the way, is the largest U.S. military base in the Middle East. Unusual Whales says, oh, hold on a second. Sorry. That's the same report as before. Trying to get you guys new updates here. I'm seeing an let me look up something here. Waiting for a statement from the U.S. government, by the way. Waiting for a statement from the Trump administration. Waiting for a statement from the Trump administration. We have not heard that yet. Will the administration just let this slide? Flight Radar 24 reports that flights are landing and taking off again in the UAE. More than 10 flights were forced to divert during their airspace closure. I should show you on a map where we're talking about in Qatar. Give me a moment. I'll pull it up on a map for you. Is this it? I'm trying to find it on a map. I want to make sure I'm showing you the right thing. I think this is it. But it's southwest of Doha, I believe. I found the Al Udeid gym. Hold on, let me double check. I don't want to show you the wrong thing. There it is. Here, look at this. On Wikipedia, you can see it right here. Al Udeid Air Base. There's the location in Qatar. There's Qatar right there, sticking out into the Persian Gulf. And right there is Al Udeid Air Base. Location in Qatar. Actually, I'll show you on Google Maps. Here, there it is. I got it. It's on Google Maps. Right there. So you can see Iran is, hold on. Iran is here. Persian Gulf is here. Qatar is here. Doha is here. Probably about 15, 20 miles outside of Doha. There you go. All right, do we have any other updates for you at this point? Tyler Rogaway, who is the founder of the really good military news site, The War Zone, he believes that based on previous actions, Trump will take the off-ramp and call it a day with this, ending U.S. kinetic involvement in the war between Israel and Iran. That is what he predicts will happen. Reuters reports no injuries or deaths in these missile launches. I don't even know if any of the missiles hit. Let me read you again what Qatar said about this. We showed you this earlier. The Qatari government said, Mahed Mohammed Al-Ansari, advisor to the Prime Minister of Qatar, he said, here it is, we express the state of Qatar's strong condemnation of the attack on Al Udeid Air Base by the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps and consider it a flagrant violation of the state of Qatar's sovereignty in airspace, as well as of international law and the United Nations Charter. Oh, hold on one second. He said, we affirm the state of Qatar reserves the right to respond directly in a manner proportional to the nature and scale of this blatant aggression and in accordance with international law. I would be shocked if, at this point, if Qatar took any military action in response. We are reassured that Qatari air defenses thwarted the attack and successfully intercepted the Iranian missiles. We also affirm the continuation of such escalating military actions will undermine security and stability in the region and drag it into situations that will have disastrous repercussions for international peace and security. We call for an immediate cessation of all military actions and a serious return to the negotiating table and dialogue. All right. The base had been evacuated earlier in accordance with approved security and precautionary measures. In light of the tensions currently prevailing in the region, all necessary measures were taken to ensure the safety of the base's personnel, including members of the Qatari Armed Forces, friendly forces, and others. No injuries or human losses occurred as a result of the attack. Also, the Ministry of Defense of Qatar said they had air defenses successfully intercepted a missile attack targeting Al Udeid Air Base. The incident did not result in any deaths or injuries. Saudi Arabia, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Saudi Arabia posted that the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia condemns and denounces in the strongest terms the aggression launched by Iran against the sisterly state of Qatar, which constitutes a flagrant violation of international law and the principles of good neighborliness. It is unacceptable and cannot be justified under any circumstances. I would assume in Saudi Arabia that the government is quietly pleased that there was not a stronger response from Iran. That would be my assumption. Hold on. Hold on. Where is this here? The New York Times says an Israeli official said that there was an early warning given by Iran about the attack. The Israeli official didn't say to which country. The New York Times also reports Iranian officials told it that they told Qatar in advance. Breaking news, CNN reports that the president does not want more military engagement in the region. CNN says the Trump administration was anticipating Tehran would retaliate after U.S. strikes on Iranian nuclear sites over the weekend, and the president does not want more military engagement in the region. President Trump is willing to escalate U.S. military involvement if necessary, the official said. Trump was due to talk to national security officials Monday afternoon, and it is possible his posture could change. So they don't say he's not going to respond. But a Trump administration official told CNN today the president does not want more military engagement in the region. I mean, I don't know if that's new news. I don't even know if that came before or after the attack. You could have said that probably yesterday. Now, if that was said to CNN after this attack, I think I'd give it a little more importance. Oh, a new post from President Trump. Breaking news. Breaking news. Breaking news. Here we go. President Trump on Truth Social. Breaking news. I'm going to read it along with you guys. Breaking news. He says, the sites that we hit in Iran were totally destroyed and everyone knows it. Only the fake news would say anything different to try and demean as much as possible. Wow. He doesn't even comment. He doesn't even comment on the new attack. Look at this. It's not about the new attack. He posted this 3 minutes ago. The sites that we hit in Iran were totally destroyed and everyone knows it. Only the fake news would say anything different in order to try and demean as much as possible. And even they say they were pretty well destroyed. Working especially hard on this falsehood is Allison Cooper of Fake News CNN, dumb Brian L. Roberts, chairman of Concast, Johnny Carl of ABC Fake News, and always the losers of, again, Concast's NBC Fake News. It never ends with the sleazebags in the media, and that's why their ratings are at an all-time low. Zero credibility. That is the post from 3 minutes ago from Donald Trump. It does not mention the missiles. Oh, sorry. Hold on. Let me just repost this. That is the new post from President Trump. It does not mention, it was posted 4 minutes ago. It does not mention the attack. Scroll down. Oh, I'm going to refresh here. All right, that's the only one on the timeline. 2 hours ago, this is 2 hours ago. So this is an, I guess, response to Russia's President Medvedev, who is known for posting all kinds of threats, all extreme threats all the time. And he had said, I believe a couple days ago, Medvedev claimed that other countries were willing to give Iran nuclear warheads, which from what I understand, was widely seen as just another one of his, huge, unlikely threats, what he is known to do. Now, President Trump said 2 hours ago, did I hear former President Medvedev from Russia casually throwing around the N-word nuclear and saying he and other countries would supply nuclear warheads to Iran? Again, I don't think many people were taking that threat seriously. Did he really say that, or is it just a figment of my imagination? If he did, and that is confirmed, please let me know immediately. The N-word should not be treated so casually. I guess that's why Putin's the boss. By the way, if anyone thinks our hardware was great over the weekend, far and away the strongest and best we have, 20 years advanced over the pack is our nuclear submarines. They are the most powerful and lethal weapons ever built. And just launched the 30 Tomahawks. All 30 hit their mark perfectly. So in addition to our great fighter pilots, thank you to the captain and crew. That was for 2 hours ago. That was from 2 hours ago. This is the one from 6 minutes ago does not mention the missile attack on the U.S. base in Iran. Hey guys, another report, this report from CNN. CNN is now repeating this report that others have made. CNN reports that Iranian officials gave Qatar advanced notice that attacks were coming before launching missiles toward a U.S. military base, and that coordination was intended to minimize casualties and preserve an off-ramp. Again, that is CNN reporting via Zachary Cohen. Iranian officials gave Qatar an advance notice that attacks were coming before launching missiles toward a U.S. military base. Coordination was intended to minimize casualties and preserve an off-ramp. This is I'm going to post in the chat, there's a supposed video floating around of interceptions in Qatar. I will post the link in the chat. I am looking here for updates. We still do not have a statement yet from the Trump administration or Trump about this attack. But everything about this right now is screaming de-escalation. In case you missed it, here is what the Iranian government had to say about these missiles. This is what the Iranian government said. Via Iranian state media. Here's what they had to say. Well, if I could do this, I would show you. Hang on, I'll do it this way. This is what the Iranian government said. They said, in response to the U.S.'s aggressive and brazen action against Iran's nuclear sites and facilities, the powerful armed forces of the Islamic Republic of Iran destroyed the U.S. Air Base in Al Udeid, Qatar. There is actually no evidence that I have seen, that I'm aware of, that they destroyed the air base. That appears to just be a lie for domestic consumption. That's the only way I can intelligently analyze that. It does not appear to be a true statement. It appears to be an intentionally false statement. I'm presuming for domestic consumption. They say the number of missiles used in this successful operation was the same as the number of bombs used by the United States in its attack on Iran's nuclear facilities, and the base targeted in the attack by Iranian forces was far from urban facilities and residential areas in Qatar. This action does not pose any danger to our friendly and brotherly country Qatar and its noble people, and the Islamic Republic of Iran remains committed to maintaining and continuing warm and historic relations with Qatar. One of our viewers, Tushkit, asked, do Iranians even have internet again to see a post like this? I'm not sure what. Now, I'm guessing that would have probably aired on Iranian state TV, but I don't know about whether there's been an update. I haven't seen an update on their internet. I will look. The last update I saw was 2 days ago, basically, from NetBlog. So I'm not aware if things have improved since then. They said it was largely still an outage a couple days ago. Hey guys, here Amakai Stein with the Jerusalem Post reports that after the U.S. administration was informed in advance about the details of the Iranian attack, Israel was also notified beforehand regarding when and what the Iranians were expected to target, a regional diplomat tells the Jerusalem Post. So the Jerusalem Post is reporting via Amakai Stein that not only was the U.S. administration told in advance about the details of this attack, but Israel was also notified. Oops, sorry. Breaking news update. Reuters is reporting via Phil Stewart. No Iranian missiles hit the U.S. base in Qatar. A U.S. official tells Reuters. No Iranian missiles hit the U.S. base in Qatar. A U.S. official tells Reuters. So that would mean no injuries, no deaths, no missiles hit the base. If I hear otherwise, I will let you know. There had been an earlier report I had seen way back that claimed that there were several hits, but I've seen nothing about that afterwards. The White House just posted on their social media President Trump's post from Truth Social. That post says nothing about the missiles launched at the U.S. base. I will read this again. This post was from about 20 minutes ago. Came well after the attack on the U.S. base. But this is the only post from President Trump so far. I'm going to read it to you. The White House has reposted it now. The sites that we hit in Iran were totally destroyed, and everyone knows it. This is from talking about when the U.S. fired the missiles, when the U.S. Launched the attacks on the Iranian nuclear sites a couple days ago. He says only the fake news would say anything different in order to try and demean as much as possible, and even they say they were pretty well destroyed. Working especially hard on this falsehood is Allison Cooper of Fake News CNN, dumb Brian L. Roberts, chairman of Concast, Johnny Carl of ABC Fake News, and always the losers of, again, Concast's NBC Fake News. It never ends with these sleazebags in the media, and that's why their ratings are at an all-time low, zero credibility. Flight Radar 24 reports that airspace in the region is slowly in the process of reopening. UAE flights are moving again. Bahrain and Kuwait flights coordinating for movement in the next hour, though extensions of closures possible. Do we have any more updates for you? We still have no statement on this from the White House. No statement yet from the White House. I have not heard a statement from any public statement from any federal government official I can tell you that that oil prices are now down almost 7% since this happened. They were around 74, 75. They are now, crude oil futures are now at around 68.75. So 68.69 from 68 or 69 from 74.75. Hold on a minute here. Hold on a moment. Guys, no Iranian missiles hit U.S. base in Qatar, U.S. official tells Reuters. There it is right there. The initial assessment follows an attempted attack by Iran on the base using short and medium-range missiles. Again, multiple outlets report that Iran told Qatar about it in advance. Let's see. I have a photo from Qatar today. I can show you a photo from Qatar today. Let me get that for you. Give me a moment, please. Here is a photo from Qatar of tracer. It says it's tracers. Traces are seen in the sky. This is from Reuters. That is a photo from Doha, Qatar. It says, see right here? There's video floating around of the skies of Qatar. I don't have any of that video, the rights to it myself right now, during the missile fire. But that was, that's from this article. Iran fires missiles at U.S. Air Base in Qatar. Doha says attack intercepted, no casualties. Oh, look. Reuters reports Iran, which had been warned by Washington not to retaliate or face massive U.S. military action, informed the U.S. via 2 diplomatic channels hours ahead of the attack. Reuters reports that Iran informed the U.S. via 2 diplomatic channels hours ahead of the attack, as well as Qatari authorities, a senior regional source told Reuters. Hours ahead of the attack. How about that? I'm going to post that. I'm going to post that right now. Hours ahead. So Reuters says the U.S. knew hours in advance about this. Give me a moment here. Did I get this right? Yes. No missiles hit the base. None. No injuries, no missile hits. What is this? Hang on a moment. Hang on a moment. I'm seeing, let's see here. Hold on a second here. I am just trying to find you additional updates. I'm seeing some different things here, but I want to confirm things. Hey, thanks to our moderators who are here. Sorry, we've been so busy. I've been bad and not thanked our moderators. Ruth Krafasi is moderating over there on YouTube. Thank you, Ruth. Beth Mythical is moderating. Thank you, Beth. Thanks to our Twitch moderators as well. We have moderating on Twitch. Bastion Girl, Big Ball of Yarn, Cerrero, De Bears, I got that fire. Mark HNC, Matthew Kohai 3, Sarah, thank you. We also have moderating on Facebook as well. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha moderate for us on X. Thanks to our Facebook moderators as well. Hold on a moment here as we try to get you more updates. Margaret Riley, Paul Anderson moderate for us over there. Kay Lowry Body. I have still not seen any statement from the Trump administration about this missile attack yet. Ooh, let me look up something here. Hold on a moment. Hold on a moment here. What is this? I may have video for you, maybe. I may have video for you. Hold on. Let's see what this is. Oh, hey guys, new report, new report, new report, news update. News update from Fox News. Liz Frieden of Fox News reports that the U.S. military intercepted several Iranian missiles targeting Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar, a U.S. official tells Fox News. It is not clear exactly how many missiles were intercepted, but no missiles reached the base, the official said. So Fox News' Liz Frieden is reporting that a U.S. official tells Fox News that the U.S. military intercepted several Iranian missiles targeting Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar. So, I mean, there was this question about, I think the Qatar had said that, did they say that they intercepted the missiles? I mean, it kind of makes sense that the U.S. might intercept these. The Qatari Ministry of Defense said that Qatari Ministry of Defense said that Qatari air defenses successfully intercepted a missile attack. Now, maybe the U.S. did it. Maybe they both did it. You know, I'd be pretty surprised if the U.S. wasn't waiting to intercept these missiles on U.S. bases. Because the U.S. knew days in advance that Iran might do something like this. Also reportedly, Iran actually told the U.S. in advance. Reuters is reporting that the Iran told the U.S. about this hours in advance. So, yeah, I would not be surprised if these were U.S. interceptions. Or maybe it's something where it's U.S. like interceptors on Qatari land, so they can both say they did it, or they're both operating them. I don't know. Oh, hold on a second here. I was going to take a look at the flight radar, see what was going on at Qatar. Flight radar 24. Hey, it's flight radar 24. There is Qatar right there. I'm not sure if the airspace is still closed there. Flight radar 20, this is flight radar 24, so you can see nothing over Iran, basically. And there's Qatar. I think these planes are all on the ground here. Flight radar 24 posted, with airports close to Doha, near or at capacity for diversions, Qatar Airways aircraft are now diverting to airports further from home. Hang on one moment here. One moment, guys. One moment here. Hold on. Hang on a moment. Hang on one moment. Thanks for your patience. I still have not seen any kind of statement from President Trump or the U.S. government official statement about these missiles being fired at the U.S. base in Qatar. Nothing officially from the U.S. government yet on this. I've been looking for that. Lots of reporting on it. Lots of outlets who say they've talked to U.S. officials. Multiple outlets saying that the U.S. and Qatar were told about this in advance by Iran. Multiple reports that there were no missiles that hit the base. No reporting that there's been any other missiles fired at any other base or any other kind of Iranian attack. Oil prices are down right now. Oil prices are down over 7% now. Over 7% oil prices are down since this news came out. Is there volume on this? I'm just looking for updates right now. Let me say a couple thank yous to people, by the way. I haven't even had time to do that. Quick thanks for your support. Benjamin Mosa. Thank you, Benjamin. All right, I want to thank some other folks here. Give me a moment. Let me do that. All right. Let me say some thanks to people. I got a bunch of thank yous to say. Thank you to, hold on. Moccasins 1492, Hexen Work, Marky B. Yeah, Honeybee, PZ Papa Zulu, Peter Brown, Connor Garrity. Yeah, I can only use video that I've seen some videos online of stuff flying through the sky in Qatar. I can only use what I have the rights to, though. But thank you, Connor. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Quasimodo, Jesus the Russian, Brax, Ray Becker, Sydney, Hebrew Jerusalem Prince, Jenna T, Carolette, Toastmaster, Ruki, Diego Eugenio WG, Metaguide, Uncle Lester Cam, Ray Pavarotti, TRL, Jack Kelsall, Ken1362, Vanessa Royley Walker, Denny Stoyanov, Tasmanot, Nico, Jess Oftidal, Kim Jong-un, Julia Anaf Shafi, Atu Duang, Kevin Cash, Jeff Buddington, Nino NPC 2023, Mr. Craig Blaze, Hardik Kataria, Vladimir Putin, CAC 813, Solid Pixel, La Calma, A. Rish, Toons is the Driving Cat, Maritime Nick, Diane Funstein, Bluebird Softball Cookie, Joe Gray, The Polish Drunk, Dream Squad HD, Ship Clock 5, Cats Rule, Stephen Johnson, CJ Lars 1399, Robert Ian, Jojo77JLD, Cajunization, Pablo A, few more here, B Swade J, Lidwine Elizabeth, Sundial Rob, Rain Tarrant, Bob and L, AZ Intel's Dad. This is what happens when I forget to thank everybody or I don't have time during the broadcast. I have all these thank yous to do. A few more here. Flip King of Belgium, thank you. Tim Jones, Rula Pulse, Sharikas, Terrence, Lincoln, Clutch. Okay, I think I'm caught up there. I have some Twitch thank yous I got to do in a second. Egan Chorizo, Whoshot JR, Oxytropis, Venom GER, Slizzard Sade. I think I'm all caught up. Thank you for your support of the channel. Update. No reported damage. CNN is now reporting no reported damage to the Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar. That's according to CNN via Zachary Cohen. No reported damage to the Al Udeid base in Qatar. No missiles reported. We've also heard reports that no missiles hit it. Again, multiple outlets reporting that the U.S. and Qatar were informed well in advance. Reuters said that the U.S. was informed hours in advance of the attack. No, there are no reports right now of any other bases being attacked. CNN early on had said that they had heard that one missile had been sent at a U.S. base in Iraq. Nobody else is reporting it. I don't believe they are reporting it right now. So the no reliable reporting right now of any kind of other attack on any other base. It's interesting, still no official statement from the U.S. government. Nothing from President Trump. I have not seen anything else from anyone in the Trump administration. The Pentagon, for example, on the record, official statement. We'll see soon. Fox News says, breaking news, Fox News says all 6 Iranian missiles over Qatar intercepted by U.S. missile defense systems. Fox News headline right now. All 6 Iranian missiles over Qatar intercepted by U.S. missile defense systems. That's literally the headline on Fox right now. 6? So it was 6? I'm just reading it off the TV to you. Once again, I'm literally reading the Fox News headline to you. All 6 Iranian missiles over Qatar intercepted by U.S. missile defense systems. Karen says, I thought Qatar intercepted them. They said they had intercepted these. That could be for domestic consumption. I would certainly think that the U.S. would take priority in defending various U.S. bases in the region. Scott says he watched the light show from Qatar. He shouted out Brandon too. Thanks, Scott. Scott says he watched the light show from Qatar. Trying to find you any more updates about this, but again, no damage reported at the U.S. base. Fox News is reporting that all 6 missiles were shot down by the U.S. Fox News also says no damage is reported. I am still waiting for a statement from the Trump administration. I will let you know when we get one. I have not seen one yet. Hang on a moment. Thank you to Dean Dewan and Fred Witherow for your support.
Allahu Akbar. Madam.
Sorry. Oh, sorry. Weird. Sorry. You weren't supposed to hear the sound. That was a little video I was playing, but I thought it was muted. Is this video? Let me see. Let me look at this video here. Give me one moment. Give me one moment. All right, I'm gonna show you this video. I bought a video to show you guys. Okay, I bought a video to show you. Once in a while I do this. I bought a video to show you. This is via, well, I got it via Reuters. So, but this is a video taken in Qatar, of the Qatar sky when these missiles were coming in, okay? I'm going to show you the video right now. Showing it to you right now. Well, as soon as I have it here. Let's see. Is this it? Where did it go? I have a video.
Allahu Akbar.
Here we go. Let's watch the video. This was earlier in Qatar. This is not live. This is earlier in Qatar. I should put that on the screen because people will think it's live. Earlier in Qatar. Here we go. Let's watch the video.
Madam.
This is the sky over Doha.
La ilaha illallah. La ilaha illallah. Southwest, coming from the direction of Udeid. Windows are shaking. La ilaha illallah. La ilaha illallah. Probably Patriot.
Allahu Akbar. Madam.
La ilaha illallah. La ilaha illallah. Southwest, coming from the direction of Udeid. Windows are shaking. La ilaha illallah.
We'll watch that first one more
La
time.
ilaha illallah. Probably Patriot.
Allahu Akbar. Madam.
La ilaha illallah. La ilaha illallah. Southwest, coming from the direction of Udeid. Windows are shaking. La ilaha illallah. La ilaha illallah. Probably Patriot.
All right, so that was a couple videos from Doha there. And earlier, hang on a moment here. Let's go back now to the live shot from Doha, Qatar. Give me a moment here. Let's see here. Do we have any statement from the U.S. government? I still have not seen one. If you're just joining us, Iran fired several missiles at a U.S. military base in Qatar, the Al Udeid base. Reportedly, no missiles hit the base. There are no injuries. Fox News said there were 6 missiles and they were all shot down by the U.S. Qatar said that they intercepted all the missiles. Multiple outlets say that the U.S. and Qatar were told in advance that this was coming by Iran. And we are waiting just to hear something from President Trump and the Trump administration. And we haven't yet. Lots of experts who I have read feel that this is quite de-escalatory, that it has the sign of something that they did just to look like they did something without it. Obviously, if you're telling who you're launching the missiles at well in advance that you're doing it, that seems like a de-escalation. Also, Iran themselves in their state media claimed that they had destroyed the base, which there is no evidence that that happened. Oil prices are down. When I last checked recently, they were down over 7% after this. About 7% right now. Oil prices down. Maybe we can do a poll while we wait for the Trump administration to give a response. Will President Trump speak, by the way? I don't know. But our poll is going to be, will the U.S. militarily respond to this? Will the U.S. militarily respond? Or is that going to be it? Yes or no? I'm starting the poll right now. I'm gonna do what I should put up on the screen is I should have the video playing. Maybe I'll have the video playing instead of this. This is just the same. Hold on a second here. I can't do 2 things at once. Let me just put the poll up. Then I'll show you what you guys said in the poll. All right, here's what you guys said in the poll. Hang on a moment here. Thanks to anonymous crypto giver. Thank you. Who supported the channel. I appreciate that. Okay. Here is the poll results that I said, will the U.S. respond militarily to this? Over on YouTube, the current vote is 56% no, 44% yes. On Facebook, it is the exact same thing. 56%. Oh, now it's 50-50 on Facebook. It is 50-50 on Facebook currently. On Twitch, it is. Let's see here. On Twitch, it is. Look at this. Look at this. 69% no on Twitch, 31% yes. Thanks, by the way, to, oops, sorry, I don't want to do that. I messed it up. Here we go. Here we go. Thank you to Patricia Banks. Sandy, thank you, Patricia. Sandy Cartwright, thanks for your support. Shrimp Wagon, David Tate, Hellwolf, Longboard Ninja Master, Bees RN, Susan Bailey, Moccasins 1492, Z-Pack, thank you. Thanks for your support. Also, Irish Sweetness, that's very kind of you. Irish Sweetness, thank you, from Canada. Also, Craig Dubs. Thank you. Also, TMS. TMS thinks this was coordinated to save face for Iran. If it was not coordinated, the oil price would have risen, says TMS. Thanks, TMS. Oops, now I messed everything up. Anyways, let me end the poll here. So the poll ended on YouTube. 54% said no response. 46% said the U.S. will militarily respond to this. And on Twitch it was, on Twitch it was 66% said no, 34% said yes. On Facebook, it was 50-50. Let me just show you again. Why not? Why don't we look at this again? Let's look one more time at the videos taken from Doha, Qatar, when the skies lit up. This was earlier in Qatar.
Allahu Akbar. Madam.
Oh, you can't see it. You can't see it. You'll be able to see it in a second. Why is this? Oops. Here we go. Earlier in Doha, Qatar. Let's do this again. Here we go. Here it is. Here are the videos. Here we go. Oops. Just for the fun of it, I will make this bigger so you can see more. So you can see more. Here we go.
Allahu Akbar. Madam.
لا إله إلا الله ilaha illallah. Southwest, coming from the direction of Udeid. Windows are shaking. La ilaha illallah. La ilaha illallah. Probably Patriot.
Allahu Akbar. تعال يا مدام.
La ilaha illallah. La ilaha illallah. Southwest, coming from the direction of Udeid. Windows are shaking. La ilaha illallah. La ilaha illallah. Probably Patriot.
Allahu Akbar. تعال يا
I'm just going to
مدام.
play this first one more time. Sounds like we're hearing some booms on that video.
La ilaha.
There you go. That was the scene. That was the scene in Doha. Do we have a statement yet from the Trump administration? No, none of the missiles hit the base. No, still nothing. Nothing from President Trump on Truth Social. I'm like not even seeing any updates about this anymore. It's so strange. Thank you for your support, by the way. Darren McGregor. Thank you so much, Darren McGregor. Cool something. What does it say? Our viewer Cool Connorn Flandmore says they are still meeting. Maybe they are meeting still. The Trump cabinet or national security team or whatever. Our viewer Cave thinks this was a performative reply rather than a genuine escalation. Designed to be seen, not hit. That's what our viewer says. I mean, that's the general take on it, I would say. Nicola sent me a report from Andrew Layden, who claims that he saw General Kane leaving the West Wing like 20 minutes ago. I don't know if that means the meeting is over or not. Maybe he needs to go somewhere. Oh, I have another video. I have another video I can show you. Another video right now from Qatar, from Reuters. I have another one right now. We're going to look at it right now. Get ready. It's from this article. Iran fires missiles at U.S. Air Base in Qatar. Doha says attack intercepted, no casualties. So let's check this one out. Now, which one is it? Is it this one? One moment here. One moment. I need to get it on the screen for you. There it is. Earlier in Qatar. Is this from Doha? Let me just make sure. Let me make sure it's from Doha, or is it from somewhere else in Qatar? It says... I'm going to just put Qatar. Oh, Doha, Qatar. This is in Doha. Okay, here we go. Here we go, guys. Another video. I'm watching it for the first time with you via Reuters. Ooh. What's happening? Oh, there is stuff in the sky. Hey, it's stuff in the sky. Look at that. Is that missiles or interceptors? I don't know. That's something like falling down, maybe. Something intercepted? Is this from an is that from an interception? Is that something falling down there from an interception, maybe? I don't know. Debris from the missiles, maybe? One of our viewers said. Interesting. This thing right here, again, maybe it's something that's been intercepted. Didn't see an impact there, but don't know. Anyways, that's a new video. See if Reuters has updated their story at all. Reuters says, again, Iran's military said it carried out a missile attack on the Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar. The Iranian military, well, Iran claimed it destroyed the base. There was a statement from the Iranian government. I saw that before. We read that before. But U.S. officials said no personnel were killed or injured on the, no U.S. personnel were killed or injured on the attack on the airbase, the largest U.S. military installation in the Middle East. I actually kind of feel weird on calling it an attack. I mean, I guess it's an attack, but if they, reportedly, they told them in advance. So it seems like, to me, the word attack means that you have genuine intention of causing harm and damage. I don't know that there was it doesn't feel to me like there was genuine intention of that. Reuters says Iran, which had been warned by Washington to not retaliate or face massive U.S. military action, had informed the U.S. via 2 diplomatic channels hours ahead of the attack, as well as informing Qatari authorities, a senior regional source told Reuters. Iran had issued threats to retaliate against the U.S. after U.S. bombers dropped 30,000-pound bunker busters on Iranian underground nuclear facilities over the weekend. A source familiar had told Reuters that Qatar, which is just across the Persian Gulf from Iran, had shut its air base after receiving the advance warning from Iran. That's another reason to give Qatar an advance warning, so they can shut their airspace so you don't have any issues with missiles hitting planes. The U.S. Ain al-Assad Air Base in Iraq activated its air defense system out of concern for a potential attack. Military sources said, I haven't seen anything lately suggesting that has been attacked. The main U.S. military base in Iraq's western neighbor Syria was also on full alert for possible attack by Iran or Iran-aligned militia groups, a Syrian security source said. Bahrain had shut its airspace at a certain point in time. I don't know if it's still shut after the Iranian strike again. Iranian missiles were fired at the Qatar base. Island Pat thinks it's all over now. That's what our viewer Island Pat thinks. See if I have any other updates for you guys. In case you missed it before, Fox News reports that all 6 missiles, they say there were 6 missiles, were shot down by U.S. defense, U.S. military, U.S. missile defense, by U.S. forces. Still nothing on President Trump's Truth Social about it. Oh, sorry. It's not earlier in Qatar. It is live. That shot is live in Doha. I forgot to take off the earlier in Qatar label up there. Sorry about that. Thank you so much to Elmer Arena. Thank you, Elmer Arena. And David Tate and Ed Weeby. Find video of the bunker busters going in. Maybe the U.S. government will release that at some point. Thanks, Battle of the Plays, who thinks America will not strike back or retaliate. I hope Iran got the message. Thank you, Brax. Brack says media outlets describing a missile attack as de-escalatory are just preparing to blast outrage at the response this administration promised to give. Thanks, Susanna Branch, by the way. Philip King of Belgium. Kiara SH, thank you. Kiara SH from Sweden. A Battle of the Plays. FFC TV, thank you. Dennis Kennedy, thank you. Achongo, who thinks Israel will prevail, thank you. Iron Butterfly, thank you. Jenilyn Dixon. Console Fix, thanks for the gift memberships. PZ Papa Zulu, thank you. I would love to give you a statement from the Trump administration. As soon as I have one, you can be sure I will pass it along. Oh, hold on. There is a foreign, there's supposed to be a Qatar foreign ministry briefing soon. I will throw that up there if I see it when it happens. Again, there is supposed to be a Qatar foreign ministry briefing. I should download the first 10 minutes of this skyline video to see if there's anything on it. I don't think there is. I don't think this camera caught any of the sky stuff earlier. But I may be wrong. Oh, I guess there's a Khamenei post. Hold on. Supreme Leader post? Let me check. Yes. New posts from the Supreme Leader of Iran. He says, can I put this up here? There's his account, and it says, "We didn't harm anyone, and we will not accept any harassment from anyone under any circumstances, and we will not submit to anyone's harassment. This is the logic of the Iranian nation." I don't know that this is about this, when he says we didn't harm anyone, he could just mean like you had something Iranian, I know the Iranian officials, or the Iranian officials have said, we got attacked for no reason. So I don't know that that's about today. Then there's a picture of an American flag on fire in the in his post. Our viewer James Gorman thinks it's about today. That's on the Persian account. Khamenei Persian. Oopsie. Well, let me just check this video here. Checking the beginning of the... Hold on, stop. Hold on. I need to turn off the volume. I don't want sound on it. I'm turning off the sound because I don't need sound on that. I'm looking at the start of the Qatar video, and I am not seeing this camera, and I'm not seeing anything in the sky. So I think at that point it was already, what was done was done. I still am not seeing any updates on this. When will we hear from the Trump administration? Hang on a second here. Excuse me. The New York Times says that, or other reports say this too, that satellite imagery shows that the air base, the Al Udeid Air Base, was emptied of aircraft before today. In the previous week or so, dozens of aircraft had been removed, evacuated from that base, apparently. I mean, who knows? Maybe the U.S. had a really early heads up, or maybe the U.S. did it to kind of signal to Iran, hey, if you want to respond, this is the place to do it. Oh, also, the New York Times is saying that Pentagon officials told them that U.S. forces operating anti-missile batteries shot down the Iranian missiles. So both the New York Times and the Fox News are saying that the U.S. shot down the missiles. AP reports, let me show you this. Stocks rise and oil tumbles as Wall Street hopes for a limited retaliation after U.S. strikes on Iran. Well, this report seems to miss the big headline. Oh, no. It says the losses in oil accelerated sharply on Monday after Iran announced a missile attack on this U.S. air base in Qatar. This seems This is just I love Associated Press. They do a lot of good stuff. To me, because the headline says that the lead says the price of oil is tumbling on growing hopes that Iran will not disrupt the global flow of crude. To me, the headline is they did this attack. It looks like a de-escalatory attack. So investors are probably thinking, okay, nothing further will happen and this is going to settle down. Yeah, so I have a bit of an issue with this article. I feel like I am not an expert on financial markets, but I just feel like it's kind of not really clearly saying what I think the obvious. Maybe I'm wrong. But I usually really like most of what they do. Let's see here. Okay, by the way, they say the U.S. military has, or as early this month, has about 40,000 members in the Middle East, many of them on ships at sea. No casualties from Iran's attack on the base. I am still waiting to get some statement from the federal government about this missile launch at this U.S. base in Qatar. I have not seen any statement on it yet. NBC News says there's no indication that any other bases were targeted. Reuters is reporting that Bahrain and Kuwait have both reopened their airspace. So it sounds like Bahrain and Kuwait are not expecting an attack anytime soon on bases there, or they wouldn't open their airspace. There are no missile alerts. People asking about Israel, there are no current missile alerts in Israel. If there is, I will let you know, and we will show a camera. But there is no current missile alert situation in Israel. Also, I would think, well, I don't know if there's still going to be missile alerts. I mean, this looks to be a de-escalation. Is Iran going to keep launching missiles after this? Israel has been conducting a lot of airstrikes today on Iran, including in Tehran, a lot in Tehran. But maybe things will settle down after this. I don't know yet. Maybe we haven't heard from the U.S. government because the U.S. is talking to Iran, and the U.S. wants to announce like some sort of ceasefire between the U.S. and Iran or something, some agreement. I don't know though. It seems like it's a little while now. I mean, these missiles were fired. These missiles were fired about 3 hours ago. And we've known for a while now that they got shot down and nothing hit the base. Those reports have been coming out. So if that's true, it seems like it's a long time to hear nothing. Ron, our viewer, thinks they will settle down and storm is over. We'll have to see. Brandy Johnson thinks the U.S. is going to retaliate. That's why nothing is being said. They never announced before. Thanks, Fat Panda, over there on Twitch. Lou Viz says, maybe they're waiting for markets to close. Hey, the stock market closes in 15 minutes. Lou Viz says, maybe the U.S. is waiting for the market to close. Thank you for watching over there on Twitch. Introvertiert Mitters. This is a video that was posted by Flight Radar 24 of the airspace in the Persian Gulf area clearing. Let me show you this. They posted it, Flight Radar 24. They of flightradar24.com, the excellent flight tracker. Here it is. Hold on. Let me pull it up here. I'll play it. Oops. Flight Radar 24. Here it is. Watch. So look at the Persian Gulf here. Watch the planes in the Persian Gulf. See how it clears out there? Play it again. Again, it's from flightradar24.com. You can see the Persian Gulf planes going across the Gulf, and it clears out. Reuters reports that the U.S. Embassy in Qatar has lifted its shelter-in-place order, and embassy will open on Tuesday. Again, U.S. Embassy in Qatar lifts shelter-in-place order, and embassy will open on Tuesday. Hey, you know what I just remembered? Guys, you know what I just remembered? You know what I just remembered? Hold on a second here. Hang on. You want to know about advance notice? You want to know about advance notice? Remember this 8 hours ago when the State Department said, Qatar, out of an abundance of caution, we recommend American citizens in Qatar shelter in place until further notice? That was 8 hours ago. That was about 5 hours before the missile attacks. That was 5 hours before the missile attacks. And we were watching it and saying, why is the U.S. Embassy in Qatar telling people to shelter in place and not saying why? Telling all Americans in Qatar to shelter in place and not saying why. That was 8 hours ago, 5 hours before the missile attack. So I wonder if even my point is, I think there's a decent chance that 5 hours before the attack, the U.S. knew. Anyways. Hey, I have this. We have a Sweden update. Hey, speaking of the U.S. State Department, we have a Sweden update. Swedish media reports that Iran may be pressuring local criminal gangs, including the Foxtrot network, to carry out attacks in Sweden against U.S. and Israeli interests. U.S. citizens in Sweden are advised to exercise increased caution and maintain awareness of their surroundings, particularly near the U.S. Embassy. Anyways. If you missed it, about 3 hours ago, Iran fired some missiles at a U.S. base in Qatar, the Al Udeid base, I believe it was, if I'm remembering correctly. Yes, Al Udeid base. No reports of damage. Reportedly, no missiles hit. Reportedly, all of the missiles were shot down. Multiple reports say the U.S. shot down the missiles. Multiple reports say the U.S. and Qatar were informed in advance that this was going to happen by Iran. And this is widely being seen as a de-escalatory way for Iran to do something in response to the U.S. Strikes on Iranian nuclear facilities. There's been a lot of strikes in Iran today. Manny Fabian of Times of Israel reports that the Israeli Air Force has carried out 5 major waves of strikes in Iran today. Some 200 munitions were dropped in the strikes. Still no statement from President Trump or the Trump administration about these missiles being fired at the U.S. base. Thank you, Cyrene74. Thank you. Thank you also, Christos Pavelatos. Thank you, PZ Papazulu. PZ Papazulu says, stock market in the green and oil prices are down. Panikins yesterday were saying the sky is falling as usual. I like winning all the time. That's our viewer, PZ Papazulu. Currently, I am looking right now, and Dow Jones is up about 1%, S&P up about 1%, NASDAQ up about 1%. Did I thank Christos Pavlatos? Thank you. James Gorman, thank you. Sammy, thank you. Patrick Tuttle, thank you. Elmer Arana. Patrick thinks maybe Iran is trying to provoke a massive U.S. attack to justify Russia, China, etc. to enter the campaign. The thing is, I would think if they're trying to there's a lot more they could have done if they wanted to be provocative, I would say. If indeed they told the U.S. in advance, that would not be provocative. But thank you so much, Patrick Tuttle. Maybe there's more we don't know. Maybe they'll do something else. Thank you, Elmer Arena, as well. Also, thank you, Chup Rado on Twitch. Hey, shout out to our moderators, too. You guys are awesome. The moderators are awesome. Thank you so much, Ruth Krafasi. Oh, hold on. Breaking news. Post on Truth Social. Breaking news. Post on Truth Social. Alert. Trump post on Truth Social. I'd like to thank the highly respected Emir of Qatar for all he has done in seeking peace for the region. Regarding the attack today at the American base in Qatar, I am pleased to report that, in addition to no Americans being killed or wounded, and very importantly, there have been no Qataris killed or wounded. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Breaking news. President Trump posted about it. Look, he posted about it. There it is. I'd like to thank the highly respected Emir of Qatar for all that he has done in seeking peace for the region. Regarding the attack today at the American base in Qatar, I am pleased to report that in addition to no Americans being killed or wounded, very importantly, there have also been no Qataris killed or wounded. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Oh, did he post again? No, that's what here it is. There's another one. I missed this one. Iran has officially responded to our obliteration of their nuclear facilities with a very weak response, which we expected and have very effectively countered. There have been 14 missiles fired, 13 were knocked down, and 1 was set free because it was headed in a non-threatening direction. I am pleased to report that no Americans were harmed and hardly any damage was done. Most importantly, they have gotten it all out of their system, and there will hopefully be no further hate. I want to thank Iran for giving us early notice, which made it possible for no lives to be lost. Oh my gosh! And nobody to be injured. Perhaps Iran can now proceed to peace and harmony in the region. I will enthusiastically encourage Israel to do the same. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Wow, guys. Thank you for your attention to this matter. So, he says they got early warning. Also, 14 missiles fired would mean Iran had said earlier, a few hours ago, Iran had said that they fired the same number of missiles as the number of bunker buster bombs. So that's 14. Let's read this again. What are oil prices doing now? Oh, hold on a second. I messed up. What are oil prices doing now? Well, they're still at they're like minus 6 point, roughly almost 7% down. I was wondering if this post will make them go down further. Let's read this again. Iran has officially responded to our obliteration of their nuclear facilities with a very weak response, which we expected and have very effectively countered. There have been 14 missiles fired, 13 were knocked down, and 1 was set free because it was headed in a non-threatening direction. I am pleased to report that no Americans were harmed and hardly any damage, he says some damage, hardly any damage was done. Most importantly, they have gotten it all out of their system, and which suggests that the U.S. is talking to them about this. And there will hopefully be no further hate. I want to thank Iran for giving us early notice, which made it possible for no lives to be lost. He confirms early notice and nobody to be injured. Perhaps Iran can now proceed to peace and harmony in the region, and I will enthusiastically encourage Israel to do the same. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Wow. Wow, guys. Wow. There you go. I didn't know that we'd be getting confirmation from President Trump himself that they told him in advance. They told the U.S. in advance. What do you think, guys? What do you think? Charlie Collins said he said the quiet part out loud. One of our viewers said, Minasan Konnichiwa says, so is the Nobel Prize incoming? Rose Blake says, can we trust Iran? PDX Jeff says, beautifully written by our president. Tom Mix says, this war is so blanking weird. Smack of Fats thinks Netanyahu will not be happy about this. Maybe he knows all. Maybe he knew about it in advance. Maybe this is all going to, maybe everything is going to die down in the next day or two. Maybe everybody's in on it, and the idea is that this was going to end it. I don't know. I don't know. I can't guarantee you that. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Guys. President Trump confirms that the Iran told the U.S. in advance. Hey, thanks to Juan de los Santos for the Facebook stars. Juan says Trump has something up his sleeves. Thanks also to Zeph Barron. Hey, thanks, Zeph. That's very kind of you. Michael Simon, our viewer, says, peace through strength. Trump is the best world leader and everyone knows it. Kim Feely says, hopefully it stays in the right direction. Carrie Ann says, checkmate. Stephen Anabij, our viewer, says, Iran has to be careful. Jody Skosilas Summers says, this may be the best outcome. Iran nuclear damages while no additional escalation. You're saying damage to their nuclear facilities. Jesse Phelps thinks it's not over. John Lawler thinks he's rubbing it in their faces. Wolfgang86 says, W. Trump. Dr. Starchberry thinks Israel is not liking this. They want more justification to bomb their neighbors. Grant74P thinks won't end while the Ayatollah is still hanging on to power. Will Roar thinks Trump is shifting the context. Now, if Israel attacks, they will be the aggressors. He's resetting the board. Will Roar makes an interesting comment. The idea that now that President Trump has said, I hope Israel will do the same. Now, I wouldn't assume that Israel didn't know this was coming, by the way. But he is saying, like, now if Israel launches more strikes on Iran, arguably you can say, well, they're going against President Trump. But I have a hard time believing that President Trump would put this out about Israel without talking to them first. I don't know for sure. Thank you to Bird Beast for your support. Thank you to Stephen Vey for your support. Ben Vienings, thank you. Sasha, thank you. Turned Off, who says ceasefire soonish. Grip Van Winkle from Denmark, thank you. OU Mike. By the way, shout out to the chat. When Trump posted in Truth Social, the chat told me right away. They were right on it. So I got right over there. Thanks, chat. Q Revere, thank you. PD1, thank you. Cyrene74, thank you. Christos Pavlatos, thank you. Well, this certainly looks like a de-escalatory day. Hold on. Did he post again? Hold on. Wait. What am I doing here? Breaking news! Congratulations, world. It's time for peace. He says, congratulations, world. It's time for peace. Oh my gosh. Breaking news. Look at what President Trump posted 5 minutes ago. Congratulations, world. It's time for peace. It's time for peace. Congratulations, world. Wow. There is his post. He just said, congratulations, world, it's time for peace. The press secretary posted peace through strength. White House press secretary Carolyn Leavitt posted, look, I'll show you. She says, peace through strength. That's what she posted. One of our viewers said it's time for pizza. It's Donald Trump's Truth Social. Congratulations, world. It's time for peace. There are his last 3 posts. Can I get them all on the screen at once? Maybe, maybe not. I was trying to fit them all on the screen at once. Wow. Big Truth Social posting. Outburst. Not outburst. Wave from President Trump. Mr. wrote to me and said, firing missiles is not de-escalation. Well, I mean, he just posted that it's time for peace and that they told him in advance. So certainly seems like de-escalation to me. Certainly seems like it was de-escalatory. Quake Master says, I don't feel like this is done by a long shot. Well, I mean, there's the near term and the long term. You might think that things are going to die down for now without thinking that the Middle East will never see another firing of a weapon. But who knows what will happen? You know, there's the immediate stuff going on, the airstrikes by Israel and the missile fire by Iran. There's that. So that's the immediate stuff. But then, even if that ends, I mean, the issues between the countries don't magically disappear. And things have greatly changed in Iran with these strikes. So, I mean, I don't know what will happen. But that's an important question. But that's more of intermediate term. I think that the near term is the daily missile firings and airstrikes. Some viewers are saying it reminds them of mission accomplished. Anyways, he did say, oops, here it is. Congratulations, world, it's time for peace. Oh, did he post again? Hold on. I do not see any posts after this one. Maybe somebody thought I didn't. Maybe somebody thought I hadn't seen the congratulations, world, it's time for peace. Oil is down over 8%. I believe it started going down more after Trump's posts. Oil is now down over 8%, according to the chart I am looking at today. Oh, hey guys, I just saw something. Factual News mentioned that Doha News, which is a news company in Qatar, reports that one missile launched from Iran landed inside the base, causing a minor fire with no casualties. That's interesting. Doha News, by the way, it's a news blog based in Qatar. So the news outlet Doha News is claiming, and thanks to Factual News for finding this, the news blog Doha News is claiming that one missile landed inside the air base and that causing a minor fire and no injuries are reported. And they're quoting, oh, I probably missed this. Oh, I have it. I'm sorry. The Qatari foreign minister is speaking now. Is this in English or not?
كلنا فخورين فيها والحمد لله.
Hold on.
تفضل.
Hold on.
محمد القاضي من الجزيرة. هل أدرك العالم سؤالي هل حدث التواصل بينكم وهل تتجه الجانب الأمريكي نحو مزيد من التصعيد أم أنه فرص العودة إلى الحوار الأمريكية؟
طبعا على المستوى السياسي التواصل قائم مع جميع الدول الشقيقة والصديقة، ليس فقط حيال التداعيات في المنطقة ولكن بشكل عام، ولكن التواصل مع الجانب الأمريكي بلا شك هو مهم جدا في إطار وجود القوات الأمريكية في هذه القاعدة، والتنسيق أيضا مستمر مع سفارة واشنطن هنا في الدوحة، ولكن أيضا مع الجانب الأمريكي بشكل مباشر. وكما تعلمون أن جهود دولة قطر في الوساطة تعني أن هناك اتصال مباشر شبه يومي على أعلى المستويات مع الأمير، مع رئيس مجلس الوزراء وبقية المسؤولين القطريين مع نظرائهم في الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية.
So this is a press conference with the Foreign Ministry and Defense Ministry, okay? And I cannot understand what they're saying. The outlet Doha News says that it was said in the press conference that one of the missiles landed inside the air base and no casualties were reported.
ما كانت تعمل عليه ولا زالت تعمل عليه وستبقى تعمل عليه قطر هو
And there were the shrapnel caused minor fires which were quickly contained and no injuries were reported.
المسألة يعني احنا لأول مرة نجد أن يصل التصعيد إلى هذا المستوى في المنطقة، ونؤكد مرة أخرى أن هذا التصعيد بدأ بممارسات غير مسؤولة من الجانب الإسرائيلي في المنطقة، سواء في لبنان أو في سوريا أو في اليمن أو في إيران، أو أصالة الجرائم التي ترتكب في قطاع غزة والضفة الغربية. فلذلك إذا أردنا أن نضع حدا للتصعيد،
I was wondering if there was going to be some English in this, but it's supposed to be some English, so I'm waiting to see if they speak in English at all.
إلى خفض التصعيد بشكل مباشر. كل أزمات المنطقة وكل أزمات العالم لا تحل إلا على طاولة المفاوضات، وقطر تحمل معها هذه الطاولة أينما ذهبت، وبالتالي نحن ممتنون بشكل كبير جدا لمن يتعاون معنا في هذه الجهود من الدول الصديقة الشقيقة والصديقة. وهناك كما تعلمون إجماع إقليمي بضرورة العمل نحو حل الأزمات بالسبل السلمية، ولذلك نرى أن دول المنطقة اليوم هي رأس الحربة فيما يتعلق بالوساطات الدولية، ليس فقط في منطقتنا هنا بل وصولا إلى الأماكن الأخرى في العالم. فبلا شك أن نحن اليوم ندعو إلى أن تكون هذه نهاية لحالة التصعيد، وهذا إثبات على ما يمكن أن تصل إليه حالات التصعيد في المنطقة من خطورة. ولكن الجاهزية كما أكد الزملاء، الجاهزية دائما طبعا هي لجميع السيناريوهات. سؤال آخر.
مرحبا دكتور، يعني استكمالا لما تفضلت فيه آخر محمد حجي رئيس تحرير الوطن، يعني تقارير إعلامية مؤخرا تتحدث عن أنه هذا الهجوم الإيراني سيؤثر على العلاقات الخليجية الإيرانية. كيف تنظر إلى هذا الموضوع، إضافة إلى أن أيضا يعني هل هناك قامت دولة قطر بإجراءات قانونية دبلوماسية حيال يعني هذا الهجوم من ناحية التوثيق، من ناحية تحديده أمام العالم يعني إدانة هذا الهجوم؟ النقطة الأخيرة وما يتعلق بالأجواء، هل يعني سيتم الإعلان قريبا افتتاح الأجواء في دولة قطر؟
نعم، بالنسبة للنقطة الأخيرة نعم سيتم الإعلان عن ذلك قريبا إن شاء الله من الجهات المعنية.
No English so far. I was thinking, again, I was thought that they were going to say some in English. Maybe they'll say some in the end in English. This is the press conference from the Foreign Ministry and Defense Ministry of Qatar.
بهذا الأمر نحن أكيد لن نقبل مثل هذا الاعتداء على أمن دولة قطر الوطني وسلامة أراضيها، ولا شك أن لدينا الكثير من السبل سواء كانت القانونية أو غيرها للتعامل مع هذا الأمر. وهو كما قلنا يعني مثل ما قلت لك سنلتقي كثيرا خلال الأيام القادمة لنوافيكم بتفاصيل هذا الأمر. بالنسبة للعلاقات الخليجية الإيرانية.
Alright, I'll keep this on low.
نحن كنا مؤمنين منذ اليوم الأول ولا زلنا مؤمنين بضرورة العمل بمبدأ حسن الجوار. مبدأ حسن الجوار هو ما اتسمت به علاقتنا مع الجانب الإيراني منذ اليوم الأول، لذلك نحن نستغرب حقيقة ونرى أن هذا الهجوم مفاجئ بشكل كبير جدا في ظل أن قطر عملت بهذا المبدأ منذ اليوم الأول، في ظل أن قطر كانت أحد أهم الدول التي خاضت جهود الوساطة بين.
And just to repeat, according to Doha News, it was said in this earlier that one of the missiles landed inside the base. There were no casualties, and also that missile shrapnel, I don't know from which missile or missiles, caused minor fires which were quickly extinguished and there were no injuries.
هذا الهجوم الآن وما بعده هي متروكة لصناع القرار اليوم الذين يدرسون هذه المسألة على مستوى وطني.
يعني أنا لاحظت من خلال إجاباتك دكتور أنك أكدت على موقف دولة قطر بأنها ستستمر في دور الوسيط. بالرغم من هذا الهجوم، يعني من أين أتيتم في قطر بهذه العزيمة بهذا الإصرار؟ يعني بعد ما حدث اليوم أعتقد أنه يمكن البعض يرى بأنه لماذا لا نتوقف عن هذا الدور، ولكن أنت اليوم أكدت بشكل واضح وصريح بأن احنا مستمرين سنقوم بهذا الدور لأن هناك إيمان تام بهذا الدور. من أين أتى هذا الإصرار دكتور؟
يعني في أحد مقابلاته معالي رئيس مجلس الوزراء
Okay, I think I might go away for this for now because I'm not seeing any sign that they're going to be speaking in English. Although it's possible they might do it at the end. But you know, I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing the signs of it right now. Give me 1 second here. If you didn't see it, here are the posts from President Trump on True Social about what happened today. He said, Iran has officially responded to our obliteration of their nuclear facilities with a very weak response, which we expected and have effectively countered. There have been 14 missiles fired, 13 were knocked down, and 1 was set free because it was headed in a non-threatening direction. I am pleased to report that no Americans were harmed and hardly any damage was done. Most importantly, they've gotten it all out of their system, and there will hopefully be no further hate. I want to thank Iran for giving us early notice, which made it possible for no lives to be lost and nobody to be injured. Perhaps Iran can now proceed to peace and harmony in the region, and I will enthusiastically encourage Israel to do the same. Thank you for your attention to this matter. And he said also, I'd like to thank the highly respected Emir of Qatar for all that he has done in seeking peace for the region. Regarding the attack today at the American base in Qatar, I am pleased to report that in addition to no Americans being killed or wounded, very importantly, there have also been no Qataris killed or wounded. Thank you for your attention to this matter. And he also said, congratulations, world, it's time for peace. Our viewer, Brian Rogers, thinks whole thing seems weird. SFDX Brian thinks that Israel and Iran just started. Let me see if I have any other updates. Is this in English yet or not? Hold on. Let's see. No, it is not in English. The press conference from Qatar is still not in English. Let's see here. Thank you too, by the way. Kate89 for your support. OU Mike, thank you. Stinky Pinky for the gift membership. So kind of you, Stinky Pinky, thank you. Matt, thank you. Dana McWhite. Saturn Ziaz, who says he warned Iran not to retaliate. This makes no sense. Thanks, Mimo. Thanks, Read the Freaking Comics. Thanks, TMS, who thinks that DJT offered BB a way out with his attack. Thanks to Flexburger. Hold on.
مشاهدينا الكرام كنا نتابع المؤتمر الصحفي حول الهجوم الإيراني على قاعدة.
That was the end. The press conference is over now. Flexburger says absolutely textbook play by DJT. This guy is good. God bless our president. Peace through strength. Thanks, Bird Beast. And hold on a moment here. All right. I think, let me just check and see if I have any more updates here. Give me a moment. Breaking news. Breaking news. I have a breaking news update for you. Reporter Barak Ravid reports that a White House official told me that Trump's goal is now to end the war, and he is going to make it clear to Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, we want a deal and don't want any more war, the official said. Again, breaking news. Barak Ravid says a White House official told me that Trump's goal is now to end the war, and he is going to make it clear to Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, we want a deal and don't want any more war. Now, maybe, for all I know, Israel, that's fine with Israel. I have no idea. So we'll have to see if the Israeli attacks and the Iranian missiles continue or not. Will they continue or not? I mean, I'm not talking about the long term. I'm talking about the short term. Will they continue in the short term? Living Word says 3.5 years of peace. Moose's Backyard, our viewer, thinks it's not going to stop even in the near term. Moose's Backyard thinks Israel has no intention to let Iran recover and Iran's deterrence has completely eroded. Well, we'll have to see. We'll have to see. Moose's Backyard, our viewer, thinks Netanyahu wants to complete his plan of reshaping the Middle East and sees this as a historical opportunity to do so. By the way, certainly this would seem to suggest that the U.S. would not support going after the supreme leader at this point. That's what this would seem to suggest. All right, here's what I have to do. We're going to keep the stream going, but we were up late last night. I did not sleep very much because we were up this morning covering this early morning. We did early morning coverage. And man, you know what? I don't even know. I think I accidentally woke up at the right time. You know that? It's very weird how this is not a joke. I woke up just after sleeping for a couple hours on my own. And I picked up my phone and I saw that Barack Ravid had reported that a response was coming soon. So I rushed to get on the air. So I was fortunate that I woke up at the right time. But I didn't even have time to eat anything. So I'm not going to have a full meal right now. I got to have a little snack. I got to have a snack. So I probably need about 10 minutes. And then I'll come back and do some more coverage. But I don't think I'm going to do the full meal yet, but I got to eat something. I've had nothing. So Steve is having a snack. He'll be back in a few minutes is what I'm going to put on the screen. Okay. If I hear about some missile alert or something, I will certainly rush back in. But for now, allow me to do that, and I'll come right back, okay? So give me a few minutes. Let me do that. I'm coming right back. By the way, thanks to Midnight for your support, who says, can't see Hamas, Hezbollah, and Houthis wanting peace. Now, maybe Trump is more talking about, Israel, this current situation with Israel and Iran. I don't know. Thanks, Scott N. Thanks, Midnight. Thanks, Dennis Kennedy. Alina Bogdan. Lee Elmore, thank you. Kate Chin and you, Mike. Okay, so I'm going to go grab a snack right now. That's what I'm going to do. Let me just do this real quick. I would prefer to put this... Maybe I'll do it this way. This is not doing what I wanted to do. I'll leave this down here. Okay. All right, I'll be back in a few minutes. I gotta take my earbuds out, but I'll be back. Hold on. We might pause for a sec because I took my earbuds out for the moment. One moment here. Okay. Okay, give me a couple minutes. I am coming back after my snack, and we'll continue our coverage in a few minutes after my snack. I just saw there's a new evacuation order. In Israeli military issued a new evacuation order. Give me one moment here. I just saw this right now. Hold on. Give me a moment. New evacuation order in Tehran. I just saw it. So I guess it's not peace yet. Hang on. Hang on. Let me show you. I need a moment here. Hold on. Here is the evacuation order right here. Hey guys, give me 1 minute. I just need 1 minute and then I'll be back. I was just finishing up eating. So give me 1 minute, but this is a new evacuation order for Tehran. This is when they're going to attack some target. I mean, I don't know which target. This has happened several times, that when they've attacked targets, they'll tell people to get out of the area. Hold on. Give me 1 minute. I'm coming back in 1 minute, okay? 1 minute, I will be back. Okay, thanks for your patience. So just minutes after President Trump said he was hoping for peace now and encouraging Netanyahu to make peace, Israel comes out with an evacuation order for part of Tehran, telling people they need to leave. Give me one moment here. I'm going to put my earbuds on. Pretty striking, though. Okay, the evacuation order says, urgent warning to all people located in District 7 of Tehran based on the area marked in the map. There is the map. So you can see it's a fairly decent sized part of Tehran. You can see the different buildings here. That's the map right there. So again, it's in District 7 near Anglab Street and Shariati Street. But there's a number of buildings in there, right? So it's a fair-sized area. Yes, a highly populated area, it looks like. We'll look it up on Google Maps in a second, but you get the idea. And they said the Israeli army will continue to operate in this area as it has done in recent days throughout Iran to attack the Iranian regime's military infrastructure. For your safety and health, we ask that you immediately leave the designated area on the map and do not approach it for the next few hours. For the next few hours, your presence in this area puts your life at risk. So, no peace yet. No peace yet. Let's look this up where this is on the map. I'm going to change the headline. Well, I'll leave it like that. All right, hang on. This is Tel Aviv there. Give me a moment. Hold on. I need to fix something here. I'm leaving that like that for now. Leave it like this for now. Let me go to the map and see if I can show you where this is on a map. So this is Anglab. This is District 7. District 7 in Tehran. All right, there's District 7. And we want Anglab Street. There's Anglab Street. Okay, and then what was the other one? I don't even remember. Was it this one? I got to look it up again. Anglab and Shariati. I got it. Okay, Anglab and Shariati. Okay, so it's generally speaking this area right there, because it says Anglab and Shariati, so it's basically a block and a half up, or a block up and 2 blocks over, roughly speaking. These 3 cross streets here. So if we look on the map, it's right in here. It's right in here. Right in this area right here. There is a hostile there. I mean, I don't know what they're attacking here, but that's the neighborhood right here. It's in Tehran, and it's right in. It's this stuff. There's a restaurant here. There's a hostel. There's a museum. There's lots of buildings there, right? So, It looks like maybe a residential area, residential and businesses. It doesn't look like an industrial area. Populated place. Yeah, it doesn't look like an industrial area. It looks like just a residential and maybe business area. Yep. So, anyways, new evacuation warning there in that part of Tehran where Israel says it's going to be conducting military operations. And that evacuation warning came out at about roughly midnight. It's currently after midnight in Iran, about 12:28 a.m. in Iran right now. So this evacuation warning came out around midnight. And this comes after President Trump said, remember, really, and maybe this evacuation warning was planned in advance, but it's really striking that it's just a few minutes. It's just a few minutes after President Trump posted, I don't know, like half an hour after he posted or something. Regardless, it's not that long after President Trump posted. Why is this not working now? Now I'm having Truth Social issues. Here. President Trump posted that perhaps Iran can now proceed to peace and harmony in the region, and I will enthusiastically encourage Israel to do the same. Thank you for your attention to this matter. And he said, congratulations, world, it's time for peace. And less than an hour later, new evacuation order for part of Tehran by the Israeli military. So let's try to get you some updates here. Hang on a moment. You know what I need to do? I need to do something real quick here. Give me 2 seconds. Let me do something real quick. Give me one moment here. Hold on. Got to just do this really quick. Something is bothering me and I want to fix it. So I'm going to fix it now. I'm going to fix it right now. I think that's good. I think. Okay. Give me a moment. Let's do this. Get rid of this. Fine. Put this here. Fine. Put this down here. Fine. And I gotta do one more thing here. Okay, I think we're good. Hey, a quick thank you, by the way. Thank you so much to, Lee Page, Wicked Soul Recordings. Thank you. Jeremy, thank you. Jeremy says this is the same playbook they ran in Lebanon. Thank you, Stinky Pinky. Thank you, CIA Contact. Thank you, Midnight. Thank you also to Irish Sweetness for the memberships and Fred Flintstone for the memberships. That's so nice of you. Please make sure you thank Fred Flintstone and Irish Sweetness and anyone else who gives you a gift membership or a gift subscription. Thank you. Thanks also to Oxytropus over there on Twitch and Luddington for your support. Let's get you some more updates now. New evacuation order in Tehran, for part of Tehran. So I fully expect to hear about new airstrikes going on in Tehran. I'll also put on the screen here, I don't have a Tehran live cam, but I can put on another camera from Haifa. Let me get the Haifa camera up. What happened here? Haifa camera incoming. Haifa camera incoming. There it is. No, that's the wrong one. I'll fix it. I'll fix it. That is Haifa. That obviously it's not Modine. I'm going to fix that. Haifa, and we'll do this and this. So, since Israel has announced an evacuation order for part of Tehran, that means they're going to keep attacking. So, are we going to now see more missiles coming back from Iran towards Israel? It doesn't, so it doesn't look like it's stopping between Iran and Israel right now. That certainly does not appear to be the case. There was also an interesting article in the Washington Post that I saw that I wanted to mention to you. Wait, hold on a moment here. The Washington Post came out with an article today about how they say Israel sent these threatening warning calls to top Iranian military officials when their attack started on Iran. You could see it says Israeli warning call to top Iranian general, you have 12 hours to escape. And they say in the hours after Israel launched its first wave of strikes against Iran on June 13th, killing top military leaders and nuclear scientists, Israeli intelligence operatives launched a covert campaign to intimidate senior officials with the apparent aim of dividing and destabilizing Tehran's theocratic regime, according to 3 people familiar with the operation. And I think I can play you the call. I think I can. People working for Israel's security services who speak Persian, Iran's primary language, called senior Iranian officials on their cell phones and warned them that they too would die unless they ceased supporting the regime of Ayatollah Khamenei, Iran's supreme leader, according to 3 people who spoke on the condition of anonymity to discuss clandestine operations. One of them estimated that more than 20 Iranians in positions of power were contacted. Hold on a second here. Let me show you guys. I think I can show you this. Yes. Okay, this is from the Washington Post. Let me show you this. It's from that article. Okay? This is from the Washington Post. I'm going to put it up on the screen for you. It says, this is a recording of a call that took place between an Israeli intelligence operative and a senior Iranian general on June 13th. The voice of the Israeli intelligence operative had been digitally altered in the audio recording obtained by the Post. The Post prepared its own translation of the conversation and removed the voice of the Iranian general to avoid identifying him.
الو سردار سردار سلام علیکم سردار سلام علیکم
The beeping is too loud. Oh, hold on.
داری من از کشوری زنگ زنم که 2 ساعت پیش سلامی باقری و شمخانی رو فرستاد جهنم.
Right. Let me turn off the audio so I can just show you what it says here. All right, hold on. It says, hello, Commander. Hello? Salam alaikum. Senior Iranian General. Hello? The conversation continues. Salam alaikum. I'm calling from a country which 2 hours ago sent Salami, Bagheri, and Shamkhani to hell. Okay, so this is the conversation. And now for you. Now I'm suggesting you, Mr. Indistinct Voices. Then it says, did blank come on the line? Bring him on the line. Can you hear me now? And the general says, and you are, and he says, listen carefully. I'm calling from a country that I'll explain to you. Listen carefully. I'm calling from a country that 2 hours ago sent Bagheri, Salami, Shamkhani 1-to-1 to hell. The only advice I'm giving you right now, I can advise you now, you have 12 hours to escape with your wife and child. Otherwise, you're on our list right now. You, all of you, one by one, are on the list that I'm looking at, and you are our next targets. We will hit you, your family, your children, everyone with the dirt. I only called to tell you, look, as long as there's time. I'll give you a reprieve, like I said, 12 hours from this very minute that I spoke to you. You have time to escape. If not, you have no one to blame but yourself. We're closer to you than your own neck vein. Put this in your head. May God protect you. Well, you do. All right. So anyways, you get the idea. So again, the Washington Post is reporting that in the hours after Israel, hold on. In the hours after Israel launched its first wave of strikes against Iran on June 13th, killing top commanders, military commanders, and nuclear scientists, Israeli intelligence operatives launched a covert campaign to intimidate senior officials with the apparent aim of dividing and destabilizing Tehran's theocratic regime. People working for Israel's security services who speak Persian, Iran's primary language, called senior Iranian officials on their cell phones and warned them that they too would die unless they ceased supporting the regime of Khamenei, Iran's supreme leader, according to 3 people. One of them estimated that more than 20 Iranians in positions of power were contacted. The Washington Post obtained an audio recording and transcript of one such call. And the general was told he had 12 hours to make a video disassociating himself from the Iranian government. How should I send it to you? The general replies. I will send you a telegram ID, the Israeli operative says. It is unclear whether such a video was made or sent. The general is believed to be still alive and in Iran, but the primary goal of the operation was to deter and confuse the Tehran leadership, a second person said. And it says here, all right, anyways, you can read more about that. This was, they call it a covert the covert intimidation campaign against key Iranian figures who survived or were not targeted in the initial round of Israeli strikes involved several of Israel's security and military agencies and was aimed at striking fear into second and third tier figures, according to two people familiar with the operation. The goal was to make it harder for Khamenei, who controls Iran's national security policy, to fill the positions of those Israel killed. One of the people familiar with this operation said, the second-tier leadership that is supposed to inherit the positions and now fill the places of those who have been eliminated, they are terrified, and they are being reminded on a personal level of what happened to the successor of Nasrallah and the successors of Hezbollah commanders who were eliminated as well. And the official told the Washington Post that he claimed that Khamenei is facing serious difficulties to nominate successors for the positions of officials that were eliminated in the operation. Western security officials say they have not seen indications of defections among high-ranking members of Iran's military or the IRGC. The Israeli officials said some senior Iranian figures received a warning letter under their door. Some received a phone call directly, and others were contacted via their spouses. Anyways, now I can't confirm that report, but that's a report from the Washington Post. I would not be surprised if that happened. The Calm thinks it's all propaganda. By the way, thanks The Calm for your support. Thank you to Faustina. Thank you, Trade Talk Farsi, who mentions that that Khamenei tweeted again. He tweets. I mean, he tweets pretty like these patriotic messages pretty regularly. Yes, the Supreme Leader posted, those who know the Iranian people and their history know that the Iranian nation isn't a nation that surrenders. By the way, the Iranian government also said today that they destroyed the air base in Doha, which was just false. But there is his post at the bottom there, 12 minutes ago. Thank you, Trade Talk Farsi. I really appreciate it. Thanks, Amis M. Lee Page, Wicked Soul Recordings. Lee Elmore. Thank you. If you missed it, Iran has issued an evacuation warning for part of Tehran. It says, urgent warning to all people located in District 7 of Tehran, based in the area marked in red on the attached map. The Israeli army will continue to operate in this area as it has done in recent days throughout Iran to attack the Iranian regime's military infrastructure. Dear citizens, for your safety and health, we ask that you immediately leave the designated area on the map and do not approach it for the next few hours. Your presence in this area puts your life at risk. Thanks, by the way, to E. Dragon Anaya. Thank you. Beth Mythical, thanks for being a moderator and being there. I appreciate it. Shout out to over there on Twitch, our moderators, Big Ball of Yarn. Good luck, Duck. LB Prairie Dawn. I got that fire. Mark HNC. Matthew Kohai 3. Paul Anderson. Thanks, Paul, for moderating over there on Facebook. I really appreciate it, Paul. Thanks, Aaron Van Ness, for subscribing over there. And Michael Tidwell. Thanks, Michael. And Margaret Riley for moderating and subscribing. Thank you. And Chuck Mosca for subscribing on Facebook. Thank you. Linda Bell, Clary, and Misha, thanks for modding on X for us. Regarding the launch at Qatar, at the base, in case you missed it, President Trump said, he said that nobody was hurt and that Iran told them in advance. He said, Iran has officially responded to our obliteration of their nuclear facilities with a very weak response, which we expected and have very effectively countered. There have been 14 missiles fired, 13 were knocked down, and 1 was set free because it was headed in a non-threatening direction. I am pleased to report no Americans were harmed and hardly any damage was done. Most importantly, they've gotten it all out of their system, and there will hopefully be no further hate. I want to thank Iran for giving us early notice, which made it possible for no lives to be lost. So Iran gave the U.S. early notice, which made it possible for no lives to be lost and nobody to be injured. Perhaps Iran can now proceed to peace and harmony in the region, and I will enthusiastically encourage Israel to do the same. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Amakai Stein, who is with Jerusalem Post, says, an Israeli official tells me we will complete the strikes on all approved targets within a few days. So, again, that's Amakai Stein, Israeli reporter, says an Israeli official told him we will complete the strikes on all approved targets in Iran within a few days. By the way, Shayan Sarazadeh says that the evacuation order for part of Tehran was the 4th evacuation order for residents of Tehran since the conflict began. Shayan says that the evacuation area is in a busy part of central Tehran known as Pitch Shemrun. We showed it on a map before. It is this area in here, but this is central Tehran. It's where the marker is there. There's Tehran. It's where that red marker is, roughly around there. Right in here. Right in this area here. So I don't know what they're going to be doing there in that area, but we might hear about it soon. Yeah, I'm just checking a couple things here. False says, does President Trump's words mean the U.S. is no longer involved in the war? I mean, what can I say? I'm not sure. It certainly suggests that he's not going to go out of his way to conduct any more strikes. But I don't know. Him posting that is saying he wants things to end there. He wants peace there. And he posted another post that said, "Congratulations, world, time for peace." Isn't that what he said? So it seems to suggest that he's not going to militarily respond to the Qatar incident. But who knows? Oh, hey guys, I think regularly when Israel issues an evacuation order, which when Israel does it, they, I believe, every time have followed through and carried out some major strike in the evacuation area. Regularly when Israel does that, Iran will then issue their own evacuation order. And Iran does not end up doing significant damage like Israel would in an evacuation area. They might fire a missile there or some missiles there, which could be damaging. But it seems like Iran does this as like a rhetorical thing to match Israel doing it. And they kind of make it look like Israel's evacuation orders. So a viewer just sent me some report that they had done this, but just know this is what they do. Because I've seen this before. Let me see if it's out there yet and I can find it. I'm not positive they've done it, but I remember there was an earlier evacuation order a few days ago where they did that. It really just seemed like they were doing it just to be able to match what Israel is doing. I don't see it yet here, but if I do see one, that's going to be my thought about it. Yeah, I don't see it myself yet, but I'll look for it. Oh, Qatar opened its airspace. Guys, Qatar has reopened its airspace. I just saw that thanks to Factual News. The Qatar news agency says, the General Civil Aviation Authority announces the resumption of air traffic in the airspace of the state of Qatar. and the return of the atmosphere to normal after taking the necessary measures in coordination with the relevant authorities. Factual News is an account I follow on X that I find quite reliable. They do a good job, and I find my experience with them is that they are quite reliable. I mean, in that case, they're literally just reposting what the government agency says, which is quite reliable. It's about as reliable as you can get. Oh, hold on a second here. So I don't know what's going to happen this evening. I mean, are we going to see strikes back and forth between Israel and Iran? Certainly it looks like Israel's going to attack part of Tehran. Faytux News, who I follow, says he's hearing that there have been local reports of Israeli jets flying over Iraq and Syria towards Iran, and that airstrikes will commence soon. I would not be surprised about that, given their evacuation warning for part of Tehran. Maybe they will attack other areas as well. I'm sorry if I seem a little tired. If I do, it's because I am, because we did a stream that went until like 8 something this morning, I think, around 8 this morning. So to cover further developments going on in this situation during daytime there. And so I only slept a couple hours, and then I had to get up because this was happening. So I have not slept much, but I'll do my best to go a little longer. But there is a new evacuation order in part of Tehran by the Israeli military, which means they're going to be carrying out strikes there. seeing some claims that the Israeli strikes on Tehran, the new Israeli strikes, could be soon. So I'm kind of waiting to see if we get any word about that soon. Thanks so much to It's a Comment and DJ Munson and JM. Thank you. And Logan. Yes, this was an IDF evacuation order. Thank you. Beam Me Up. Beam Me Up, I played that press conference on the earlier stream, so if people want to, they can go to the earlier stream. The press conference from the son of the Shah of Iran, who's currently an opposition figure outside of Iran. You can watch that. I at least played the first part of it with his speech on our previous broadcast, if anybody wants to see it. Hey, thank you so much, Beam Me Up, and Miss Ant, thank you. I'll show you the evacuation order again. Here it is, right there. That's it right there. That's the new evacuation order. There have been, I believe this is the fourth one they've issued since the start of this military action. Thanks to David Tolson. Thank you, David. And Turned Off. Thank you, Turned Off. We're getting close to my last legs for this stream, guys. We'll go a few minutes longer, but it can only go on for so long without me sleeping. So we're definitely getting closer. I'll wait a few minutes and see if we hear anything from Tehran. I don't even really have the energy to be summarizing anything anymore. But let's give it a few minutes and see if we have anything from Tehran. If you missed it, you can rewind to see the coverage. Oh, you can rewind to see the coverage that we've been doing of this, of all that's been going on. But also, I've been posting updates on my X account, which is @Lookner, right here, @Lookner. So you can go back and check out there all the updates from this stream, the news updates I've been posting in there. Oops. Here, I'm putting it in the chat right now for you. I'm putting the link in the chat. There you go. Hang on one second here. Okay. But that is that evacuation warning. Thanks, Alex Dutry, for watching. And something certainly I'm interested in seeing is once Israel carries out these strikes, does Iran fire missiles back at them? I wouldn't be surprised if they did. But we'll give it a couple more minutes. I have a couple more minutes in me. Just checking a couple things out here. Checking a couple things out. Yeah, we might be getting close here, guys. I mean, I assume that Israel will carry out some sort of... They're going to be carrying out some sort of strikes in Tehran. Hitting targets in that area, but I think we're getting close. What I'll do is I'll start saying some of the things I would normally say at the end of the stream. And then we'll see when I'm done saying those things if we have any updates. That's what we'll do. But, I want to shout out, I do appreciate everybody watching the stream, and I really appreciate you tuning in. And also, a lot of people have been sending me updates and news links and all that, so thanks for all that. Shout out to our moderators, by the way. Oh, I have it. So, guys, I just saw it right now. This often happens. It may have happened every time. When Israel issues an evacuation order for part of Iran, Iran will then issue their own evacuation order for part of Israel. Now, Israel has air control over Iran, so inevitably, when they issue an evacuation order, they carry out some significant strikes in that area. Iran, on the other hand, can't do that. So what Iran might do is issue an evacuation order and then launch a few missiles at an area or something. So Iran, as they've done in the past, have issued their own evacuation order for Ramat Gan area of the occupied territories of Israel. Ramat Gan. Let me see here if I can pull this up. Let me see if I can translate it. This is from Iranian state media. I'm going to try to translate it for you. Where is it? I got it. I got it. Let me do this. Let me do this, and I'll show it to you. Okay, this is the evacuation warning, which has been translated online from Iran. And again, I just want to say, to me, these are basically done for PR reasons. I've seen nothing to suggest that Iran can back up their evacuation orders like Israel does, and they seem to me to only do it right after Israel issues one. So it says right here, you'll see it right now, urgent warning to all of the people in the area marked on the attached map in Tel Aviv. Immediately leave the area in question in the Ramat Gan area. And the language is it's the same language as Israel uses. Over the next few hours, Iranian armed forces will operate in this area. It's literally the same language as the Israeli one. As they have operated in recent days in the Tel Aviv sector to attack military infrastructure of the Zionist regime, your presence in the area puts your life at risk. They're just taking, they match the language of the Israeli evacuation order. So, you know, there you go. I'm going to post that actually. Okay. Anyways, it's fun. It is. It's kind of funny that it's like the same language. They just lift the language from the Israeli one and they match it, and they just have it in their own evacuation order. Okay. Let me see if I have anything else here. Oh, hey guys, Ariel Oserin, who is with I-24 News English, says local Iranian reports of Israeli fighter jets spotted in Iran's skies. Expect Israeli strikes in Tehran and elsewhere soon. Well, we'll wait a few minutes. Again, Israeli strikes, or more Israeli strikes coming up in Iran. They issued an evacuation order for part of Tehran, so they're going to strike there. It sounds like they'll strike in other places as well. There were major airstrikes by Israel and Iran, and including Tehran earlier today. So them doing that is not new. It's very interesting to see that this is happening after President Trump said he was hoping for peace. But maybe it'll go on for a few more days and then stop. I don't know. We're hearing that multiple reports of planes approaching. We the People thinks Iran will strike back around 3 a.m. Iranian time. Let me, while we're here, but in preparation for let me mention a couple things in preparation. So for when I want to get off the air, because I'm going to have to get off fairly soon to go to sleep. I want to remind you that we have a notification system that we've created, because I can come on the air at any time. It depends on when big news happens. So if you don't want to miss a stream, I would suggest signing up for our free notifications. It's easy. The mods will post the link to sign up for the notifications in the chat, but those are the most reliable ones. Shout out, by the way, let's shout out our mods who've been here today. They are awesome. We got Ruth Grafasi and Robert's May Queen over there right now. Beth Mythical has been there on YouTube. They are keeping the chat civil and under control. So thank you, moderators. Paul Anderson, Margaret Riley over there on Facebook have been there. Thank you. Thanks so much for moderating over there. Charlotte Webb, thank you. And on Twitch, we have over there right now Big Ball of Yarn, Good Luck Duck, LB Prairie Dawn, I Got That Fire, Mark NC, Mark HNC, Matthew Kohai 3, Linda Bell, Larry, and Misha on X. As we wait to see if we hear anything from Iran in the next few minutes. Also, you can follow me for updates when I'm not on the air on my X account, @Lookner. I post there while we're on the air too. But @Lookner on X, that is where I cover breaking news. I will post the link in the chat. Also, you can follow the channel's X, which is Agenda Free TV. I always post there when we're going live. I post updates about the channel @Agenda Free TV. For those of you on X. Also, shout out to everybody who's donated today. It is so nice of you, so kind of you. And you are the ones that allow this channel to exist with your support, allow it so I can buy news footage and all that. So really, really appreciate it. And let's see here. I owe a thank you to Wendy over there on YouTube. Mad Vet. Does Iran have a replacement if their leader is killed? The New York Times was reporting this past week that that the Supreme Leader has selected replacements, and that there's a replacement in place, but I don't know that that's true. The New York Times had an article about it, and they said normally the process would take months, but preparations have been made in case it needs to be made during the conflict. So that's the best I can tell you. I'm not sure. But again, the Times said that he has named candidates to succeed him should he be killed. Thank you, Lena Lopez. Thank you. And Turned Off. And Erin McCook. And thank you for your support. Also, James A99530 on Twitch, Timodo1 on Twitch, Oxytropus, and everybody else for supporting. If you ever want to donate, you can go to agendafree.tv, agendafree.tv, but thank you. And also, I should mention to people how to turn on the YouTube notifications. If you watch on YouTube, I would suggest turning on the YouTube notifications. Those can be helpful, but to do that, it's a little tricky. What you need to do is you need to subscribe to the channel, subscribe, click the bell, and choose all notifications. That's how you subscribe over there on YouTube. We do have a chat where you can chat with other viewers when we're not on the air, the Agenda Free TV Discord chat. Check that out. It's the same link as the notifications link. It's free. Thanks to our Discord mods who are over on Discord. Thank you. All right, any word from Tehran? Supposedly more Israeli airstrikes coming in Tehran and Iran, the rest of Iran. I am hearing right now from the Security Cabinet Telegram account, which I follow, reports in Iran of explosions in several provinces. So maybe the airstrikes have started. Maybe they have started. I am seeing some claims. Certainly, we've seen a bunch of reporting that aircraft were headed there. No, I don't have a live camera of Iran or Tehran. If I would, I would show it to you. But I don't have the rights to one I can show you. See what else we see here. Raise the volume a bit. My volume seems pretty decently high. I'll check the levels. Sometimes the levels get messed up a bit, but I'll check. Nope, it seems like it's like it normally is. Don't want it to be too high. It's a problem if it's too high. Thanks for the feedback. Saeed Azibi, who is a France 24 Tehran correspondent, says he can hear drones flying over his neighborhood in Tehran. So we're expecting more strikes coming up in Tehran. And I am seeing some unconfirmed reports that the latest wave of airstrikes in Iran has begun by Israel. Tux News points out that there's a new report on CNN which says Iran has not received any ceasefire proposal and sees no reason for one. A senior Iranian official told CNN, the official said that Iran would continue to fight until it achieves lasting peace. The official said Iran is on the verge of... The official said, according to CNN, this is just out, the official said, at this very moment, the enemy is committing aggression against Iran, and Iran is on the verge of intensifying its retaliatory strikes. Okay, I'm seeing an account I follow called The Hot News, which is pretty reliable on Telegram. They are reporting that the Israeli Air Force has started to attack Tehran. Remember, the Israeli Air Force, the Israeli military did issue an evacuation order a while ago for part of Tehran, which we showed earlier. That was issued, that evacuation order, around an hour and 15 minutes ago. So I'm hearing some unconfirmed reports that the Israeli... several powerful explosions heard in Tehran, according to AFP. Again, AFP is reporting several powerful explosions heard in Tehran. So it seems that the latest wave of Israeli airstrikes on Tehran and Iran has begun. Oops, spelling mistake, typo. So we were wondering, after President Trump posted that he wanted peace, would the hostilities stop? They're not stopping yet, because right now, according to reports, Israel is carrying out attacks in Tehran and Iran. Tehran, Iran. Yes, Al Mayadeen, which is an Arabic language news outlet, also reports explosions are heard in Tehran. I'm going to make this Tehran here. Liberty Saint says Israel isn't done yet. Al-Manar TV, which is a Lebanese news outlet, they say Iranian air defense is activated in Bushehr. Now, this is interesting. It would be enormous news if Israel were to attack the Bushehr power plant. That is the only working nuclear power plant in Iran. And many experts have warned that there is a huge risk of huge radiological contamination if that were to be attacked, because it is a working nuclear power plant. I don't have any information that Israel is planning on attacking it. I would be quite surprised if they did attack it. But at the same time, Al-Manar TV is saying Iranian air defense is activated in Bushehr. Now, Haggis says there's a big base there. Yeah, there very well may be other targets, plenty of other targets in Bushehr. And I am seeing reports from previous days where Israel did attack targets in Bushehr, different reports of that has happened. So if these reports are correct that Israel has attacked in the area, I'm not sure of that, but I'm seeing some articles about recent attacks there. But I don't know if they have. I don't know if they have, actually. It's a little confusing. So don't hold me to that. But at one point also, anyway, I'm not going to get into all that. So I don't know the history of how much Israel has or has not attacked Bushehr in the last week or so, but they have not attacked the power plant. Breaking news from Fars News, Iran. Explosions heard in several locations north and east of Iran. Of Tehran, north and east of Tehran. Explosions heard in several locations north and east of Tehran. So again, Israeli airstrikes underway. I just saw, looks like I can't show it, but it looks like a video of an explosion in Tehran. Well, hold on. I am seeing some video of and photos of what look like explosions in Tehran area. The Security Cabinet Telegram account I follow, which is reliable, they say reports from Iran of attacks in a wide number of provinces, including Tehran. I will show you a photo in the chat that I saw myself, and then Faytux News saw it and posted it too, of a big smoke cloud, a big smoke column rising in Tehran. This comes after Israel issued an evacuation order for a neighborhood in Tehran. Al Jazeera says, Iranian media, so it says, Al Jazeera says explosions in the Iranian capital. Hold on a second. Breaking news! Trump announced a ceasefire. Trump announced a ceasefire. Breaking news. Breaking news. Trump has announced a ceasefire. I'm going to put it on the screen right now for you. President Trump has announced a ceasefire. Breaking news. Look at this. Congratulations to everyone. It has been fully agreed by Israel and Iran there will be a complete and total ceasefire 6 hours from now when Israel and Iran would have wound down and completed their progress final missions for 12 hours, at which point the war will be considered ended. Officially, Iran will start the ceasefire, and upon the 12th hour, Israel will start the ceasefire. And upon the 24th hour, an official end to the war will be saluted by the world. During each ceasefire, the other side will remain peaceful and respectful. On the assumption that everything works as it should, which it will, I would like to congratulate both countries, Israel and Iran, on having the stamina, courage, and intelligence to end what should be called the 12-day war. This is a war that could have gone on for years and destroyed the entire Middle East, but it didn't and never will. God bless Israel. God bless Iran. God bless the Middle East. God bless the United States of America. And God bless the world. Trump announces Iran-Israel ceasefire. Breaking news. Trump announces Iran-Israel ceasefire. Glad I stayed on the air. Breaking news. Did he tell Israel? Well, he said in approximately 6 hours from now, when Israel and Iran have wound down and completed their in-progress final missions. The ceasefire will happen in about 6 hours after everyone's final missions. Guys, oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Let's read this again. Let's read it again. We're going to read this again. Congratulations to everyone. It has been fully agreed by and between Israel and Iran that there will be a complete and total ceasefire in approximately 6 hours from now when Israel and Iran have wound down and completed their in-progress final missions for 12 hours, at which point the war will be considered ended. So in 6 hours, there is a 12-hour ceasefire, and then after that, the war is over. Officially, well, this is confusing. Iran will start the ceasefire, and upon the 12th hour, Israel will start the ceasefire, and all right, this makes no sense. And upon the 24th hour, the official end to the war will be saluted. So the math doesn't really add up exactly, but because this says the war will be over 18 hours from now, and this says the war will be over 24 hours from now. Anyways, the point is that roughly in a day, the war is supposed to be over. During each ceasefire, the other side will remain peaceful and respectful, which I'm confused about because wouldn't a ceasefire... Basically, it's just a ceasefire. I'm not going to get caught up in parsing this. On the assumption that everything works as it should, which it will, I would like to congratulate both countries, Israel and Iran, on having the stamina, courage, and intelligence to end what should be called the 12-day war. This is a war that could have gone on for years and destroyed the entire Middle East, but didn't, and never will. God bless Israel, God bless Iran, God bless the Middle East, God bless the United States of America, and God bless the world. All right, hold on a moment. I need a second here. I need 2 seconds. I need 2 seconds. Trump announces ceasefire. Give me 1 moment. Give me 1 moment. Hold on. Just give me 2 seconds here. We're going to keep our coverage going. One moment. I have to make a quick adjustment in the title of the broadcast. Okay, I'm just updating the title of the broadcast. This is what I need to do, just so I can do this. Give me 5 seconds. I'm just about done, and we'll keep talking about this. And we'll keep talking about it. Trump announces ceasefire between Iran and Israel. Can you believe it? Let me do one more quick thing. One more quick thing. I need about 30 more seconds here. Got to change a couple titles so people know what we're covering, at least on a couple platforms here. All right, we'll change this. Okay. And then the last thing I got to do is post about it on our social media, which I want to do. We are live right now covering the new ceasefire announcement. President Trump made about between Hold on. Okay, we're back. We're back. I'm back. I'm back. I am back. Everything is back. Here it is, in case you didn't see it. There is the, that is not a typo. President Trump has announced a ceasefire. He has announced a ceasefire. He just announced a ceasefire. What a day. What a day. What a day. What a day. Wow. Glad I stay on the air. Okay. He says, congratulations to everyone. It has been fully agreed. So he said it's been fully agreed to by Iran and Israel that there will be a complete and total ceasefire in approximately 6 hours from now when Israel and Iran have wound down and completed their in-progress final missions. Now, that's the big headline. This other stuff is a little confusing with the timing. I don't want to get hung up on it. He says, for 12 hours, at which the point the war will be considered ended, officially Iran will start the ceasefire, and upon the 12th hour, Israel will start the ceasefire, and upon the 24th hour, the official end to the war will be saluted by the world. I don't really understand all that, but it's not really relevant, I don't think. The point is that in 6 hours, they're supposed to start fighting, and then that's it. They're supposed to stop fighting in 6 hours, and then that's it. During the ceasefire, the other side will remain peaceful and respectful. On the assumption that everything works as it should, which it will, I would like to congratulate both countries, Israel and Iran, on having the stamina, courage, and intelligence to end what should be called the 12-day war. This is a war that could have gone on for years and destroyed the entire Middle East, but it didn't, and it never will. It never will. God bless Israel, God bless Iran, God bless the Middle East, God bless the United States of America, and God bless the world. Bruce WR says, hope it's true. Hey guys, wow. How about this? How about this? Yeah, OSIN Technical says we went from Iran dropping ballistic missiles on a U.S. air base to a full ceasefire deal in 5.5 hours. Well, and the U.S. knew about the missiles. Does anyone want to claim that the... Does anyone want to still claim that the Iranian response, sending the missiles, firing the missiles at the U.S. air base, was not de-escalatory? Remember, they told the U.S. hours ahead it was coming. Tom Lewis says it was just a show. Faytux News does point out that the IDF stated 7 hours ago that attacks on Tehran will continue in the coming days. Well, maybe that's wrong. Maybe we'll do a poll, which is, will the ceasefire work? Will Iran and Israel follow the ceasefire? Will the ceasefire hold? How does that? Will the ceasefire work? What's the best way to say it? I don't mean like work 3 months from now. I just mean like for the next couple days. How should I ask the question? Will the ceasefire hold? That's what I'm going to say. Will the ceasefire hold? Let's do a poll. We're doing a poll right now. Will the ceasefire hold? Guys. Guys. All this news. Let me post it on Facebook too. We'll wait and see if what we hear from Israel and Iran about this proposed ceasefire. And I'm posting the. By the way, I've had about 2 hours of sleep. I'm very tired, so I appreciate your understanding. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Okay, so the CNN headline right now is Trump claims Israel and Iran both agreed on a ceasefire minutes after both nations warned of future strikes. Well, it's even more. He posted this while Israeli airstrikes were going on in Iran. There were multiple reports that Israeli airstrikes had begun in Iran when this was posted. Doesn't mean it's false, because it says 6 hours from now. That's what it says, 6 hours from now. Okay, our viewers on YouTube, I asked, will the ceasefire hold? Boy, YouTube is pessimistic. 65% say no. 65% say no. On Facebook, it is 51% no, 49% yes. So basically a split on Facebook. And, oopsie. And 73% say no on Twitch. How about this, guys? What a day. What a day of news. Hey, thanks so much to Charlene Watson from Scotland. Thank you, Charlene, for your support of the channel. And I want to thank... Hold on. Why am I seeing this? Oh, I see. Something's up here. Hold on. Let's try this again. Try this again. Here we go. There's Twitch. Hold on, I just want to say a couple more thank yous here. Couple more thank yous. Man, I'm glad I didn't go off the air. I would have missed the ceasefire. Shaft, thanks for your support. Shaft says, thank you, Stephen Mods, for your attention to this matter. Thanks, Billy Tan. Seth Social, who thinks Iran is buying time to rebuild their launchers. Thanks to Camus. Camus says, where's the enriched uranium? That is an excellent question. Does Iran still have its enriched uranium? That's a great question. I don't know. What's going to happen to it? Yeah, now that I think of it, my brain is not working. But so there's going to be a ceasefire, but Iran hasn't agreed to not enrich uranium anymore. As far as I'm aware, here's what's really confusing. So the U.S. and Israel were saying that Iran needed to give up enriching uranium. But there's no deal that I'm aware of that Iran has agreed to do anything. So I'm a little confused. Hang on a moment. Thanks to Jesse's girl, Fish Topher, who thinks Israel will break the ceasefire, Dream Squad HD, TK, Steven Dernberger. It's red ticker time. No, I'm too tired for the red ticker. And things keep changing too much. W. Bester, hold on. Give me 2 seconds. Zach Hudson, Cheyenne Diane, TK, Tim Rude, Dahlia, Nino NPC 2023, PZ Wheats, thank you. Mad Vet. All right, now give me 1 moment here. Give me 1 moment here. Let me check a couple things. All right, I'm ending the poll. I'm ending our poll. Thanks for voting in the poll. Hang on a second here. Hold on a second. I'm a little confused. Tyler Rogaway, who is a military expert who created the Warzone site, he says, how long could Israel keep up those long-range sortie rates? Iran obviously has been deeply degraded militarily. Both sides want an end, or this would not be happening. That's what he says. Let me see if I can find some confirmation from Israel or from, let me actually do something real quick. From Israel or from Iran about this. What I'm going to do, oops, why does this always happen? Why? One moment, please. 1 moment, please. Okay, here's what I'm going to do now. I'm going to do this. I'm going to put this on the screen while I do this, so you can see what I'm looking at. So you guys can see it. Here we go. There is the post right there. There is the post. I'm putting it up there so you can read it. So it's up there for you. There it is right here. Up there for you. Now, I'm going to check a couple things here and see what is being said in Israel and Iran. Marco Rubio has reposted the ceasefire announcement. For whatever it's worth, Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, has reposted the announcement. To repeat, I am not aware of any kind of agreement that has been made with Iran about its nuclear activities going forward. Also, I'm not aware of any kind of agreement with Iran that's been made about what happens to the enriched uranium it already had. Fred Flintstone says, I won't believe any of it until I hear that both countries have confirmed it. I'm going to check for some Iranian state media saying anything about this. All right, so just so you know, Iranian state TV posted, Iranian state news mayor posted a post of a person saying there's no ceasefire. But Yashar Ali says that that person is a regime propagandist and that doesn't mean there's no ceasefire. He says one of the top propagandists for the Iranian regime, Sayed Mohammad Marandi, who often appears on Western TV networks at the regime's behest, says no ceasefire. But Yashar Ali is saying, well, that doesn't mean there's no ceasefire. In case you see a post by Sayed Mohammad Marandi. Oh, here is... Guys, this is a post from Iranian state media. A post from Iranian state media, Mer News. They say, hold on, I'll show it to you. I'll show it to you if you give me a second. Iranian state media, Mer News, says, Trump last night, the regime must change. Trump tonight, thank you to Iran. Trump 5 nights ago, I have no intention of entering into conflict with Iran the next 2 weeks. Trump 2 nights ago, we destroyed the Fordow, Natanz, and Isfahan facilities. Trump tonight and last night, we will make peace with Iran, and I will convince Israel for peace. We do not intend to fight a ground battle or enter into a war of attrition with Iran. A madman named Trump. Again, that is Mer News Agency, which is a state news outlet in Iran. I guess they're trying to troll Trump, but they just posted that. Yeah, that is sponsored by, it's owned by the government, Mer News Agency. So we're waiting for official announcements from Iran and from Israel. Oh, hold on. There is a drone alert, guys. There is a drone alert. Now, drones, by the way, would have been if Iran fired drones, they would have to have been fired hours ago. It takes hours for drones to reach Israel from Iran. So just keep that in mind, please. Please keep that in mind. Drone alerts have been common. There is a drone alert going on in the Golan Heights. This has been a pretty common thing. You can see it on the SOFAR red alert map, TZOFAR. But this has been a pretty common thing over the last week or so. So anyways, there is a drone alert. I'll keep an eye on it. I assume it'll just get shot down. And that'll be that. But I will let you know. No, the drones take multiple hours. I believe the smaller Shahed drones fly at about 150 miles an hour, and Iran's over 600 miles away. Hey, thanks, Kristen McConnell Gates for the Facebook stars, and also Tammy Uskowicz for the Facebook stars. Thank you. So we haven't heard it from Israel and Iran yet. I have a hard time thinking that President Trump would announce this if they hadn't agreed to it. Also, well, man, Mirror News is really attacking Trump. They just posted another post, Mirror News, which is Iranian state media, and they have Trump's post, but the title they have for it is "Liar Trump's Imaginary Plan to Establish a Ceasefire Between Iran and Israel." Again, state news in Iran also said they destroyed the air base, which they fired missiles at, which they didn't. So I'm not really reading into that too much. Jody McPhee says, let them, it's all they have. I have not seen I've seen one unconfirmed report that claims that Iran has agreed, but I'm going to wait on that. Hold on a moment. Hold on. New evacuation alerts for Tehran. New evacuation alerts for Tehran from the IDF. Two more. Maybe last attacks. Let me show you the new evacuation alerts by Israel. Here you go. Look, it's right here. New evacuation alerts. Oh, I got to get rid of, hold on. Give me 1 second here. Give me 1 second. There, can you see it in the middle there? Urgent warning to all people located in Mehran and District 6 areas of Tehran based on the area marked in red on the attached map. Remember, the ceasefire is supposed to start in 6 hours when as Trump says, Israel and Iran have wound down and completed their in-progress final missions. Anyways, Israel says, urgent warning to all people located in Mehran and District 6 areas of Tehran, based on the area marked in red on the attached map. The Israeli army will operate in these areas, just as it has been doing throughout Iran in recent days, to attack the Iranian regime's military infrastructure. Our dear citizens, for your safety and health, we ask that you immediately leave the areas designated on the map and do not approach them in the coming hours. Your presence in these areas puts your life at risk. The other one was for District 7. This is for District 6 and Mehran areas. Sickborg says, what a day. So I do think it looks like, even if this ceasefire happens, that we're going to have Israeli airstrikes, and I would guess Iranian missile launches before then. That's what I would guess. That's what I would guess. Thanks, by the way, to Amis M. Thanks, Amis. Amis M, who maybe is in Hungary? Am I right about this? Oops, I messed up. Where is that? Where's the thing? Hold on. Keep getting confused. All right, I don't need that right now. Also, thank you to give me a moment, please. Give me a moment, please. Ed Weeby, thank you, Ed Weeby. Chris Lee, thank you, Chris Lee. Michael Anthony, thank you. Serena, thank you. Who says she thinks we'll get a surprise in the coming days. David Box, thank you. Beetroot, Brandon Mitchell, Lenny D, Mighty Mag, NUFC Talk TV, PZ Papazulu, Iroquois, Ganesh Ravi, Tex-Mex, Miss Curvy, Alon Perez, Roy Hillis, Evan Guthrie, thank you. As I mentioned, there is a new evacuation order for the coming hours for part of Tehran by Israel. I need a moment. I need a minute. So what I'm going to do is take a minute. We're continuing with our live coverage here. I was going to go to sleep late or a little while ago, but that's not going to happen right now. So we'll have to power through for the time being. Give me 1 minute. I'm coming back, and I will see you in a minute. All right, we're back. Is there going to be a ceasefire or not? We have no confirmation yet from Israel or Iran. No official confirmation yet from Israel or Iran of the ceasefire that President Trump announced. No confirmation yet. We are waiting to hear. Al-Mayadeen reports that there is no confirmation from Iranian official sources regarding the ceasefire. So, again, we're just going to have to wait. We're just going to have to wait until it's officially announced. I mean, it's a while, right? It's President Trump posted it at around 6 p.m. Eastern time, meaning that the ceasefire would start at midnight Eastern time, 7 a.m. Israel time, 7:30 a.m. Iran time. So we could hear nothing, and then 4 hours from now, finally, we hear from the countries, oh yeah, we're doing a ceasefire. Yeah, some people are saying CNN reported hearing a blast in Tehran. I'm not surprised by that because about an hour ago, Israel started attacking Tehran, starting carrying out airstrikes in Tehran. So it's not surprising that CNN heard a blast in Tehran. There have been a lot of airstrikes in Tehran today by the Israeli military, and they've also issued evacuation orders for the next several hours in a couple parts of Tehran that haven't been attacked yet. So you're going to keep hearing strikes in Tehran, and I'm guessing you'll probably periodically hear about airstrikes in Iran for the next 6 hours, or the 5 hours, or until the ceasefire. And we could have missile alerts. That'd be my guess. I mean, he implies that. President Trump says the ceasefire begins approximately 6 hours from now when Israel and Iran have wound down and completed their in-progress final missions. No, it has not been officially confirmed by the Iranian government. I have not seen a single Iranian government source say anything. Someone reporting it does not make it true. We need to see an announcement from Iranian and Israeli government officials. That's what we need to see. it's possible that Iran and Israel both will deny it until about 10 minutes before. So get ready for that possibility. Just get ready. I wouldn't be surprised at all if we didn't get confirmation until 4 whatever hours from now or whatever it is. Amakai Stein, who is with the Jerusalem Post, says Qatar was involved in mediating the ceasefire. A diplomatic source tells the Jerusalem Post. That's what Amakai Stein is reporting. I'm seeing a couple reports, for example, Al Jazeera, that says Prime Minister Netanyahu just finished a cabinet meeting in Israel. Maybe we'll hear from Netanyahu. You can see here, President Trump, oops, let me do this. President Trump said on social media, says AP, that Israel and Iran have agreed to a complete and total ceasefire. There was no immediate reaction from Israel or Iran to Trump's announcement. J.D. Vance was on Fox when Trump made his announcement, Fox News. AP reports that J.D. Vance, AP says that J.D. Vance calls the war an important reset moment for the entire region. He said, the Trump administration hopes the Iranians have learned an important lesson. If they want to build a nuclear weapon in the future, they're going to have to deal with a very, very powerful American military again. He thinks that will dissuade them to not do it. Reuters said that hours earlier, 3 Israeli officials had signaled that Israel was looking to wrap up its campaign in Iran and had passed the message to the United States. How about that? That's from Reuters. Also, J.D. Vance on Fox News, according to CNN, sidestepped a question about when asked if the administration knows the location of Iran's enriched uranium. Breaking news from Reuters. Breaking news. This is from Parissa Hafezi of Reuters. Reuters is reporting that a senior Iranian official confirms to Reuters Tehran agreeing to Qatar-mediated U.S. proposed ceasefire with Israel. Again, this Reuters is reporting that a senior Iranian official confirms to Reuters that Tehran is agreeing to a Qatar-mediated U.S. proposed ceasefire with Israel. That's via Reuters' Parissa Hafezi. Big breaking news. Now we wait to hear some kind of confirmation from Israel. Now that's not a public statement, but an official public statement, but it's something. I think we'll hear maybe something from Israel about it soon. Excuse me. Breaking news. Reuters reports. Breaking news. Qatari Prime Minister secured Iran's agreement to U.S. ceasefire proposal after call with Trump, official says. Qatar's Prime Minister, Sheikh Mohammed bin Abdul Rahman Al Thani, secured Tehran's agreement to the U.S. proposal for a ceasefire in the conflict between Israel and Iran during a call with Iranian officials held after Iran strikes on a U.S. air base in Qatar on Monday. An official briefed on negotiations told Reuters early on Tuesday. The phone call came after President Trump told Qatar's emir that Israel had agreed to the ceasefire and asked for Doha's help in persuading Tehran to also agree to the ceasefire deal. I will say, we had not heard anything from Trump in the White House for, I think, about 3 hours after Iran launched those missiles at the U.S. Air Base in Qatar, which did no injuries, and also U.S. was told in advance. At some point I said, is there any chance that they're working on it? We're not hearing about it because we're working on a deal. I didn't know that that was happening, and I wasn't convinced that. I certainly was not convinced that was happening. But it is something we discussed, now that I think about it. Adam Rankin says, without inspectors, Iran will rebuild. What are oil prices right now? What are the oil prices? Let me check here. They are down. Oh, it's only... Why is this? It says 4%. Before it was 8%. Well, that's wrong. Oh, maybe because it's a weird thing with the 24 hours. Well, it looks to me like they've gone down a lot. They've gone down from around 74 to 65, which would be over like 10%. Just eyeballing it, it looks like they've gone down about 10% in. Actually, more. It'd be way more than that. 74 to 65 would be over 10%. That's what it looks like. But I'm seeing different pricing. So, anyways, I'm seeing 7%, 8%. I don't know. I mean, there's different benchmarks. I'll check in later. I'm not an oil pricing expert, but they've gone down a bunch. Oh, there's after hours? I don't know if there is. I don't even know. My brain isn't working. I haven't slept enough. I'm not going to worry. It's gone down a bunch. Google it. Google it yourself. Let me just check something here. So basically, I'm looking. Yeah, again, it was about earlier today. It was about 75. I'm looking at West Texas crude. Earlier today it was 75, and now it's like 66. So that would be more than 10. That would be a more than 10% drop since all this news started coming out. Well, since the attack, because I think when the attack happened, the markets were thinking, oh, well, this actually doesn't seem that bad. It seems like it was telegraphed. Not too bad. That's when it started going down. Barak Ravid has a report on the ceasefire. New from Barak Ravid. It was agreed upon through American and Qatari mediation between Israel and Iran. So Barak Ravid is confirming the ceasefire. He is reporting that it was agreed upon through Qatari and American mediation between Israel and Iran. After the attack on the American base, Iran conveyed a message to the White House through Qatar that it would not carry out further attacks and that its response was over. Says Barak Ravid. The White House responded with its own message, emphasizing that it will not respond militarily to the Iranian attack and that the United States is ready to resume negotiations on a nuclear agreement. Talks then continued between the U.S. and Israel and between Qatar and Iran, and to agree on the terms of the ceasefire at which time it would begin, and the time at which it would begin. You get the basic idea. The basic idea is that Barak Ravid is confirming there's a ceasefire. Okay? He's a pretty reliable source. I just posted the translation of what he wrote. He posted it in Hebrew first, so you can go to my X account. My X account is @Lookner on X. I post stuff during the streams. I post stuff after the streams. I will post photos and videos that maybe I don't have the rights to show here. So follow me on X. Check out the X account @Lookner on X. @LOOKNER. Again, Reuters is now saying it's legit. Barak Ravid is reporting it's legit. N12 reporter Yaron Avraham in Israel reports that the Prime Minister Netanyahu told ministers at the end of the cabinet meeting, do not comment on the latest developments until further notice. Thank you so much for your support, by the way. Matt, thank you. Tim747 thinks this is so bizarre and sudden. Out of nowhere after so much chaos in 3 days. He thinks it will not last. Thank you, Walter Beasley. Walter thinks they still have the nuclear program to save face for everyone. I mean, they're missing a lot of their equipment, but they might have the and nuclear scientists, but they might have their uranium, and they have not signed anything saying that they're not going to enrich uranium, and they might have the enriched uranium from before. Thank you, Walter Beasley. Thank you also, Miss Curvy, who says I'll believe it on the 6th hour. Thanks, J-Man. Thank you, Ed Weeby. Thank you, Nino NPC. Thank you, FK Ubigness. Thanks, Matt Borgerson, who says, I'll believe it when there's an actual ceasefire. Ed Weeby, thank you again, Ed Weeby. Sunava Beach, thank you. Nick says, silences dissent in the U.S. The Iranian people left under Khamenei gives Russia an upper hand with Ukraine and removes Iranian nuclear threats sham war. That's what our viewer Nick said. New statement from U.S. Central Command, which says, new statement from U.S. military, oopsie. Today, U.S. forces alongside our Qatari partners successfully defended against an Iranian ballistic missile attack targeting Qatar's Al Udeid Air Base near Doha, Qatar, which, by the way, President Trump says the U.S. was told about in advance. Thanks to the professional, competent, rapid, and coordinated response of U.S. and Qatari forces, the ballistic missile attack was defeated by U.S. and Qatari Patriot missiles, and there were no casualties to American or Qatari personnel. Okay, we appreciate our partnership with Qatar, basically. Our viewer, who is it? Konotanka says both sides can reload. For those, just in case, just so you know, I've had about 2 hours of sleep. I was going to get off the air right before the ceasefire was announced, but I'm staying on now for the moment. France 24 is also reporting that Iran has agreed to the ceasefire. Saeed Azimi, the Tehran correspondent for France 24, says Iran has agreed to the ceasefire. Khan News' Suleiman Maswada says, source familiar with the details, the ceasefire between Israel and Iran was achieved through mediation by Qatar and the U.S. Jerusalem Post says Qatar was involved in mediation between Israel and Iran. Maybe there'll be I would have to imagine at some point that Netanyahu will speak about this. He'll post an announcement or something. Aqua Empress thinks it's a hoax. Hey, thanks for modding Beth Mythical and Ruth Grafasi. I appreciate you. Thanks for being over there in the chat on YouTube. Thanks to Paul Anderson and Charlotte Webb, Margaret Riley, Kay Lowry Body on Facebook. Thank you. Thanks so much. And also our Twitch moderators. Thank you. Bash and Girl, Good Luck Duck, I Got That Fire. Mark H. Sensi, Matthew Kohai 3, and Sarah, thank you. And our Facebook moderators, I said Facebook, Linda Bell, Clary, Michon X. Somebody asked about a countdown clock. Ugh. Maybe I'll throw it up there with the little energy I have. Maybe. Oh, I might have one ready to go. Let's see. I kind of do. Hold on. Is this going to work here? Let's try this again. I don't know if this is going to work. Oh, hold on. I see it. So. Today is the 23rd, so it would be the 24th. Look, there it is. There's your countdown clock. Hey, there's a countdown clock. Uh-oh. Unlink this. Oops, sorry. So I got to take off that breaking news thing. I know it says breaking news and it shouldn't. I'll fix it. I'll fix it. Now what's happening? Now what's happening? Oh, here we go. So we do have a clock up now. We have your ceasefire clock. Dan Lampkin says, not buying it. I think they're planning some treacherous stuff. Thank you, Dan, for your comment. Let's see if I have any more updates for you here. Pete Hegseth says President Trump delivers again. This is peace through strength. That is what Pete Hegseth says, the Secretary of Defense. Air defense activities reported in Tehran to confront hostile targets. So expecting more airstrikes coming up in Tehran from Israel. They've issued a couple evacuation orders tonight. I think 3 total for different parts of Tehran. Again, air defense activity in some parts of Tehran, according to Mer News. Yvonne Avraham of Channel 12 Israel says, after the expanded cabinet meeting, Prime Minister Netanyahu is now in a discussion with members of the small cabinet. Still 4.5 hours, if I have it right, until the ceasefire. It's a ways to go. It's a ways to go. Hey guys, I'm seeing some unconfirmed reports of explosions in Iraq. It's very unclear. perhaps near some sort of camp that the U.S. uses. Now, look, we know that Israel is carrying out attacks in Iran right now. We know they're doing that. So maybe we're also going to see Iran launching some more missiles at U.S. bases in different countries. That's possible too. Maybe it's all part of what they've agreed to. So they, maybe Iran wants to be able to say to their domestic audience, look, we took out all these bases in different countries. I don't know, but just letting you know, these are highly unconfirmed reports. Iranian state media says some news sources report hearing 3 explosions in the Taji area in northern Baghdad. The nature of this is still unknown. Ariel Oserin says there are Iranian reports of intense Israeli airstrikes currently hitting Tehran. A quick thank you to some folks. Thank you so much to Lois Crazy Cat Lady McDonald. I really appreciate that. Also, Marina Girl. Thank you. I have not heard any kind of reliable report of cyber attacks on Iranian banks. I have not heard that today at all. I'll let you know if I do. Thank you, Frankie. Frankie, I haven't heard that. I'll have to look if I see. I mean, people post different things on social media, but I haven't seen that myself. I'll certainly keep an eye out for it. Thank you so much, Frankie. I appreciate that. Frankie. Marina Girl, thank you. Spin City DJs. Arslan. XCD, thank you. Pam Staley. Who does not think Iran will keep the peace. Happening Hapner, thank you. Mindful Hikes. PZ Papa Zulu. D. Flynn. Mid Hudson Security Consultants, thank you. Larry McMonigal. Beetroot. Matt J. and Lara. Thank you. Pale Rider 747. Frankie, he said he had heard a report that people were out in the streets protesting against the regime. I have not heard any reporting of this from all the sources I follow today. Doesn't mean it's not true, but I haven't heard it. Thank you also to, Susan Nahas. Thank you, Susan. Susan says, thank God there is now peace. Well, hopefully this proposed ceasefire can hold. So there are unconfirmed reports of explosions at or near the Taji base in Iraq, which some U.S. forces use. I believe. Camp Taji. Are there still U.S. forces there? I don't know. I don't know. I'm confused. I'm a little confused about this. I don't know if they still use it. It's used by coalition forces in Iraq, I guess. Oh, it may be Iraqi security forces. I don't know that U.S. forces are still at that base, honestly. One article I saw online claims that that base is now operated by the Iraqi army. So again, some unconfirmed reports of one or more explosions at or near Taji base in Iraq, Camp Taji. I just read another article claiming there are no U.S. forces at Camp Taji. Oh, I have it right here. Right here. Well, Operation Inherent Resolve 2020. Served as a political site. This my brain is not working because I haven't slept, but anyways, I think it's possible. The marking the 8th transfer of a coalition base under the partnership, turning the base over to Iraqi security forces. There you go. So as of 2020, the base was turned over to Iraqi security forces. So that is, as from the limited information I have, that is not a U.S. base. So if there's explosions near that base, it doesn't mean there's explosions near a U.S. base. As I understand it, but I could be wrong. There is reporting that Israel has targeted a Revolutionary Guard headquarters in the northern Iranian city of Astana. Israel reportedly is still carrying out airstrikes in Iran in recent minutes. Breaking news. Trump tells NBC News he expects the ceasefire to last forever. He does not believe Israel and Iran will ever be shooting at each other again. That is breaking news from President Trump. NBC News, Trump says he expects ceasefire to last forever. Trump does not believe that Israel and Iran will ever be shooting at each other again. It said that's in a phone interview with him. That's from a phone interview with him. Now maybe he means for this war. I think Trump says, it says he added the war is completely over, saying he does not believe Israel and Iran will ever be shooting at each other again. Well, that's what it says. Again, that's from NBC News. From NBC News, they said they just did a phone interview with him, and that's what he said. He said, "The ceasefire is a wonderful day for the world." He says he's very happy to have been able to get the job done. He said it would have brought the whole Middle East down. He said, I think the ceasefire is limited. It's going to go forever. Now, again, I don't know what he means by that. He said the war is completely over, and he does not believe Israel and Iran will ever be shooting at each other again. Yeah, for people who are talking about explosions in Tehran, again, Israel has been attacking Tehran on and off throughout the day. They are doing it more. They're going to do it more. They have, in recent hours, issued new evacuation warnings for Tehran. So it is entirely expected that you will be hearing about explosions in Tehran because Israel has been doing this all day. They've been doing it for days, but I think more today than any other day. And they have said they're going to do it more. So that is not a big surprise. That is to be expected. I am fully expecting to hear about more Israeli airstrikes in Tehran and in elsewhere in Iran until the ceasefire. Oh, the townhall.com claimed 33 minutes ago that a bomb threat was reported near the White House and buildings have been evacuated. I have heard nothing about that from any other source. I follow all kinds of people who are in D.C., and news outlets. Not a single one has reported about a bomb threat near the White House where lots of buildings have been evacuated. Now, we could be talking about something several blocks away where some stores were evacuated or something. I don't know. But just to be clear, that's literally the first I've heard about it, and I've heard nothing else about it. Why repeat it? Because people keep yelling at me in the chat that I'm ignoring them and not reporting this important news about the White House. So that's why I am mentioning it. Also, for everybody talking about Camp Taji, as I've said earlier, there are some reports in Iraq of possible explosions at or near Camp Taji. But from what I understand, there are no U.S. troops at Camp Taji, and Camp Taji was handed over to the Iraqi security forces in 2020. That is what I understand. I may be wrong about that, but that's my best understanding of the situation. Al-Mayadeen says an explosion targeted an air radar and electrical technical department at Taji camp north of Baghdad, which from my understanding is an Iraqi camp, Iraqi base, not an American base. Fars news agency, which is State News Iran, says several explosions heard in central and northeastern Tehran moments ago. Again, it sounds like Israel is continuing to carry out airstrikes in Tehran. They have been doing that a lot today. Maybe they're trying to attack as many targets as they can on their list of regime targets before the ceasefire. Also, there's a report of possible, I'm seeing one of the Telegram channels I follow, the Security Cabinet say possibly a targeted assassination strike in Tehran, where, for example, you have an apartment building where a certain apartment is hit or a certain floor is hit. So possibly a targeted assassination strike in Tehran as well. Tulsi Gabbard, the director of national intelligence, posted that only President Trump could have achieved this historic ceasefire agreement that brings us closer to peace. It was a Herculean effort that deserves the thanks of all the people of Israel, Iran, Middle East, America, the entire world. Congratulations and thank you, President Trump. Thank you so much to I Love Stupid Laws. Hey, that's so nice of you. Really generous. Thanks for your support. I Love Stupid Laws. Thank you. Also, thank you so much to Resolute Protective. Yes, a good idea to check ADSB Exchange if you can't find something on Flight Radar 24. I like both of them. FlightRadar24.com and ADSB Exchange are both excellent flight trackers. I use both. Thank you, Resolute Protective. Also, Diane Ware, thank you. She thinks the last missions Israel is carrying out before the ceasefire are now happening. Thank you also to Bebop and Rocksteady, who says, first the Pakistan-India ceasefire, now brokering another with Israel-Iran. Thank you, Dream Squad HD. I haven't seen much comment from other countries, but I haven't really been looking. I'm operating at very low efficiency because I've only had 2 hours of sleep, so I apologize. But if I see anything interesting, I'll let you know. Thank you so much. Thank you, Shell Caballero. And who says, maybe there's a secret mission to take out the regime right now? That would be kind of strange to me if that happened. But I'll let you know if I hear anything. Thank you, Jay Marquez. The Karzar. Jay thinks we went from regime change to ceasefire. What a joke. Thanks, the Karzar. Thanks, Axidi. Thanks, Mark Partis and Robin Campbell and the Speedrun Spartan. And Sonny and Griff's dad. And Pale Rider and Frankie. Sam sent me an unconfirmed report claiming that A nuclear scientist's residence has been targeted in Tehran. I'm not sure if that's true. I'll keep an eye on it. Stephen Fraser says, well done on the ceasefire. However, will Iran stop this nuclear nonsense? I'm skeptical. Thanks, Stephen, for writing in. James Pfeiffer thinks the ceasefire might be a bluff and we're in for a surprise. Maria Kiteria says proxies like the Houthis could throw a wrench into the ceasefire. Thanks, Maria, for writing in. Breaking news. Breaking news. Hold on a second here. Breaking news from Barak Ravid. Breaking news from Barak Ravid. He says, President Trump just told me, Barak Ravid reports, President Trump just told me in a phone call, this is the end of the war. It is a great and wonderful thing for Israel and the world. Again, President Trump just told Barak Ravid in a phone call, this is the end of the war. It is a great and wonderful thing for Israel and the world. Is it a big breaking news story? No. But it shows that President Trump still, as of moments ago, believes this is the end of the war. He's doing a lot of phone calls now, apparently, because he talked to NBC News as well. He's running calls. Tyler Rogaway, who created the military news website The War Zone and is an expert on military stuff, he says that Iran's Iran's airspace will remain accessible to Israel for months or even years to come, allowing Israel to maintenance the nuclear threat. The biggest issue is the enriched uranium they already have, which has been hidden away somewhere. Let me read you. He had an interesting post here. This is Tyler's post. Again, he's with the War Zone, very good military news site. He says, some things to consider as we wait the verdict on Trump's ceasefire deal. The Israeli Air Force has been executing long-range sorties continuously for close to 2 weeks. This comes on the tail of constant wartime operations for the last 20-plus months. Their fighters have racked up huge amount of hours. Their planes. They have just 7 tankers, refueling tankers, all of them nearly antiques. How long they can keep up the sortie rates deep into Iran isn't clear. Their munitions stockpile may be a concern, but the U.S. can supply the basics there. Air defense units are also taxed in Israel. At a certain point, the operational plan will have to shift significantly to deal with these issues. Still, Israel is sitting in a very good place from a purely military perspective, and they could choose to continue buying back risk of Iran reconstituting its military capabilities if future operations are needed. Above all else, Iran's long-range ballistic missile arsenal is clearly in tatters and with decreasing raid numbers. Without these weapons, Israel can continue the conflict with minimal homeland disruption and cost. Even if Israel is running low on interceptors, Iran is clearly in a worse spot with its long-range offensive capabilities. As I have stated repeatedly, Tyler says, this was something of a race as to who will run out first. He also says now to Iran, their military capabilities have been deeply degraded. Their air defenses are now non-existent, but their air defense network is shattered. Their air defenses are not non-existent, but their air defense network is shattered. Only straggling threats remain in most places. Their tactical air power is destroyed, as we just discussed. Their long-range ballistic missile arsenal has been deeply degraded and consumed. Above all else, their command and control apparatus is probably the most badly battered. The fog of war is likely soup thick for them, and even circulating a ceasefire order, let alone organizing a coordinated military operation, may take time. What does remain is a huge short-range offensive arsenal, like short-range missiles, he's saying, but can it even be employed at scale without robust command and control? Unlikely. Their nuclear program has been badly damaged in virtually every manner. It's unclear what it will take to reconstitute it and what it would even look like in a new form. That is, if Israel doesn't continue to strike at every piece of intel it gets related to it. Iran's airspace, let me reread that again. Their nuclear program has been badly damaged in virtually every manner. It's unclear what it will take to reconstitute it and what it would even look like in a new form. But that is if Israel doesn't continue to strike at every piece of intel it gets related to it. Iran's airspace will remain accessible to Israel for months or even years to come, allowing Israel to maintenance the nuclear threat. The biggest issue is the enriched uranium, which they already have, which has been hidden away somewhere. Taken as a whole, Iran has more reason to push for this ceasefire, but Israel has reasons too. We'll see how it all pans out. But this is the state of play as I see it at this time. If you ever want to follow Tyler, you can go to Tyler Rogaway at aviation_intel. Some interesting analysis from Tyler. Seeing more reports of airstrikes in Tehran. Oh, the Haifa cam stop. Oh, the Haifa cam is not working. Hold on. Haifa cam not working. Sorry. It's spinning circle right now on the Haifa cam. I have to restart it. That's what happened. You know what? I did. I hate to say this. I think the Haifa cam has been like that for a half an hour, and I just didn't notice. I'm sorry. I'm tired. We've been covering other stuff. Haifa is live again. Haifa is live again. What happened is I think they replaced the Haifa camera. They just restarted a new feed, so I didn't even notice. It's live now, though. I can see blinking lights on it. It's definitely live. They're both live. Let's see here. News the Security Cabinet says, report of new wave of airstrikes in Tehran. Lots of airstrikes being reported over recent hours in Tehran. N12's Yvonne Avraham says, according to reports in Iran, Israel killed a nuclear scientist in a targeted attack in Tehran after an operational opportunity to kill him arose. So I've seen a couple of unconfirmed reports that Israel has killed another nuclear scientist in Iran. Khan News has some video of these airstrikes in Tehran going on. I'll post a link in the chat for you. Guys, BNO News reports. BNO News reports. The U.S. Secret Service investigated a suspicious vehicle near the White House, but nothing was found. All clear. Thank you to FBI for your support, Leal Dahan for your support, Carmos 1970 for your support, India Comparison, thank you. Please, PLSZ, thank you. CT Bailey, Matt, thanks for your support. And Christos, our new member Christos, thank you. I'm trying to power through as best I can. We came on the air a long time ago. Oh my! Well, I think you know what? I'm going to have to restart the. Well, not yet. Soon I'll have to restart the Facebook stream when it hits 8 hours. We came on like 7 hours ago to cover the launch of some Iranian missiles at a U.S. base in Qatar, but the U.S. had warned, but Iran had warned the U.S. in advance. All the missiles were shot down, and nobody was hurt. And then a short time later, President Trump announced a ceasefire. Thanks to Diane Ware. Thank you, Diane Ware. A prayer for all the children affected by the fighting in war. It's nice from Diane Ware. Thank you, Diane. Some viewers like Brandon Johnson told me, Faytux News mentioned that a reporter for Channel 12 said that Israel is preparing for the possibility that Iran will fire heavy missile barrages before the ceasefire goes into effect. Yeah, I mean, that's certainly, we've been talking about that earlier and saying that that might happen. Oh, this is interesting. Faytux News also noticed this. Saeed Azimi, who is a reporter in Tehran for France 24, says if Israel strikes continue after 3:30 Israel time. Oh, what happened to my clock? If Israel strikes continue after 3:30 Israel time, which is in 23 minutes basically, Iran will consider the ceasefire as voided. Now, I don't know if that's true. I don't know that that's true. But again, Saeed Azimi, who is the Tehran correspondent for France 24 News, says if the strikes by Israel continue after 3:30, Iran would consider the ceasefire voided. Now, President Trump didn't say anything about that. I want to mention this again. There are reports that there was some sort of attack on Camp Taji north of Baghdad. That is not an American base. That is an Iraqi army base. That is not an American base. And also I see an unconfirmed report of explosions at Camp Victory at the Baghdad airport. That is also not an American base. It is an Iraqi army base, not an American base. PLCSC says there are coalition troops in those bases. My understanding is that there are not. That's my understanding. Well, my understanding is that there are no Americans there. If I hear otherwise, I'll let you know. But that's my understanding. I believe both of those bases were turned over to the Iraqi forces. By the way, thank you so much, PLSZ. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thanks, Pet Brett and Kristen Crosslin. Why would they be targeting them? I assume it has something to do with the domestic situation in Iraq. I am not an Iraqi expert. I assume it has something to do with, I know it's not the most settled of places over recent years. So maybe there's some sort of political situation, political/military situation going on there. Thanks, Pet Brett and Fever Dream and Slim Jim and FBI for your support. Thanks, Panergic Jester, Leal Dahan, FBI. Thank you. Channel 14's Tamir Morag claims that there is a ceasefire and claims that Trump was supposed to announce later and surprised with an early announcement. I don't know if that's true. And Tamir Morag of Channel 14 also claims that Israel received guarantees that Iran would not return to developing nuclear weapons. I have not heard that anywhere else. So we'll see if it turns out that there were any guarantees given. Ariel Oserin says, non-stop Israeli airstrikes currently hitting Tehran. Locals in the capital are reporting chaos in the streets, he says. I will post links to a couple videos in the chat. Many reports of airstrikes in Tehran over recent hours. Will Israel stop attacking at 3:30? I don't even know if that report is accurate, that Iran is insisting they stop before 3:30 Israel time. I have no idea if that's an accurate report. What a crazy situation. One moment here. Thanks, Leela621, who has, will this have an effect on the hostages in Gaza being released? I have no idea. Not immediately, but I have no idea if this in some way will make it more likely that that Israel and Hamas can reach some sort of deal. I do not know. I do not know. Thank you so much. Leela61, thank you. Al Jazeera reports that the Iranian Noor News website says the size of explosions tonight in Tehran and Karaj is the largest since the Israeli attack started 12 days ago. It will be 3:30 in 11 and a half minutes. Is it really true that that's when Iran wants Israel to stop attacking it? I do not know. We will see. Thank you, JP. Thanks, the Karzar. The Karzar, I have been periodically posting in the chat videos from Iran that I find are coming from reputable sources. So I don't know if you can scroll up. I don't know how far back it scrolls up, but I have been periodically putting them there. I'll post one I just saw a little while ago, for example. I just posted it. on here. We're going to see what happens at 3:30. 3:30, will the attacks by Israel stop or not? Breaking news from CNN. Breaking news from CNN. We have an update from CNN. CNN's Elena Treen reports that Israel agreed to the ceasefire deal on the condition that Iran stop attacking their country, a senior White House official told CNN. Iran agreed to those terms, the source said. Nothing about any kind of nuclear agreement. Again, CNN just is now reporting that Israel agreed to the ceasefire deal on the condition that Iran stop attacking their country. A senior White House official told CNN Iran agreed to those terms. Moga says, isn't that the bare minimum for a ceasefire? I'd say so, but it also suggests, that report suggests that there's not. Two things. First of all, it's another report that suggests there really is a ceasefire. And it's the White House telling CNN that there's a ceasefire. I know Trump posted about it already. Also, it's saying that doesn't seem to be more than that to the ceasefire. Although, who knows? Tucker Carlson posted, thank God. That's what Tucker Carlson posted on his X account. Thank God. See, it says thank God right there. Oops. Thank God, Tucker Carlson. Hey, it's only 5 minutes till 3:30. Is it true that Israel's going to stop attacking at 3:30? I have no idea. I've only heard one source report that. Hey, thanks so much to, hey, it's so kind of you, David Wynn. David Wynn, that's so kind of you. Thanks for your support. I really appreciate it. David Wynn, thank you. Saeed Azimi, who is a reporter in Tehran with France 24, reposted a post by journalist and analyst Omid Mamarian, and Omid says, heavy bombardments in Tehran tonight beyond what has been happening in the past 12 days. According to some reports, claim that there have been dozens of bunker buster bombs. I don't know about that, but multiple reports saying that very heavy explosions happening in Tehran. Also, Ali Hashem with Al Jazeera reports that massive explosions are heard in Tehran since midnight. He says the last phase of negotiations is being conducted under fire. Jason Brodsky, who is a Middle East and Iran expert, says in the lead up to the ceasefire implementation, Israel is striking hard at regime targets in Iran to achieve as much as possible, which is normal for conflicts in the region immediately before a ceasefire takes hold, he says. He says it's normal for conflicts in the region before a ceasefire takes hold. Now, Fars state media, and I don't really put a lot of stock into this, Fars state media just said that the ceasefire plan proposed by Trump is false. Again, and was put forward with the aim of diverting public opinion from the recent humiliation of the U.S. in attacking its bases in the region. So I keep seeing Iranian state media say negative things about Trump. Iranian state media also said earlier tonight that they had destroyed the base in Qatar, the U.S. base, which did not happen. So I'm not really going to put much stock into these seemingly very politicized posts by Iranian state media. Oh, it's almost 3:30. Remember, one reporter claimed that Israel was supposed to stop bombing Iran at 3:30, and that's what Iran wanted. I don't know that that's the case. I guess we'll find out soon. Just to be clear, we've not had an official statement from either Iran or Israel on the ceasefire. We've had a lot of reporting that says they've agreed. I consider that reporting reliable, but we haven't had an official statement from either of them. A reporter for N12 News Israel says extensive Air Force strikes on Tehran and other areas. This is the largest wave of attacks in the last 12 days. Multiple reporters says this is the biggest air attack on Tehran in the past 12 days. I'm going to have to soon. I don't know if I'm going to eat something or go to sleep. I might want to try eating something. It's possible if I eat something I could stay up longer. But I'm going to have to do that too. I might try to eat something and then see if I can keep going. We'll keep the stream going. You know, for now. Got to keep it going for now. We're doing our best here. Yeah, I Am Fatness messaged me something. I read that on the air before. One reporter for Channel 14 claims that Iran agreed that it would not return to developing nuclear weapons. No one else has reported that. I've seen one person report it, nobody else. I'm not going to believe. Well, even if a bunch of people reported it, I wouldn't believe it until we had word from the governments involved. But especially now, with one person reporting it, yeah, I'm going to hold off on believing that. That'd be a big concession. Analog Mama asks if part of the ceasefire is that Iranian proxies would need to stop. I would think so. I don't think Israel, if Israel thought that Iran was attacking it through its proxies, I mean, we haven't really seen much. I don't know that we've seen any Hamas and Hezbollah participation in this last 12 days. And even the Houthi, I mean, I don't even know if we've seen any Houthi participation in the last 12 days. So, but I would think that if suddenly Iranian proxies start attacking Israel, that's something that Israel might say is nullifying. I don't know what the exact ceasefire says, but that makes sense. Thank you to Tom A. from California, CT Gold Stacker. I appreciate it. Thank you. And thank you for your note. I appreciate it. Thank you, Matthew Felty. India Comparison, Nok Su Cow, thank you. Sivlap, Marcos Phil Reinecke. Arshia Aranjani from Turkey, thank you. And Chris Canada, Quebec City. Very, very soon I'm going to have to eat and or sleep. My gut instinct is to maybe eat first, because I can keep the stream going and we'll see what happens. But it's getting to that point. People were asking about flight radar. Well, in Iran, I'm not seeing much different there. I mean, there's this plane here in Iran, which is a Beijing to Tehran. Oops. It's a Beijing to Tehran plane. and maybe Iran agreed to let that go there to, for example, maybe there's people from China who want to go home or something and have not been able to get out. So who knows? I don't know, but that is. Oh, I'm sorry. That just to be clear, that is Mahan Air. Over the past several, Mahan Air is an Iranian airline. Over the past several days, we have seen several Mahan airplanes coming in and landing from other countries. Maybe they're repatriation flights or something where people want to go home from Iran. I don't know. But that is Mahan Air. But I have definitely heard several reporters say this is the biggest airstrikes in Iran since this whole thing started 12 days ago. Not in Iran, in Tehran, since this whole thing started 12 days ago. All right, I'm going to make some food. That's what I'm going to do. I haven't eaten. We've been on the air for, what, 7.5 hours? I'm going to make some food. Then I'll see where I'm at after eating food. By the way, in 20 minutes, and I'm going to leave the stream up. In 20 minutes, I will have to restart the Facebook stream in 20 minutes because in 20 minutes we'll be hitting the Facebook 8-hour limit in 20 minutes. Just for those, so if you're watching on Facebook, just know that in 20 minutes I'll have to restart the stream and you'll have to go to the new stream on the same channel. Everybody else is fine. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take 5 minutes and put some food in the air fryer and I'll come back in 5 minutes. Okay? Here we go. I don't know if we'll make it all the way till midnight my Eastern time, but we'll see. All right, hang on, folks. I will be back in 5 minutes. And shout out to all of our moderators, by the way. I really appreciate all of them. You guys are awesome. Let me just shout out a couple. Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley, Charlotte Webb, Christina Neal, Paul Anderson, Linda Belk, Larry, Misha, Bastion Girl, Big Ball of Yarn, De Bears, I Got That Fire, Mark H. Sense, NC, Matthew Co. I3, Sarah, thank you. All right, let me just do this. I will be back in 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Hello, everybody. That might have been a little longer than 5 minutes. I am making food. I am making my food. Let me try to give you some updates here. Hold on. Are my headphones even working at the moment? Let's see. Hold on. Why can I not hear? Can I hear anything? If there's sound on these cameras. Check something out here. I'm going to take these off for a second. It's doing me much good at the moment. Okay. Now we're good. I want to cut that sound. Okay. Sorry. Okay. So I'm making food, which I'm going to eat when it is finished cooking, and we're bringing you updates on this ceasefire. Are there still? It's 3:49. We have 3 hours and 10 minutes, but it was thought that maybe Israel would stop attacking after 3:30, but I don't know what that happened. Hold on. All right, hang on. Breaking news. I just saw a breaking news report. Amichai Stein reports, Iranian foreign minister, if Israel stops attacking from 4, then we will not attack either. Okay, Amichai Stein is with Jerusalem Post, and he writes that the Iranian foreign minister said, if Israel stops attacking from 4 a.m., we will not attack either. Oh, did they post? Hold on, I need a second here. Hold on, so behind. Hold on. I need a moment. I need a moment, folks. Yes, Iranian foreign minister says, did he post about it? Yes, breaking news. It's right here. I got it. He posted about it. He posted about it. Right here. Hold on. Hang on a moment. Right here. As Iran has repeatedly made clear, Israel launched war in Iran, not the other way around. As of now, there is no agreement of any ceasefire or cessation of military operations. However, provided that the Israeli regime stops its... 4 a.m. Tehran time, which was 10 minutes ago. This was 10 minutes ago. Provided that the Israeli regime stops its illegal aggression against the Iranian people no later than 4 a.m. Tehran time, we have no intention to continue our response afterwards. This post was made, I believe, after 4 a.m. Iran time, because it's now 4. This post was made at about 4:16 a.m. Iran time. The final decision on the cessation of our military operations will be made later. Hey, I need a minute. Give me a minute. Just give me 20 seconds. So Iran time now is 4:23 a.m. When this was posted, it was 4:15 a.m. But again, the foreign minister of Iran says there's no agreement on any ceasefire. I don't know if that's true, but he did say that if the Israeli regime stops basically now attacking them, then Iran will go along with it. Maybe he's doing this because Israel has been attacking so much in the last few hours. And he also said the final decision on the cessation of our military operations will be made later. I mean, who knows what they're saying in private versus what they're saying in public? But this is literally the foreign minister. This is not a reporter. This is the foreign minister. No, it says 4 a.m. Tehran time. I mean, that's what he says. It literally says it in the Post. One of our viewers thinks it's Iran trying to save face. Give me a moment here. Let me just real quick do something real quick. Hang on. No, I don't want to do that. Let me check some things. Allow me to check some things here and see what I can find out. Breaking news. The Tehran correspondent for France 24 said all is quiet. Thanks to Aleph for spotting that. Saeed Azimi, who is in Tehran, he's with France 24. He says, after surviving the most ferocious bombing campaign, Tehran is now witnessing a calm down. I'm not seeing any reports of a strike in Tehran, nor am I hearing anything, nor am I hearing any. So maybe things have settled down. I don't know. So maybe things will quiet down. I'm going to put the post back up of the foreign minister of Iran. I'm going to put that on the screen again for you. I need 20 seconds. But remember, Iran time is 30 minutes ahead of Israel. So Iran time now is 4:27 a.m. I'll be back in like 20 seconds. Reportedly, it is, again, one reporter who I follow, one reporter I follow said it's quiet in Tehran. All right, let me get rid of that for a second. Let me get rid of this for a second. And again, like, I'm not surprised it's all messy with, you know, this, you know, Trump says one time and then Iran says another time, and, you know, I'm not surprised by it. But who knows? Maybe all of them agreed in private. Strawman says, I'd be surprised if it weren't happening. Thank you so much, by the way, to World Peace, I Wish I Was Home, Googly Bear 00, Gloria Cresswell, Diane Ware, thank you. She shouted out the chat. Cats Rule, Michael Feder, thank you for your support as we bring you live coverage. Thanks also on Twitch to Louch Zui Belchen. Oh, also booking. I'm so behind on the Twitch thank yous. This is a problem. Booking Sentient gave out 10 subs. Wow. 10 gift subs. Thank you so much, Bot King Sentient, not Booking, Bot King Sentient. Thank you. Also, thanks Jay Stubbles and Solar Quack and Squarely Nick for your support on Twitch. I am behind on thanking Twitch. That's my bad. Soon I'm going to eat something. Again, where we are at is that the foreign minister of Iran claimed there was actually no deal, but he also said that if Israel stopped attacking Iran as of a half an hour ago, basically, the Iran would agree to that. Iran would not continue their response. He said, as Iran has repeatedly made clear, Israel launched war on Iran, not the other way around. As of now, there's no agreement on any ceasefire or cessation of military operations. However, provided that Israel stops its illegal aggression against the Iranian people no later than 4 a.m. Tehran time, which again was half an hour ago, roughly, we have no intention to continue our response afterwards. The final decision on the cessation of our military operations will be made later. So in theory, they might have stopped doing stuff. Although I don't, if you're Israel, do you want to stop 3 hours early if you thought you had 3 more hours? I am not hearing of new strikes at the moment in Tehran. Maybe this was all telegraphed in advance. Maybe Israel knew it was going to be, 3:30 Israel time. Because if you're Israel and you'd been told you'd have 3 more hours to be able to bomb them, you might not be pleased at this. But if you thought it was going to be 3:30 anyway in advance, you might be like, okay. Dry Toast thinks it's over now. All right, before I go eat, we're going to do one poll before I go eat, because I need to eat. So the poll is the fighting done? Yes or no? We're going to do a quick poll, and then Steve is going to eat. I just posted it on YouTube. Now I'm going to post it on Twitch. Oh, I got to restart Facebook. Oh, no. I got to restart Facebook. I forgot. Hasn't been dead for long. Restart the Facebook stream. Hang on a second here. One moment here. I'm restarting the Facebook stream. I just restarted it. Oops, now I have to post the poll on Facebook. I'm not gonna do the poll on Facebook because we're just restarting the stream. Apologize in advance to them. Let me show you the poll results from YouTube and Twitch. Right now. We're good to go on Facebook. Here is the YouTube poll result. Is the fighting done? YouTube says 31% yes, 69% no. And real quick, Twitch, %65% yes on Twitch, 65% no on Twitch, 35% yes. So close. It's quite close on Twitch and YouTube. 35% yes on Twitch, 31% yes on YouTube. All right, thank you for voting in our poll. Now I got to eat soon, so I'm gonna wrap up these polls. And I am going to just check something else real quick. Hold on a second here. Hold on. Breaking news. Breaking news. Breaking news. Look at this from the foreign minister. Look at this from the foreign minister. What did he have to say? He said, the military operations of our powerful armed forces to punish Israel for its aggression continued until the very last minute at 4 a.m. Together with all Iranians, I thank our brave armed forces who remain ready to defend our dear country until their last drop of blood, and who responded to any attack by the enemy until the very last minute. So he seems to be saying it's done. Breaking news, the foreign minister of Iran seems to be saying that's it. He's saying that's it. He's saying that. I don't know if we have anything from Israel yet on that, but he is saying it. He is saying they're done. By the way, the president is scheduled to leave for The Hague, Netherlands tomorrow. The president's schedule currently includes him leaving for the Netherlands tomorrow. So maybe that gives you confidence that the ceasefire will hold. Okay, just so you know. I know it was I know it might have been planned in advance, but my point is it's still on his schedule. So I think if they didn't think there was going to be a ceasefire and he was going to be there working on this all day, they might not go. but he is scheduled to leave at 6 a.m., leave the White House. All right, hang on a moment. Let me just see if I see anything else for the moment. But that seems like important news, right? We might have reached an end. I don't know, though. It seems like a ceasefire, while not officially, may have in practice come into effect. Yeah, Iranian foreign minister, ceasefire has begun. I mean, that's what he's saying. Now, I don't know if that's true, but I agree that that's what he's saying. Nothing from Israel. I don't know that we have anything from Israel official on this. Israel is too quiet, somebody said. By the way, a quick thanks to I gotta eat very soon. My food is done, so I gotta go eat in a second. Valhalla, thank you. Guys, I want to say this again. There have been reports in Iraq of possible attacks on a couple of bases there. My best understanding is those are not American bases. I believe they are Iraqi bases. Perhaps former American bases or former coalition bases that have been turned over to Iraq. But again, my best understanding is that no American base in Iraq has been attacked, and the bases mentioned in these reports are Iraqi bases. Because I'm seeing a lot of comments in the chat about it. All right, that being said, thank you to SkiB50 for your support. Thank you, Stream Junkie. Thanks a lot. Who says, are we going to have to deal with Iran and nukes in 10 years when this happens again? Thank you, Valhalla, for your support. I really appreciate it. Andy Gillies and CB, LA Captain, World Peace, Sue Shelton, I wish I was home. Googly Bear, thank you. If I hear anything else about Iraq, I'll let you know. I have heard nothing at all that I would consider reliable to suggest that American interests in Iraq have been attacked. I wish I had a statement from Israel to give you, but I don't have an official Israel statement. Hey, thanks, Kevin O'Brien. That's really kind of you. Thanks, Kevin. All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to let's get rid of this. Let's get rid of this. And then I'm going to put this on the screen, and then I'm going to go eat something. And then if I see a big update, I'll come back in and update you. But I got to eat. I just have to. I have to eat. Nope. Yes. So... Oh, I didn't mean to get... I seem to have gotten Billy Joe Drage's comment on there. Let's do it this way. Here we go. That's better. Okay, there's this. And I will put, Steve is eating. He'll be back after. I took off the countdown clock because it kind of seems like that the ceasefire has started now. So I don't want it to be confusing. I'm confused about the whole thing. So I don't want it to be confusing while I'm gone. Steve is eating. He'll be back after. It's kind of a mess on screen right now, but what can you do? I will keep an eye on things while I am eating. I will keep an eye on things while I am eating. If there's some huge development, I will come in and update. All right. Hang tight. I'm going to eat. If there's some huge while I'm eating, I'll run in here. Otherwise, I'll see you after I eat. Okay? I will be back after I eat. Appreciate you watching. Appreciate our moderators. And I will be back. All right, I ate. Thank you for your patience. I didn't see any reporting about any kind of strikes going on in Iran or Israel. I didn't see any reporting about it. So could we really have a ceasefire? The one thing I haven't seen is sorry. Give me 1 second here. The one thing I haven't seen is a statement from the Israeli government. I have not seen a statement from, hey, is the sun coming up there? Yeah, it's starting to come up. I have not seen a statement yet from Netanyahu. So we definitely have a statement from the Iranian foreign minister that he thinks it's done. We don't have an official statement from Iran. From Israel, I'm sorry, from Israel. Ta thinks Bibi is upset. Well, Trump said the ceasefire started at 7 Eastern, it sounded like, but 7 Eastern Israel time, but it sounds like, again, according to the Iranian foreign minister, it already started. Jesse Palman thinks it's temporary and Iran will reject the terms and begin fighting again? That's what Jesse thinks. Thanks, Jesse, by the way. Oh, I owe a couple thank yous. Hold on. Thanks to Jesse Palman and the comment section. The comment section, I wouldn't get hung up on the specific timing in President Trump's tweet. I think the idea is that they both stop fighting at the same time. Thank you, Filter Troll. I appreciate that. Also, thanks so much to Undogmatic. Thank you. And Amir USA. Thank you, Amir USA. And India Comparison. That's really the thing we're missing. The thing we're missing is the official statement from Netanyahu. So let's keep an eye out for that. I wonder if Netanyahu will release some kind of speech. He sometimes does that. Maybe he'll post some remarks. Clean Planet, I am not aware of any more attacks since the Iranian foreign minister posted. I've seen nothing about any attacks. Right. As Citizen D says, there is no nuclear agreement that we are aware of. That is true. So there's a lot to be asked about. Are there any other terms of this thing? But, again, it seems like we have a ceasefire. Isaiah thinks it's going to be the most weird war ever. Idiot HQ thinks BB is upset with Trump. I don't know. I don't know if Israel wanted to do more, or I read you some analysis that from a military expert that suggested that maybe Israel was kind of reaching the end of its capacity to keep doing this for the moment, and they didn't, well, not total capacity, but maybe they didn't mind it at this point. Oh, thanks TT Spin for the memberships. Thank you. And James OP. James OP thinks Israel will be radio silent until... James OP thinks Israel is going to be radio silent until after 7 Israel time. Maybe you're right. I don't know. That was the original time that Trump suggested. Maybe they won't want to give Iran the satisfaction of saying that they changed the terms of it or something. Trump said 7. Then the Iranian foreign minister said there's no deal, but we can do it if it's at 4 a.m. Iran time. So who knows? I could see a world in which he waits a couple hours. Robert thinks the war is over. What has it been? I don't even remember. It started on Friday. Right, it started on Friday the 12th. And right now it's Tuesday the 24th. Just crazy. Justin says, it's not over. Iran is buying time. Thanks, Michigan Rowdy, for your support on Twitch. Thanks, Fish Like It's 1999 on Twitch. Thanks, Ramses the Rat on Twitch. Thanks, Avatarks on Twitch, and James99530, and 8KD, and Sweetums. Again, I'm not aware of any attacks by either side since the Iranian foreign minister came out and said, that's it. Said we're finished. Matt C. says, this has been an insane 2 weeks. Checking some of the messages people have sent as well. Alert. Hold on. Hold on. Oh, there's some sort of alert. What is the alert? What is the alert? It looks like a, I'm not seeing it. Is there an alert? No, what is it? What is this one? It says missile launches, possible missile launches, possible missile launch alert. Hold on a moment. I got to put my headphones back on. Looks like an early warning for missile launches, an alert in Israel. An alert in Israel. It's a pre-alert for missile launches. It's a pre-alert for missile launches. Early morning, it's a pre-alert for missile launches in southern Negev. Southern Negev. So, are there really missile launches? Is this what's going to happen? Let's see. Let me see if I have a camera over there. I have a Modine camera. That might be the best one to put up. So let me really quickly get my cameras set here. I want to get the Modine camera up. So again, a pre-alert saying that expect missile warning soon in Israel. All right, hold on. There's this. I don't want this. I want this. Give me a moment. Give me a moment. Give me a moment. Where is it? There. That's Modine. That is Modine. And I need to put on the screen. Nope, that I don't want. Modine. Modine Israel, that is. Leave it there for now. I'll deal with it in a second. Hang on a moment. Give me a second. Thank you. Do we have the alerts yet? We have the pre-alert, but I see. Pre-alert. Oops, sorry. Alarms expected in the coming minutes. Again, missile alerts expected in the coming minutes. Southern Negev region. Give me a moment. So are we really going to see missiles launched from Iran? Are we really going to see this? This is southern Israel, if I have that right. Southern Israel. Yeah, I mean, it could threaten a ceasefire if you really have missiles launched. Is it real though? I mean, could it be a false alarm? Could it be a false alarm? I have yet to see the actual alerts. I have not seen the actual missile alerts. Did Iranian media post something? Hang on. Again, this would be for southern Israel. This would be southern Israel. Oh, I guess it could be from Yemen. People are saying from Yemen. Well, I don't know about that. I don't know. I don't know that you'd have a detection like this. I don't know. So I'm waiting right now, but we have not gotten the actual alert. Maybe it's a Houthi thing. Let me see what I can find here. I haven't seen any reporting that it's from in Yemen yet. Dimona is one of the areas, I think, possibly in the warning area. Yeah, Dimona, where a nuclear plant is in Israel. That's one of the areas we're talking about. This is southern Israel. Now, maybe there's going to be this weird thing where it's the Houthis, and Iran's like, well, we didn't do it. It was the Houthis, even though Iran supports the Houthis. But, I will say, I'm going to say right now, usually in the past, hold on. The event has ended. The event has ended. The event has ended. The event is over. According to the Home Front Command, the event is over. I don't know what just happened. I was about to say, it seems like it's been a long time. Usually you get the pre-alert, and then pretty soon after you get the real alert. And I was like, why is it taking so long? Well, the event has ended. I don't have an update as to what happened, but the event has ended. You can leave your protected area. Now, I'm hearing some claims that there was an interception. There are some claims online that there was an interception. I do not know for sure that there was an interception. So let's wait and see what Israel says. We do not know exactly what just happened. Clearly there was a pre-alert and no full-fledged alert, like the missiles are on their way, get into your shelters. Well, the pre-alert might say get into your shelters too. But there's the pre-alert, and then there's the full-fledged, this is the missile alert, whatever that's called. And there's names for these things. But we never got the second. So it actually doesn't even count as if you look on so far red alert, it doesn't even count as an alert. We only got a pre-alert, not an alert. All right, now do we have something else? Okay, there's something else now. Now we have another pre-alert. Another pre-alert right now just happened. Another pre-alert just happened where people are being told, and it's, I think, the same, I think it's southern Israel again. Actually, we have some southern and more northern. Southern and central, I think. So another pre-alert right now for Israel, telling people in certain areas in the coming minutes, alerts are expected. In the coming minutes, alerts are expected. So we'll see if this actually happens. But will we get the real missile alerts after the pre-alert this time? We'll find out shortly. IDF says missiles have been launched from Iran. Breaking news: the IDF says missiles have been launched from Iran. Iranian missiles incoming to Israel now, according to the IDF. Breaking news: Iranian missiles incoming to Israel, according to the IDF. Breaking news. Breaking news. Breaking news. IDF says missiles are incoming. Hang on a moment here. They say missiles are incoming. I am looking at I am waiting for the alerts to pop up on the so far red alert page. And we'll just have to see. Do I have a Jerusalem camera too? I don't even know what cameras I have here. I'll adjust everything. I'll do my best, guys. I don't even have a Jerusalem camera right now, I don't think. I have a Tel Aviv, I have a Modin, I have a Haifa. So again, I have not seen, the IDF says missiles are on the way. I have not yet seen, all right, hold on, no. I am seeing warnings in large areas across the country, I'm seeing. Again, the IDF is saying that they have detected missiles fired from Iran. And I'm seeing multiple areas of the country as in the pre-warning, but I don't want to, I want to wait until we get the actual, when we get the actual alert will pop up on the SOFAR, TZOFAR Red Alert app. And I don't see that yet. So waiting, just waiting here to see what'll happen. Obviously, this would be a big deal. Got the volume on. And these were fired from Iran. Alerts are expected in the next few minutes. Hold on. Do we have the alerts? No. I just saw more pre-alerts. I just saw more pre-alerts. More pre-alerts? What's happening? I'm seeing more pre-alerts. I haven't seen more alerts. Again, warnings are expected to be received in the next few minutes. That's what I'm seeing. I have not yet seen actual alerts. But this is for a big part of Israel. A big part of Israel. Early warning for a big part of Israel. That's what I'm seeing for a lot of Israel. But it's all oh, here we are. We have alerts. Breaking news. There are alerts now. There are alerts coming in. That's northern Israel right there. We have alerts coming in. That's northern Israel. Oh, hold on. What are we seeing? What are we seeing? Oh, okay. So a lot for northern Israel right now. A lot for northern Israel. Haifa area. Haifa and north of Haifa. So we'll have to see what we can see. You expect to see a lot of alerts when this happens because one missile will set off a lot of alerts as it is. So we don't know how many missiles it is yet. But I got Haifa there. I have a Tel Aviv cam. I have a Modin cam. Right now, I'm seeing the alerts in northern Israel, more the Haifa area. So I haven't seen the other ones. So I'm looking at that camera right now, the Haifa camera right there. That's the Haifa camera. And I have not seen, that's what I'm seeing right now in terms of the alerts. It's northern Israel. Sirens. All right, so sirens may... Are these all? I don't know where the sirens are. Oh, there's some alerts for southern Israel too. All right, so I'm going to do the best I can and just try to see what we can see on the cameras. But I think Haifa is, there's a few alerts in the south and then there's a bunch in the north. So look, there's Haifa right there. There's Haifa right there. Look at this. We're seeing something in the sky in Haifa. That is the Haifa camera. That is the Haifa camera. We're seeing something go through the air in the Haifa camera. That is live. You're watching it live. That is the Haifa camera. I know it says both Tel Aviv and Haifa. So that was something. There's something else streaking through the sky right now in the Haifa cam. Look at down here. Right down here. Right there. Right there streaking. I don't know if something got intercepted. but that is your Haifa camera. That's where I see stuff right now on that camera. I know it says Tel Aviv, but on the bottom it says Haifa. That is the Haifa camera. We just saw, and I think we just saw an exo-atmospheric interception outside the atmosphere. It looked like we just saw an interception outside the atmosphere when the circle, when it kind of popped up like a circle in the expanding circle. I really think we just saw an interception outside the atmosphere. I think we just saw that. So, right now there are some alerts for southern Israel, far south, and also a couple in the north. But I really do think we saw, it looked like a blooming flower or something. I really think we saw an exo-atmospheric interception, if that's the name of it. It looked like there might have been several interceptions there. You're watching the Haifa camera. That's where the activity is. There may be stuff going on in southern Israel where I do not have cameras. I don't have cameras in southern Israel. But we certainly saw some activity. You're seeing a streak right here. There you go there, the streak there. Wow. So right now in terms of alerts, there's a couple remaining. I don't know if we're going to see anything more. A couple on the map away in the north, near Haifa, and a few in southern Israel. I don't know if that means more missiles are coming, but keep an eye out there. Oh, the camera's focusing in. Now, is that something? Look at this. Whoa, look at that right there. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Look at this. You're seeing it. You're seeing it move right there on the screen. Did it get destroyed? You see that on the top there? You see that on the top? I'm still seeing some movement in there. I don't know if we're seeing debris from an intercepted missile. Maybe. It seems to not be that strong there. So that's the Haifa camera. Oh, I just saw something on another camera. I saw something on the Modine cam, I think. But where did my Modine cam go? Oh, I'm not going to mess with this right now. There's one on the Modine cam that looks like maybe an interception. Look, now I'm no longer seeing alerts. Look on the Modine cam right here. Modine cam in central Israel. There is, can you guys see that on the Modine cam right there? The lower right is the Modine cam. The top left is the Haifa camera. So now on the Modine camera, you're seeing activity there too. I'm assuming that's different activity than what we see on the Haifa camera, but I can't be absolutely sure. But that's the, on the lower right, you have Modine in central Israel. So I'm going to have to check when I have a second to see if any missiles hit. And again, I'm sorry for the confusion about where these all are. Haifa is top left, Modine is bottom right. Didn't really see anything on the Tel Aviv camera. So right now, I don't see at the moment anything in the Tel Aviv cam, but let's keep an eye on Modine and also Haifa. But it does appear that Iran has launched missiles into Israel. Now remember, the ceasefire technically doesn't start until 7 a.m. Israel time. But Iran claimed that they would be okay with starting it earlier. So maybe Iran's going to try to do this thing where they say, well, Trump said the ceasefire didn't start until 7 a.m. Israel time. Because that's when Trump said it started at 7 a.m. Israel time. We're not there yet. But about an hour and a half ago, Iran said, well, you know, if Israel stops by 3:30 Israel time, we will stop too. And that seemed to be what happened. But now Iran has apparently fired missiles at Israel. Let me try to get you information now about what happened. And let me, if I can, That's Modin, and that is Haifa. I just want to get that clear for people because I know it's confusing. So is that what Iran's going to do? Are they going to say, well, the ceasefire actually starts at 7 a.m.? Now, what's Israel going to do? But there were definitely things going through the sky. We saw them on the cameras. Let me check some of my Israel sources. But clearly, there were things going through the sky. Well, this is a big deal. This is a big deal. After Iran the foreign minister of Iran seemed to say about over an hour ago that the ceasefire had begun. Well, we just had missiles. Hang on a moment. I don't have any kind of confirmation about what just happened. So Daphne Lael, who is a reporter in Israel, says these are individual launches. So, you know, that would not be huge. That would not be a huge amount of them. Let's see what else I can find for you. But there did appear to be interceptions. Whether Israel expected this, I don't know. Maybe Israel, in the back of their minds, was saying, well, they're probably going to do this. Remember, because earlier in the evening, there was apparently the most of the war, there were hours of Israeli attacks on Tehran, which multiple accounts said were the heaviest of the war. And we didn't see during that whole time any Iranian missile firings. We did appear to see an exo-atmospheric interception, though. I'll have to replay that. Yeah, exo-atmospheric interception outside of the atmosphere. I believe some of the, maybe some if not all of the Arrow interceptors, they aim at the missiles when they're outside the atmosphere. I'll have to go back and... Now, this is important. Anna Arenheim, who's a journalist in... she works as a journalist in the Middle East, in Israel, I believe. She just said, like all ceasefires, last-minute barrages are expected. I have covered rocket ceasefires before with Israel, where you do get, sometimes people violate the ceasefire right at the end. So, President Trump just posted. President Trump just posted on True Social, guys. President Trump says... Look what he says. President Trump has just posted on True Social. He says, I'm putting it on the screen right now. Israel and Iran came to me almost simultaneously and said, peace. I knew the time was now. And the Middle East, the world and the Middle East are the real winners. Both nations will see tremendous love, peace, and prosperity in their futures. They have so much to gain and yet so much to lose if they stray from the road of righteousness and truth. The future for Iran is unlimited. For Israel and Iran is unlimited and filled with great promise. God bless you both. That was just posted 6 minutes ago. That was posted 6 minutes ago. One of our viewers said crazy timing. Well, he posted it. I don't know if it was a scheduled post or what, but it was posted. Hang on a moment here. Hang on a moment here. Okay, I gotta get these cameras back in some sort of arranged, in some sort of order. Let me fix the cameras. Let me fix the cameras here. Oh, I'm not even on the screen. I should probably put myself on the screen. Okay. Let me try to get some more information here. Yes, Joe Truzman, and Joe is a Middle East expert. Joe writes, looks like Iran pulled a Hamas and wanted to get the last word in. Hold on. Right there. Looks like Iran pulled a Hamas and wanted to get the last word in. What he means is that in past times when Israel and Hamas were battling each other, and Hamas would be firing rockets, it was regular that they would try to get in the last word with the last launch. I believe sometimes they would actually launch after the ceasefire, and it's when I just remember times covering these conflicts when Israel would have a conflict with Hamas, that it was almost expected that they might try to fire a few rockets after the ceasefire. So I don't know if this is going to affect anything. It depends on how Israel takes it. But you know what? Maybe they just let it go. Maybe they knew it was coming. I don't know. We'll have to see. And, you know, the way, remember, the ceasefire was supposed to be, according to Trump, roughly 7 a.m. Israel time. Iran then said, basically, well, we don't have that agreement, but we'll do 3:30 Israel time. So Iran basically created their own ceasefire point. Now you might say they broke the ceasefire, but they didn't break the Trump ceasefire. They broke the 3:30 a.m. Israel time ceasefire that they brought up. So, as I said, Iran might, maybe it's kind of this way that Iran figured we can get the last word in, but still we're not technically breaking the ceasefire because it's really at 7. I don't know. All right, hang on a moment. Let me see what else I have here. Just to let you know, the event has ended. The event has now ended. People can leave the shelter. The event has ended. Now, what is this? Hang on a moment. Well, again, Home Front Command just said people can leave their shelters. Breaking news. Khan News reports that there were 2 missiles launched from Iran, one to the northern region, one to the southern Negev. That's from Khan News. They say there were 2 missiles launched. 2 missiles were launched from Iran, one to the northern region and the other to the southern region. So, I really think we saw an interception. That's what it looked like to me on the Haifa cam. Now, Xylee thought it seemed like maybe we saw a couple over Haifa. But the Tel Aviv camera just switched. Again, I have to defer to those in the know. Khan News is reporting again that there were 2 missiles. Hold on a moment. Now there are now new pre-alarms. New pre-alerts right now. New pre-alerts saying missile alerts expected in the next few minutes. There are new pre-alerts right now. So more missile alerts expected soon. More missile alerts expected soon. New launch pre-alerts. Yes, IDF again just said missiles incoming from Iran. More missiles incoming now. More missiles incoming from Iran now. More missiles incoming. Now, I wish we had the other Tel Aviv cam. I don't know how much we'll see on this Tel Aviv cam. This is not ideal. So, hang on a second here. Give me one moment. Hi, is it possible? Okay. We'll have to make do with what we have. So, what I don't like about that Tel Aviv cam is it's not manned. All right. Oh, we're back. We're back. We got the good Tel Aviv cam back. Okay, it came back. Okay. Okay, hang on, folks. So we are waiting. There are incoming missiles to Israel now. We're waiting for the alerts. We have cameras up, and we'll have to see what happens. But the IDF says there are missiles incoming. Missiles incoming now. I don't have the alerts yet. I don't know where we're talking about. Where these alerts are gonna pop up. There's a bunch of them, I think. Yeah, it's a bunch of different locations. So I don't know where to expect the actual alerts to pop up. We'll have to see. There's the so far red alert map. Nothing on it yet. We'll do the best we can with the cameras. Is this Iran trying to get in last firings of missiles before the 7 a.m. Israel time ceasefire that President Trump said was going to take place? It's interesting. They said leave your protected area, and then just a couple minutes later they said, okay, looks like we got more missiles coming in. So right now we're waiting for the alerts, which will tell people in specific parts of the country the missiles are headed towards them. I'm just looking at my map, my alert map here. And we'll do the best we can with the cameras. The camera people are told on some of these cameras that by the government that they need to point the cameras at the sky when the missiles come in. That's why the Haifa and Tel Aviv cams are pointed up at the sky right now, because the government does not want to show where the missiles come down and hit. That's why those are pointed at the sky, those Reuters cams. Now, should we have seen, is there any chance that this is going to be another one of these no more alert event ended? Because we're getting to the point where normally by now, well, I think we're getting close to the point where you would see the, well, now we're actually seeing the city. I mean, soon I would expect to have the alerts pop up. And they haven't yet. We just have the pre-alert. Again, no alerts yet. Nothing on my alert map. I'm looking. I am looking. Some folks are saying there's more pre-alerts. I haven't gotten more pre-alerts yet. One of our viewers said the alert should start now if it's real. Yeah, I mean, it's getting to the point. Oh, new barrage. Okay, here we go. Alerts. Yes, alerts coming in. Alerts coming in. Are these pre? Are these? Oh, alerts. Okay, we have alerts. We have alerts. We have alerts. Tel Aviv area. Tel Aviv area. Tel Aviv and the surrounding area. Tel Aviv and surrounding area. So keep an eye out for Tel Aviv. The Modine cam is maybe seeing something. I'm not seeing the Haifa thing right now. I might get rid of Haifa for the moment. Here we go. Oh, there's some in southern. There's also alerts around Beersheba. There are also alerts in Beersheba area in southern Israel. So Tel Aviv area in central Israel and Beersheba area in southern area. Two groups of alerts. I do not have a camera in the south, so I'm going to stick with the Tel Aviv camera right now. Again, Tel Aviv area and surrounding, also north of Jerusalem as well. North of Jerusalem as well, Ramallah, West Bank, we got a bunch of those. I'm going to throw this one up here. That is Modine. A bunch in the south. So, a bunch of places in the south now. So the Tel Avivs some of the Tel Avivs have gone away. Some of the Tel Avivs went away. And now it's like north, and there's like a ring around Tel Aviv. Well, some south of Tel Aviv, but they're kind of spread out in the country. There's some in the Tel Aviv metro, some West Bank, some in the south, some near Gaza. So I don't really know what's going on with these. Most of them are in the south. Most of the alerts are in southern Israel. So we might not see anything on these cameras. All the activity might be going on in southern Israel. I hear a boom. I heard a boom from something. I don't know which camera that was on. I don't see anything on Haifa. I'm looking at the Haifa. I'm looking at the different cameras here. I don't see anything on the Modine cam. I don't see anything on the Tel Aviv cam. We definitely heard something. But I'm looking at the three cameras and I'm not seeing anything on the... Oh, hold on, Modine cam. Modine cam, do we have something there? It's moving around. What is the Modine cam seeing? It's moving. It's maybe seeing something. The Modine cam. Oh, yes, right there on the Modine camera, Central Israel. It's hard to see. It's behind the clouds. It looks like maybe there's a trail there. Oh, up there as well. There you go. So that's on the Modine Central Israel camera. Maybe an interception. Maybe that's what we heard. Again, that's Modine Israel, Central Israel. You can see it right there. Kind of hard to see, I know. But definitely maybe an interception there. Some more alerts coming in for Hebron, south of Jerusalem, and southern Israel. I'm seeing some more alerts. So I don't know what's happened in southern Israel because I don't have a camera there. But looks like in Modine area some activity happened. Oh, and we're seeing some more here south of Bethlehem. Kfar Etzion. Also some near the Dead Sea. So keeping an eye out here. On my cameras, I am not seeing activity at the moment. I do not have right now a Jerusalem camera. Sometimes I do. I don't have one right now. I got Modine, Haifa, and Tel Aviv. And I am not seeing anything on the Haifa camera. People have not been told they can leave their shelters. I do not know if there were maybe there were a bunch in the Beersheba area. I just saw There are new alerts. It looks like some new alerts just came in. Maybe. Look at the map here. See the map? That's the current alerts. East side of the country. Here are the current alerts right there. East side of the country. There's Jerusalem. There's Hebron. West Bank area, maybe? Yeah, some in the West Bank. I'm not seeing anything on the camera, so I'm just showing you the alert map there. That's what I'm seeing on the alert map, those red markers. Some of them, they kind of go on and off. A few of them there. I know it's a little hard to see. Now there's just this one on the map there, that one there, or two of them there. Nothing on the cameras right now. I do not know what happened in the south. I'm going to try to figure it out. Report of damage. Okay. N12 reporter Nir Devori says there is a report of damage to a structure in the southern region of Israel. Southern Israel. I don't know what damage that is, but a report of damage. Beersheba. Yes, N12's Natanz Shapira says there are a report of a missile fall in the Beersheba area. That's in southern Israel. Multiple reports. Fire and rescue spokesperson for Israel says firefighters on their way to the scene in southern Israel. That's from the Hot News. Yes, so multiple reports say that there's a reported direct hit in Beersheba. Beersheba is in the south. That's where the hospital was that got hit a few days ago. You can see it says Beersheba right here. That's where we're talking about in the south. Jerusalem here, Tel Aviv here, Haifa's up here. Beersheba is down here. So reportedly, a direct hit in Beersheba. Let me fix the headline here. Iran launches missiles at Israel. Possible hit in south. Well, that's there is clearly typos there. I will try to figure out. I will check sources and see what we can find out about the reported hit in Beersheba. MDA, Emergency Medical Services in Israel, says no reports of casualties yet. MDA teams are going out to search the places where reports were received. So no reports of casualties yet, but we'll have to see. Am I seeing this correctly? I'm seeing a post about a 7-story building. I don't know if that's I'm seeing reports that a building in Beersheba was hit. Again, I am seeing multiple reports, unconfirmed, that a building, possibly a 7-story building, was hit in Beersheba. Yes, multiple reports now. I saw one from N12 saying that a 7-story building was hit in Beersheba. I am seeing a picture of it right now. Well, I'm not seeing a picture of it yet. I am seeing a picture of some damage on Telegram. I don't have a picture of the building yet. Israeli police say they're going to experts. They're going to rocket landing sites, missile landing sites in the south. But again, reportedly, a 7-story building hit, a direct hit. I have not yet seen. Oh, I just saw a picture. I am seeing pictures of a big smoke column in Beersheba. I have not seen the actual building in any of these pictures yet. I'm sure we will soon. But again, reportedly, a 7-story building hit in Beersheba. The Moriah Asraf and Doron Kadosh, Israeli reporter, says in the first salvo there were 2 missiles. In the second salvo there were 4 missiles. One apparently hit in Beersheba. So I believe 6 missiles in those 2 salvos. Oh, also, I'm seeing a report from Channel 12, indications of new launches. Channel 12 near Dvori, there are indications of new launches, so we might have another pre-alert very soon, or alert, but indications of new launches. That's from near Dvori. But, so we're watching that, but we're also keeping an eye to try to figure out what happened in Beersheba. Reports of a 7-story building being hit. Will this derail the ceasefire? I do not know. I have not yet seen a photo or video that really captures which building was hit in Beersheba, if indeed was. Oh, hold on. There's pictures of a big smoke column in Beersheba. I can tell you that. Will there be more launches? I'm seeing what, yeah, again. Guys, I'm going to post a photo of the area where the building was, apparently. I just posted a photo in the chat that shows the general area and the smoke. I just posted it in the chat. I still have yet to see a photo or video of that building up close. I'm posting a picture in the chat as well. Oh, I'm posting another photo in the. I'm posting some photos in the chat. Again, big 7-story building reportedly reportedly hit. Extensive damage. I'm seeing a report of extensive damage in Beersheba. where the missile hit. I see a photo of a number of cars significantly damaged. A bunch of cars got damaged. I can tell you that. Khan News says reports of a damage to a 7-story building in Beersheba from a missile. We are bringing you live coverage. I still have yet to see, you know, again, a photo or video of somebody like right in front of the building where you can really see what exactly happened. There's a lot of stuff from the neighborhood. Oh, all right. So the Modine, I gotta, let me get a different camera up from that Modine one. Hold on a second. Give me a moment. We lost our Modine camera. So for the moment, I'll have to go with one of the other cameras. I have a Haifa camera. I can show you the Haifa camera. Part of the building collapsed. Guys, I just saw a photo. I'm sure I'll have a link to it in a second, but it looks like very significant damage. Yes, I am seeing a photo right now of the building. As soon as I get a link, I'll show it to you. But it looks like a large apartment building, and about 7 stories, a partial collapse of it. Looks like a bunch of the apartments you can now see inside the building because of the damage. I've seen a couple photos. We may have video at some point, live video for you. But I just saw it right now, and I will try to get you yes, I am posting it in the chat. I am posting a link in the chat. Okay, so I just posted it. I posted it on my X account, Khan News. I'll post it again, but it's there in the chat. You can see the picture of the damage right there. I hope people are okay. So again, major damage. All right, hang on a moment. Homefront Command says the event has ended. The event has ended. The event has ended. For now. Hold on a second. Hold on. I don't know if we very well might get live video. Sometimes I get in live video when there's damage. I wouldn't be surprised if at some point I have live video from Beersheba. I don't have any right now. Hold on. IDF says you can leave your shelters. You can leave your shelters. Again, you can leave your shelters. Event over, at least for now. Heavy damage to a 7-story building in southern Israel in Beersheba. Hold on. I have a report from an N12 reporter, Branu Tagnia, who says several injured at the scene in Beersheba. Many rescue forces at the scene. One of the injured is reported to be in serious condition. So again, if I get video from the area, I will put it up there for you. It's possible we will have video from that area, but I don't at the moment. I don't have any pre-alerts at the moment that I have seen. One of the injured is reportedly in critical condition. One of the injured in Beersheba is reportedly in critical condition. I just saw that from N12 News. Now, technically, the ceasefire, when it was first announced by President Trump, was supposed to begin around 7 a.m. Israel time. Now, I don't know if that's still going to happen. Oh, Netanyahu said something? What did I saw that Netanyahu had said something, but sorry, I didn't even see it because we've been covering these missiles. I'm seeing reporting. Oh, hang on. Manny Fabian of Times of Israel reports that 2 missiles were launched in the first wave, 4 missiles were launched in the second wave, and a missile struck an apartment building in Beersheba. This is an hour before the ceasefire time that President Trump said. Also, Iran had originally said that at 4 a.m. Iran time, they were going to stop doing anything. But they didn't. They said they did, and they said they were going to, but they didn't. Did Israel announce something? I haven't seen it. Hold on. Anyways, trying to get you the latest updates here. Hillel Bitten Rosen in Israel reports that there are 6 injured people, 1 in critical condition and the rest in minor condition from that direct hit to a building in Beersheba. And there were 6 missiles total in those 2 volleys, 2 in the first volley, 4 in the second volley. I am seeing a video of the Beersheba area of some damage, but no live video at the yet. We may end up getting live video. It is unclear to me. Oh, hold on a second here. It is unclear to me if the ceasefire has been threatened at all by this. The ceasefire, in theory, the ceasefire, if we're going to take the President Trump count on it, would be 52 minutes from now. That would be, I can't guarantee it's going to start then, but that's the, I guess, official start time. Give me a moment. I haven't seen an Israeli government response to these missile firings yet. We're just kind of waiting to see what happens with the ceasefire. With less than an hour, 51 minutes. More pre-alerts. More pre-alerts. Looks like more missiles might be coming. It looks like more missiles might be coming. We are seeing more pre-alerts right now. Again, more missile pre-alerts right now. Is Iran going to stretch this out until right at the deadline? But I don't know. But we have more pre-alerts now. Okay, we have, now the cameras I have, I have Haifa and I have Tel Aviv. That is what I have right now. Haifa and Tel Aviv. I'm sorry if it's somewhere else. Those are what I have right at this moment. Haifa and Tel Aviv. Are they going to just fire missiles every 10 minutes until the ceasefire? I don't know, but more missile alerts expected very soon because we have just gotten the pre-alerts. I am waiting for the actual alerts. And this is a bunch of areas in the country. So I don't know when where the actual missiles are going to go, but a bunch of areas of the country with these pre-alerts. Israel says... Israel, hold on, I'm confused. The IDF just said you can... I think this is maybe a delayed post. The IDF just posted that you could leave your... That the Home Front Command said you could leave your shelter. But the Home Front Command just said there was a pre-alert. So I'm a little confused about that. I don't know why the IDF said you can leave your shelter. Oh no, the IDF said there's missiles. The IDF said there are missiles. Breaking news, the IDF said there are missiles coming. I just saw the post from 2 minutes ago from the IDF saying there are missiles on the way. Missiles on the way. Again, missiles on the way. Yes, there are more. There are more. We're supposed to get alerts any moment now. I just saw another pre-alert right now. Arava region? I don't know if they're adding one. Anyways, very soon expected to get alerts and have more missiles. I don't know if we will have them on our cameras. We'll just have to see if they are in Haifa or Tel Aviv or somewhere else. Ceasefire is supposed to get into about 46 minutes, guys. Hold on a second. I have to change the headline. I have to change the headline here. Yes, I didn't see an official Israeli statement confirming the ceasefire. I mean, there's been all kinds of reporting. I haven't seen an official statement. So right now we're waiting any moment now. I would assume we will be getting more missile alerts for Israel. This would be the third wave. This happened last night, where it went on for about a half an hour and 40 minutes, and there weren't that many missiles, but Iran kept spacing them out. And it seems like they're doing something similar here, where they're just spacing them out and extending the kind of, I mean, I guess it ends up being sort of an extended alert period. Manny Fabian says medics are treating multiple casualties, including some in critical condition, at the scene in Beersheba, where this 7-story building was heavily damaged by an Iranian missile. Still waiting for more missile alerts. More alerts right now. I'm seeing alerts. Okay, Tel Aviv area. Breaking news, Tel Aviv area. Tel Aviv area. I'm going to get that clock off. Tel Aviv area. Keep an eye on that. Keep an eye on the Tel Aviv area. Put the Haifa camera down in the corner, but definitely alerts in the Tel Aviv area. We have our Tel Aviv camera up. Now the sirens come in. Now the sirens come in. Also, some for southern Israel. Some for southern Israel as well. A bunch for the Tel Aviv area. Bunch for Tel Aviv area. You should see it on this camera right here. A bunch for Tel Aviv area and some for the south. Let's see what we see. Let's see what we see. We'll have to see. I haven't seen anything yet. Number in the area surrounding Tel Aviv. Nothing on our camera yet. Nothing on the camera yet. Maybe hearing some booms in the background, it's hard to say. Maybe some distant interceptions. Three dead in Beersheba. I just saw that confirmed. 3 people have died in the missile attack, the missile that hit a building in Beersheba, Israel. Manny Fabian of Times of Israel reports 3 people are dead from the Iranian missile that hit an apartment building in Beersheba, Israel, a short time ago. Condolences to their families. Just heard that right now. 3 dead. Oh, I have a Jerusalem feed as well. All right, I'll keep an eye on that. 3 people dead. All right, I am not seeing alerts on my map anymore, so waiting to hear more here. But that's very bad news. So this the ceasefire, if it's starting at the time President Trump said, is supposed to be in 38 minutes. And 3 people died in a missile attack by Iran. I don't know, an hour and a half or an hour and 15 minutes before the ceasefire was supposed to start. A lot of damage at that building. A lot of damage at that apartment complex. Heavy damage at that apartment complex. We are going to be... I think we're supposed to get coverage from Beersheba, but not for a little while. We should have some video coming in on that, but it's going to be a little while on that. Oh, from that last bunch of missiles, I am hearing that there may have been, let's see here. Daphne Lay says alarms in Samaria due to fear of interception fragments. I haven't heard of any hits from the latest batch. Guys, I'm posting a video. I'm posting a video in the chat of the damage. I am posting a video in the chat of the damage in Beersheba. Again, 3 dead. Okay, that's a little confusing. "34 minutes until the ceasefire is supposed to begin." Guys, I don't know why people in the chat are saying 8 dead. I am looking at many sources from Israel, and all of them are still saying that 3 are dead. These are updated sources. I don't know why people keep saying that. If I hear that, I'll let you know. But I'm literally looking at updated sources from Israeli media, and everything has said 3 right now. So there might be sources I don't have. I'm just letting you know that everything I've seen says 3. I'm looking at stuff that came out in the last minute. Are you seeing 8 injured, maybe? I'm going to put more pictures of... Wow, this is really bad. More damage pictures. More damage pictures in the chat. I'm posting them right now. I just posted a link to more pictures of that damage. It's really bad. It's really, really bad. I do not see any pre-alerts at the moment. An N12 reporter does say fear of additional casualties at the Beersheba scene. So it's 3 dead right now. Oh, and by the way, in the latest missile volley, there were 3 missiles from Iran, all intercepted, according to N12's Nir Davory. We didn't see any on our camera, but there were 3 missiles in the latest volley. I need 1 minute here. I just need to take 1 minute. Give me 1 minute. At some point, we're supposed to get live video from the Beersheba location. But for the moment, I just need 1 minute here. Give me 1 minute. I'm coming right back. I just saw a report from Fire and Rescue in southern Israel via the Hot News. They say 3 people dead in Beersheba, 1 is missing, and they are still searching. Okay, I just saw, you can leave your shelter but remain near it. Homefront Command, Israel, says you can leave your shelter but remain near it. By the way, thank you to all of our moderators. We have moderating right now as we have 28 minutes until the ceasefire is supposed to start, if it really starts then. Thank you to our moderators. Shout out to DeBears, I Got That Fire, Mark HNC, Matthew Kohai 3, Sarah and Papa Bear. Also, Linda Belk, Larry, Misha on X, on Facebook, thanks to our moderators over there. Paul Anderson, thank you so much, Paul, for moderating. If sometimes the links don't work for some people, I don't know why. It's the right link, so I'm sorry if they're not working, some of them, but I can tell you it's the right link. I don't know why that link is not working for people. That link works for me. The link works for me. So, all right, hang on a moment. Hang on. We now have more pre-alerts. More pre-alerts. It really does look like Iran is going to keep firing small batches of missiles until the ceasefire. That's what it looks like. It really looks like they're going to spend the last, 80 minutes or so, or whatever it was, before the ceasefire, firing these small batches of missiles. Again, just saw some pre-alerts right now. Oh, if you don't have X, you might need an X account to see those links. Again, more. Yes, IDF says more missiles incoming. More missiles are incoming according to the IDF. More missiles incoming now. More missiles incoming now. This will be the 4th wave. Again, the waves have been relatively small, 2, 2, and 4, or something like 2, 3, and 4. But this will be the 4th batch. Right now. 3 people have been killed in Beersheba from a hit from a missile on their on a large building. Oh, I do have a Jerusalem cam, so I can get that up. Give me a moment. Let me get the Jerusalem cam on the screen. Hang on here. That is Jerusalem on that camera right there. I think I'm going to take off the ceasefire clock for the moment because it'll get in the way of everything. We'll put it back up later. We are waiting for the alerts. We are waiting for the alerts from incoming missiles. The time President Trump originally said for the ceasefire is 7 a.m. Israel time, which is in 23 minutes. So I'm going to assume that that's the ceasefire time. But we'll have to see what happens. I have not seen any the rocket alerts yet. We're expecting them soon. Nir Devori says interceptors have been launched already at the missiles. All right, hold on with it. Seeing a report that some victims were found under the rubble in the building in Beersheba. I have not seen the alerts yet. No alerts. We're expecting alerts soon. I'm thinking with this timing, given the timing of these waves, that if Iran is going to do this until the ceasefire, maybe one more wave after this. Okay, I am seeing alerts right now. Tel Aviv area. For right now, at least, Tel Aviv and surrounding area, but that certainly could change. But that is what I'm seeing at the moment, is Tel Aviv area and the surrounding area. So we'll get ready to keep an eye on that. I'm guessing you'll hear sirens very soon from the Tel Aviv cam, but that is the ones I'm seeing on my map here. Here we go. Here are the sirens. bunch, some in more north, some south of Haifa. We may see some stuff in Haifa Cam too. Let's see what we see on the cameras. Nothing yet. Some north of Tel Aviv, some south of Tel Aviv. I would think we might see something on the Tel Aviv camera, but I don't know. Nothing yet. Haven't seen anything yet. Some more alerts. There are currently some more alerts. The current alerts are north of Jerusalem, right there. That's the current ones. We didn't see anything on our cameras. Still a few alerts up there in the West Bank. We don't have the Modine cam right now. I'm sorry. Let me see if I can find out what happened with these. We did not see anything on our cameras. Okay, according to N12s near Devori, there were 2 to 3 missiles in that wave. Now, we didn't see anything. They might have gotten taken out earlier, but near Devori of N12 says there were 2 to 3 missiles in that volley. Two to 3 missiles. In that volley. In terms of the supposed ceasefire time that President Trump gave earlier, whether or not that's going to be it, I don't know. Hold on a second here. 14 minutes. MDA says that 3 people dead from the missile that hit, 3 people dead from the missile in Beersheba, 2 with moderate injuries who've been hospitalized, and 6 with mild injuries. As we approach the ceasefire. I've only had about 2 hours of sleep, so I'm sorry that I'm operating on a little bit low energy, but I had to get up to cover the Qatar stuff after we were live in the morning, early morning. So we're doing our best. We are doing our best. We have 11 minutes and 54 seconds until supposedly the ceasefire. I have still not seen a statement by Netanyahu. But maybe there's been one somewhere. $11 minutes in theory until the start of the ceasefire. 11 minutes. Originally, President Trump said 7 a.m. is Israel time. Then the Iranian foreign minister came out and said, well, we didn't agree to that, but we're willing to start it at 3:30 Israel time. And then right around then, things kind of stopped. So it seemed like it had begun because that's the time that the Iranian foreign minister proposed. But out of nowhere, about an hour ago, missiles started coming from Iran towards Israel. But the original post from Trump was 7 Eastern time. Nine minutes, supposedly, until the ceasefire. Are there going to be any more missiles before then? 9 minutes until the ceasefire. N12 News reports. An N12 News reporter says, oh, hold on. We have pre-alerts, missile pre-alerts again, even though we're 8 minutes before the ceasefire. More missile pre-alerts. Will this be the last firing of missile before the ceasefire? I don't know, but we have more pre-alerts now. Pre-alerts coming in. Missile alerts expected in the next few minutes. So we've had about, what is this going to be, about 80 minutes or something total of just periodic missile firings. So shortly we'll be getting the alerts, I assume, and these missiles might even get there after the ceasefire is supposed to begin. Again, we are expecting more missiles momentarily. With about 6 minutes, okay, hold on. I am seeing, yes, another more missiles are on the way. The IDF says Iranian missiles are incoming once again. Iranian missiles incoming again. That's happening again. So more missiles again incoming. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to move, well, I'm not going to move things. I'm going to turn off the, well, I'm going to leave the ceasefire clock on. Then when we start getting alerts, I'll just take everything, I'll move things. What I'm going to do actually is, hold on a second here. Do this here. Let me line this up. Throw that down there. Well, 4.5 minutes till the ceasefire, but we are supposed to get missiles coming in at any moment now. I don't know where they're going to be yet. Another launch from Iran. I am seeing a report from N12 saying a woman was injured in the northern Sharon area, likely from interception fragments. So it sounds like there was an injury in the Sharon area from one of those earlier previous barrages. Okay. Seeing northern Israel, maybe Haifa. I am seeing that this is potentially for the north. I'm seeing that this is potentially for the north. We don't have yet the alerts yet. Okay, are we seeing alerts? Yes, there are alerts. look at the Haifa camera. Keep an eye on the Haifa camera because I think we might be looking at the Haifa camera for this one. We have alerts right now. And again, I have a feeling from what I'm seeing, it's north of Haifa, that I have a feeling that if you're going to see something, I think it's going to be on the Haifa cam. That's what I think, but I'm not positive. So keep an eye on the Haifa cam. That's the one I think we might be looking at. I will make it bigger if something happens on it. Northern Israel. Again, I think it's going to be on the Haifa cam. That's Haifa there. Also to the east, northeast, we don't have a camera in the northeast, but there's some alerts from the northeast too. It looks like that now the alerts are more Sea of Galilee area, which I don't think we're going to pick up. Again, a lot of the alerts now have moved over to the northeast of Israel rather than Haifa, which is the northwest. So we might not see any of these on our cameras. A lot of the alerts ended up in the northeast of the country, not Haifa. So it's possible that we're just not going to see them on these three cameras. The ceasefire is technically supposed to begin in about 37 seconds. You can see the clock there. So I don't know that we'll be having, if we have any more missiles, that'll be after ceasefire time. We have 10 seconds until the ceasefire supposedly begins. 2, 1. Okay, the ceasefire in theory has just begun, but I don't know if that's the case. Again, technically, the ceasefire should have just started. Hang on. Technically, the ceasefire should have just started. I have no idea if it has actually started. I just don't know. We will have to see if it's starting. But we're at the time, 7 a.m. Eastern, 7 a.m. Israel time. So Al Jazeera says ceasefire begins. Hang on, let me change the headline. I'm saying technically because I don't know if it really is going to begin. I am not aware of more alerts at the moment. I am not seeing more alerts at the moment. If I see more alerts, I'll let you know. I haven't seen them. I have not seen them yet. Near Devori with N12 says in the last batch of missiles, they were intercepted. The last batch of missiles launches in the north were intercepted according to Near Devori of Channel 12. We are technically 3 minutes into the ceasefire. I don't know if it's going to last. I don't even know that we've had official confirmation from Israel about it. So, will this ceasefire hold? I owe a couple thank yous to people. Give me 2 seconds here. Let me say a couple thank yous to people. Brian Beelman, I really appreciate your support. Brian Beelman. Yeoman Johnson, thank you. Casey Steve. Paula Bates, Anna Meg, Dan Man from Australia. Babalong Sanchez from Australia. And Battleborn Supermoto, Jenny Ann, Martha Newton, Twisted Mexi, Andrew Eeks, Kelly Me, Spin City GJs, Tawana Robinson, Schultzes, Darren Marshall. And thanks, Brian Beelman, for all the memberships as well. I really appreciate that, Brian. Make sure you thank somebody if they give you a membership or a gift subscription. And Jay Bagwell as well. And Will Dogs Droid and Obi Cannoli. And Brad Larkin. I'll say a few more in a little bit. Also on Twitch, anonymous person who gave some subs out there, thank you. I Do Kill, Who Shot JR. Hello, it's me again, goodbye. Sticker Reds 202, Jimbo Slice, Big Dog Gaming, thank you. So, is this ceasefire in effect? And also, we maybe are going to have video from, hold on. We're supposed to get video in from Beersheba, guys. We are supposed to have video from Beersheba, the scene where a building was hit by an Iranian missile about an hour before the ceasefire, and 3 people were killed. So we are supposed to get some video in soon from that scene, any moment now, but I don't have it yet for you. I also have to keep an eye on the clock because we are at about 11 hours and 5 minutes on the stream. So when we get, I can't let it go to 12 hours or it'll disappear. So I might have to restart the YouTube stream. It's possible. Thank you also, Atlanta, Florida Girl. Thank you. And Usagi Akimbo. And Borderline Genius. And Captain Jerry Donnelly. Captain Jerry Donnelly thinks a ceasefire is not a peace, it is a break from attacks. Well, we will see what happens here. Again, as soon as I get that video, I will put it up for you. Is this true? So I'm confused. So from what I guess some people online are saying that the Iranians cannot fire now, but Israel can? Is that really true? I mean, I know President Trump's post was a bit confusing with the numbers. That just doesn't really make much sense to me. I don't know about that. I'm gonna hold off on that and see. It was a little. I mean, I know what he wrote might imply that, but it seemed I wouldn't take that language as. It seemed a little unclear in what he wrote. So I don't want to rely. There have been times before when President Trump was talking about some sort of agreement or plan or whatever, and he got into the details during a tweet, and it kind of was a bit confusing, and then it turned out it was like less confusing than he put it. So I don't want to draw my conclusions about this ceasefire from a close parsing of the language of his post. It just seems confusing to me that one side would be able to fire on the other for 12 more hours. Now, you might say, well, that's what the tweet says, but at a certain point, maybe just the language got a little confused in the post, and the version that would make a lot more sense is true. So I haven't seen any source for this claim that Israel gets to keep firing at Iran, except for people saying, well, look at the wording of the tweet. So I'd like to see. I mean, there must be some document somewhere. It would be nice to hear the countries officially acknowledge this ceasefire, which neither has done. We haven't heard from Israel, and when we last heard from Iran, they were saying the ceasefire was at 3:30, and then if that was true, they broke their own ceasefire. So I just don't know right now. I just don't know. But I'm not going to start judging things based on a close parsing of his tweet. Wow, crazy video I just saw. I'm going to post it in the chat for those of you who have an X account. A video of the missile hitting the apartment building in Beersheba. The stream is fine. Refresh if you had an issue. I do not have video yet from Beersheba. I'm supposed to get it soon. Let me thank a couple people while I have the chance. A couple more people. Zupi Ludo King, John Jackson, Richard Actually Dan, Ellis Thomas, Truth Seeker, Sunshine Beach, Queensland, Miss Curvy, Big Chimpin, Jeff Hodge, Sherry YT, Weebus Trash, DC Primetime, TT Spin, Captain Obvious, JJ9000, Kimosabi, The Empire, Leroy Brown, Salazar, Slim Jim, Mama 457 Rose, The Karzar, The Empire, NRG Rocks, Jonathan Carter, A Penis Show. Oh no, I think that was maybe a Penis. I really actually think the name I read was not supposed to be a naughty name because it's from Brazil. Apenas is a Spanish word. Well, no, but it's Brazil, so it's Portuguese. So I don't even know. Anyways. But I do actually think it was not. It was a non-naughty name that sounded naughty if you read it the wrong way, which I did. Anyways. Dan Ale Center Rides, Nino NPC, and Jenny Ann Kamikaze 06. Thank you for your support. Pulsar as well. Andrew Eeks. KWNY Upstate. James Bennett and Lincoln. And My Chemical Free Life and Not Applicable. A couple more here. Zachary Mullen, Trakira, Cal Elsmom, Pag, Amar Adam, Brenda Budlynch, History Honk, Corn Pop 82, 94 Classic Legend, Blair Owens, Chris Canada, Quebec City, Josie Fiorda Seville, thank you, and Jenna T, and Usagi Akimbo. Hang on a moment here. Is there another missile alert? I haven't seen another. Oh, hold on. Pre-alert. Missile pre-alert. New missile pre-alert, guys. New missile pre-alert. After the ceasefire time, we have more missile pre-alert. Another one. More missiles coming in. More missiles coming in now. Breaking news. More missiles coming from Iran, even though we are past the ceasefire time. More missiles coming in from Iran now. More missiles coming now. Wow. And this is clearly after the ceasefire time. This is like 90 minutes of ongoing periodic alerts. I don't see anything on my map yet. But the IDF says they have detected missiles launched from Iran. Okay, I'm seeing right now. Are we getting the alerts? Are we getting the alerts? Yes, there are some alerts for the north. Seeing some alerts for the north right now. North, maybe Haifa area and the north. It looks like the north right now. So we'll see what happens here. But I would say maybe the Haifa camera. Move this. Maybe the Haifa camera. More alerts. Can you believe it? Well after the ceasefire time. Keep an eye on the Haifa cam. Definitely Haifa cam, keep an eye on that. That's where it seems to be. That's where it really seems to be. You're looking at the Haifa cam, guys. We are on the Haifa cam right now. Haifa cam right now. Haifa cam right now. I haven't seen anything there yet. Now I'm not seeing them there. Now I'm seeing a few towards the east. But let's see what happens. These have been small batches. It's possible they get shot down, you know, early, before they even get close. No, the cameras are not frozen. The cameras are alive. Now a bunch of them popped up. Again, Haifa into the east of Haifa. We lost our Tel Aviv cam for the moment. I don't know what happened to that. I am not seeing anything on this. I am not seeing anything on another Tel Aviv camera I have my eye on. And I'm not seeing anything on the Jerusalem camera. Sirens again. Where's that from? I think that's from the Haifa camp. Should be. This is Haifa, not Tel Aviv. This Haifa cam, the Reuters cam, is posted in, it points to the sky because the government has told them you need to point it to the sky and focus on the sky when the alerts happen. So we didn't see anything there. I'll see what I can find out about what happened. For the moment, the Tel Aviv camera was out, so let me I'll try to get you a different Tel Aviv camera. And I'll try to find out what happened in that batch. So I'll fix everything in a second. Just give me a second. I know it says live coverage is expected and all that, so I'll fix that for you. Oh, we got it. We got it back. We got Haifa back. All right. I mean, we got Tel Aviv back. That's a Tel Aviv camp. What is it? What am I looking at? That's Tel Aviv. Right. So let me fix this now. I gotta turn down that sound. It's awful. That must be the high. One moment, please. One moment, please. So, I don't know what's going on with this ceasefire at all. I have no idea. I do not know what's going on. I do know that Iran fired missiles after the ceasefire, but I can't tell you what the deal with that is. N12 News says Israel's airspace is closed until further notice. Dean Fisher of N12 says Israel's airspace is closed until further notice. It has been like an hour and a half of near constant waves of missile alerts and some missiles coming in. It's been going on for like an hour and a half. Just every 10-15 minutes, new missile alert. So I don't know what Israel's deal is, if they knew this was coming and they're just not going to respond or what. I just don't know. Iranian breaking news. Iranian state TV says ceasefire begins. Guys, Iranian state TV, Press TV, just announced it. They just said ceasefire begins. Iranian state TV announces ceasefire begins. That's Press TV. Press TV is Iranian state media, and they just posted ceasefire begins following 4 waves of Iranian attacks on Israeli-occupied territories. That's Iranian state TV. So they're saying it now. Does that mean the missiles are stopping? I don't know. But that's what they said. Thanks to Roy Case found that. Thanks, Roy spotted that too. Roy from Israel. Israeli reporter. Thank you, Roy. No, YouTube we're like at 11.5 hours or something crazy like that. I'm gonna end up having to restart the YouTube stream. Yeah, I'm gonna have to create another YouTube stream now because we're at 11 hours and 30 minutes. So if you give me a second, I'm gonna have to create another YouTube stream to be ready to go live, and I'll end up sending you guys over there on YouTube. I think, though, Iranian, let me just check the Iranian Home Front Command says you must continue to stay in the protected area. That's what Home Front Command says. You must continue to stay in the protected area. Okay? So they're not telling people that they can leave yet. Yeah, Iranian media is saying the ceasefire took effect. So maybe that's it for Iran's side. I don't know. Reuters said the same thing. They said Iran's press TV, which is state TV, ceasefire begins. So maybe it's finally beginning. I am not seeing any pre-alerts at the moment. Hang on a moment here. I need to create a new. Stream. On YouTube. So let me just do that. All right, give me a moment. I'm just setting up the replacement stream for YouTube. So I have another stream to throw on because we're getting close on YouTube to the deadline. And I'll set it up to just automatically send people over to the new stream. But I just need to finish setting this up here. Nope, that didn't work. Okay. Just about got it. All right, how are we on time here? Let's see. Yes, what I have to do, oops. Gosh. Hang on. What I have to do is set it up so that this stream takes the YouTube viewers to the next stream, only on YouTube. I have just set it up so that if you're watching on YouTube, when this stream ends, you're going to be automatically taken to the next stream, automatically, okay? I will post a link to the next stream in the chat, but you can just sit there on YouTube. You can sit there and wait because in a few minutes I'm going to wrap up the YouTube stream and then you'll go right to the next one. I have it set up. By the way, a quick thank you to Birdie and Kimberly Bain, Carolina Gal, Mossy O'Neill, Jeff Stowe, The Rogers Talk, Mush Levin, Matt Scott, Josh Barnes, Urban Moving Systems, BR Haste, Lincoln EE, Rich Mix, thanks for your support. Really appreciate it. B. Cobin, thank you. I appreciate that. All right. So what I got to do, give me a moment here. Okay, let me just figure this out. All right. YouTube viewers, here's what I need to do, because we're getting close to 12 hours and I can't let the broadcast go to 12 hours on YouTube. So what I'm about to do is I'm about to send you over to the next stream. It is programmed to take you to the next stream. So if you just sit there and this will end, the next stream will start. And what I'm going to do real quick is just, it'll just take you there. And then I just have to start it. So let me just do something real quick here. But it's ready, it's up, it's ready to go. And I'm going to set it to basically start as soon as you go over there. But it'll take me a second to start it once I end this one. It takes like 30 seconds. All right. So only YouTube viewers. Other viewers on Twitch and Facebook and X, you're fine. So YouTube viewers, I am about to send you over to the next stream. All right, YouTube viewers, are we clear on this? Are we clear on this? I hope. We're just about to send you over there. So I'm going to, when I say it, I'm going to end the stream. And then if you just sit there, just sit, you will be taken to the next one. But it'll take me a second to actually start it. All right, so that's good. The next one is good to go. And let me double check and just make sure we're set up right here. It says we're good to go. It says we're good to go. Okay, so here we go. I am only about to end the YouTube stream. And if you're watching on YouTube, if everything works, you should be automatically taken to the next stream. If not, if you just go to the channel, you'll see the stream is called Ceasefire Begins, I think, or something like that. It's called Israel-Iran Ceasefire Begins. That's what it's called. All right, here we go. All right, so I'm about to end the YouTube only stream, and then as soon as I end it, I'm going to take 2 seconds and then start the new one. Here we go. On 3, 1, 2, 3.